If a speaker is able to say leadership, leaders have 30 minutes or 45 minutes.
I think your chairman wants to talk to you, so
that will be done today.
Thank you very much, Roxy Nelson. I would have wished I would have asked him more questions about what happened yesterday and all that. There are a few issues that are supposed to be trashed out, a few issues to be ironed out. I would have wished I would go to the chairman also, Bernard Ahiafo, and get to talk to him. Mahama Yarga has also come in to try and get some understanding of what exactly is going on. He says it is very likely they are going to review this process of allowing the minority leader to ask unlimited questions. He says Afenyo-Markin has abused that right. We will also be covering a news conference shortly. Afenyo-Markin is about to address a press conference any moment from now. When it starts, we'll bring that live to you right here on Joy News. But the big news this morning, the melee, the chaos, the issues that have been the meeting has been called to order. Chairman says they are about to start a vetting. Let's get in there and hear what exactly the chairman is going to say. Well, they're asking the nominee to take a seat. The MPP MPs are not here, but vetting is about to start.
In the meantime, honourable members, let's have prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I direct the clerk to administer the oath.
I hereby administer the oath. I,
Kwamena Afenyo-Markin,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Designate, in 2 minutes, just tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my name is Kwamena Afenyo-Markin. I started my basic education in Sefria Krofu, Sefria Sankrum, and finally wrote my BECE at the Kumdom Junior High School. I proceeded to Anglican Senior High School in Kumasi, then subsequently to University of Cape Coast to pursue mathematics and statistics. I did my national service at Dwaboso Senior High School. My first employment with national service at the headquarters at the department, voluntary department. I subsequently became the Member of Parliament for Dwaboso constituency from 2013 till date. In 2015, I was made a Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. From 2017 to 2018, I was the Deputy Ranking Member on the Lands and Forestry. I was the Deputy Ranking Member on the Lands and Forestry in the Ghana's Parliament. From 2018 till date, I have been the Ranking Member on the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health. I did my LLB with Mount Crest University College. I did my LLM with the University of Ghana, Legon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. Before proceeding with the vetting questions, kindly indulge me. In 2 minutes, I would read a statement on the happenings of yesterday.
Very well, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, last night, during our sitting, what started as a disagreement between members of the committee with regard to vetting some of His Excellency the President's ministerial nominees degenerated into a full-blown physical altercation between members of the committee, leading to the destruction of some furniture and microphones in the committee room and disruption of proceedings, causing the sitting to end abruptly. The damage to these items affected the functionality of the committee and has also tarnished the dignity of the institution and its members. Upon assessment of the extent of the damage, one microphone was damaged beyond repairs and has been replaced. Fortunately, this morning, proceedings will carry on without any technical hitch. It is essential that we assure a swift return to order and maintain the integrity of our parliamentary process. The action that unfolded last night have drawn significant concern from the public and are cause for reflection on the conduct of professionalism of our members of parliament and the institution of parliament. It is crucial that we restore confidence in our committees' ability to function effectively and responsibly. While forcefully, plenary and committees are commonplace, and indeed heckling and filibustering between and among members are permissible, physical altercations are totally prohibited, and the laws of our country emphatically prohibit same. What happened last night is totally unacceptable, and we take full responsibility for the unfortunate incident. The appointment committee would like to offer and qualified apology to the Right Honorable Speaker, the leadership and members of Parliament, as well as the general public, for the unfortunate incident, and would like to reiterate that we are committed to working for the growth of our democracy. Going forward, I implore all members to conduct themselves in a way befitting members of Parliament, bearing in mind that this is an honorable house, where not only the rule of law, but the onerous rules and procedure governing parliamentary practice are upheld at all times. Growing a democracy is always a difficult process, but agreeing to disagree with colleagues is the honorable way to handle issues. I therefore call on all colleagues to keep in mind that the duties given to us put us in a privileged position to serve our country and be good example for those who would come after us. The people who put us here in Parliament expect us to act in a way that will unite us as a people, and it is incumbent on us to take this task seriously. Please, let's conduct ourselves in this manner. Once again, our sincere apology to the general public. We assure you that appropriate measures will be put in place to address this issue and prevent recurrence of such incidents in future. We, as members of this committee, will continue to work in unity and dignity for the furtherance of our parliamentary democracy and the good of our multi-party democracy. Thank you for granting me the audience.
Chairman, I wanted your guidance on something, because yesterday something happened under Order 64. And I wanted to find out that in determining the quorum for the commencement of a meeting of this nature, whether it is the original members you used to get the ratio of the 1/3, or the subject committee members are incorporated for the purposes of it. If I may just, so Chairman, if I may just get your standing orders. If you look at Order 64, you realize they talk about the quorum issue and whether you are using the original members in determining the quorum, or you are using subject members to do.
You think you are partisan clerk?
Honourable members, can there be some order?
If the clerk thinks that she's a party clerk.
There was a call for a meeting. There was a call for a meeting for us to engage in agreement. We all agreed to have a meeting this morning. You have called my chief. We are waiting to have a meeting so that we can all do it. Who said we are against it? Then you, the clerk, when we were in power, you would insist that until you get the minority, you call a meeting. You don't even notify us. You are doing your party business. You this clerk. Is that the way a civil servant should behave? It's a shame on you. You this clerk. It's a shame on you. You this clerk. If you want to destroy Parliament, we will not spare you. You this clerk. You this clerk. We will engage you this clerk. We all agree. We are not against your government. We are not against your government. We do cooperative. You should be fair to us for the meeting. You should be fair to us. You should be fair to us. We will help you. We have helped you. We are ready to help you. Don't mistreat us. Don't mistreat us. The fact that we are minority, don't mistreat us. We have helped you. No opposition ever helped a government to form a government as quickly as possible this time. What else do we do? And you this partisan tribe. When I was majority leader, you insist that the minority must be heard. Today, you call for a meeting without us. You think we are going to quiet? A shame on you. Shame on We will not want you. You will not stand in there. We don't need you as a candidate. We are not fair. We don't want to vote. We should suspend. Have a meeting. Have a meeting. We cooperate with you. The clerks are able to when the clerks are nobody is
Some more chaos here at the appointment committee again. The vetting had started. The nominee, Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, had taken his seat. In fact, he had been asked to introduce himself. He had done that. And the chairman had read a statement apologizing for what happened yesterday and taking responsibility. And then the NPP MPs walked in, saying that they're not going to allow the vetting process to go on until there's a committee meeting, and that the clerk to the committee should have invited a committee, and in fact they had notified them that they needed a committee meeting to happen, for which reason without that they are not going to allow the process to happen. And by clerk, the clerk you are hearing is the clerk to the committee. The clerk to the committee is almost like the administrative head of the committee. He is supposed to write the report. He is supposed to undertake certain administrative processes that are necessary to enable the vetting go ahead. The clerk himself, that is the clerk to parliament, that is the overall head of the parliamentary service, Ebenezer Humajetro, is the one you will see behind the chairman of the committee wearing an African print and trying to calm things down. He is trying to calm things down, given all the altercation that is happening, and the NPP MP sets in on the clerk to the committee. Mahama Yariga is trying to calm things, perhaps to invite for a meeting to happen. We will hear from the chairman pretty shortly, who has put on his microphone to sort of give us an indication of what is going to happen.
Honorable members, let's have some order. Can we have some order? Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I will suspend. Honorable members, order. Let there be order. Honorable members, sitting suspended for 10 minutes. So, sitting suspended.
They should just give us about 30 minutes or an hour. We'll come and engage. Then we can agree on the schedule. We were in a meeting, we didn't even close. Then they went ahead to do it to such vetting. That is totally wrong. It's a display of bad faith. And you see, you don't treat your colleagues with such disrespect. Ask him whether he called me or not. Ask him what I told him. You could have just waited for an hour. We will come and then we'll agree on what to do. We are not against him. And that is, a while ago you saw me go to him and talk to him. He's one of us. We have no objection. But we want to shadow things and shadow things properly and do the work well. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Honorable, a brief one. So the suspension has been taken. Is that satisfactory? 10 minutes suspension.
Well, it is not to satisfy us. It's for due process and for us to ensure mutual understanding and mutual respect. We are not looking for our satisfaction. We want respect to be mutual and for us to have a due process so that it will be, it will be free of chaos. That's all we want. So when we go there, we can engage. Let's agree on the number of nominees to vet. We don't want surprises, and then we can comply.
So that is the minority chief whip being told to actually organize this meeting. Let me get to what the action is, and I'll talk to Honorable Kojo Pankruma pretty sure. Honorable Seka, Honorable Dr. Stephen Amwa also here. Let me get a bit closer to the action and get to hear what is happening here with a lot of the MPs speaking.
She's your problem. She's the problem. Your clerk is a problem, and we don't want that. She's a problem. And Roxton is behaving like a minority whip. You need to understand. How can you betray us?
Let me talk to the Member of Parliament for mention of Honorable. What are the key issues that the minority are raising with regards to the vetting process continuing this morning?
They never told us.
You see, the point is this: he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. The majority whip called minority whip and our leader that there should be a caucus meeting between the committee before the vetting starts. Whilst we wait for the meeting to start, all that we saw is that they sworn in somebody to vet. Do you think that is fair? Do you think that is fair, Kwaku? Do you think that is fair? You've called them. They are waiting for you for a meeting to start. Then you sneak in and come and swear in somebody to start vetting. That is not fair. That is the same thing that they did yesterday. Once they've agreed to vet 3 individuals, we managed and negotiated to 5 individuals. But you kept insisting that you have scheduled 10 people and that all the 10 people must be vetted in one day. Kwaku, that is not fair. We have at least stood down the standing orders for them. And that motion was moved by the minority leader that even when Parliament is not in session and there's a communication from the President, vetting can continue. Even the normal convention of 3 weeks to 2 weeks to 3 weeks publication of nominees, we suspended all that so that we can have a fast government for you. It doesn't mean that you must be sneaking in and doing what is not right. That is the problem.
Right. I mean, Samuel, one would say that your side is simply interested in frustrating the process. Is that the case?
No, not at all. Last night, it was agreed that this morning the leadership will meet. Then afterwards, we chart a way forward. The minority were in waiting. Once we were caucusing, then we see it on TV that we have sworn in a new nominee. So meaning that technically we are going to proceed with the process without at least also giving us the benefit of the doubt and for us to be part of the process. That's not cool. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. So basically, we feel that they've been unfair to us. We want to help them form government, but they shouldn't take
it for granted. The meeting has ended. There was a 5-minute meeting outside, which has just ended. The minority and majority leaders have walked in together with the chairman. I heard the minority leader gesturing that the vetting is about to start, and so we'll get to know pretty shortly if they will indeed start the vetting, or we will see the chaotic scenes we did see yesterday with regards to the vetting. Alexander Afenyo-Markin is in. All the other persons are in. The security are trying to clear the space behind the chairman and his committee, because Mahama Yarega says they have made the decision. He's trying to calm his chief whip down so that this vetting process can continue, and ultimately Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, who has already been sworn in as a nominee before the committee, can have his vetting, can have his questions asked, and ultimately this process will continue. There was chaos yesterday. We've seen more chaos this morning, only that this chaos has not gone in the way we saw yesterday with fisticuffs. This process hasn't gone in that way. Mahama Yarega asking people to actually take their seats. We will get to hear pretty shortly from the chairman what the decision is in terms of going for, in terms of what exactly they are going to do about this nominee. The chairman of the committee is speaking. We will take you in and hear from the chairman.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, before I suspend for conclave, there was an issue on the floor based on Order 64 regarding quorum. This being a parliamentary sitting, Article 102 also comes to play. That when the procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it is that procedure that you follow in exercising the right. When we talk about quorum, we are talking about a number of members of parliament. Any law that permits ministers to attend upon parliament does not give right to the minister to be counted as part of the quorum. If our standing order permits subject matter committee members to take part in the proceedings, doesn't mean that they are committee members and as such should be part of the quorum. So, honorable members, it accords with common sense and reason that when we are talking about quorum, we are talking about members of the committee. Thank you very much.
So, Chairman, I have withdrawn that information, and thanks for the information. I have withdrawn the quorum issue. Thank you.
Honorable members, it is a guided culture of parliament that before you on your microphone to speak, you need to catch the eye of the speaker. And in this case, the eye. I don't expect us to just on a microphone and begin to talk without catching the eye of the chairman. I think this particular practice must stop. Can we make progress, honorable members? Let there be some order. I will then give the floor to the ranking member, and then we'll proceed.
Chairman, with respect, thank you for the opportunity. Colleagues, we are here to vet our colleague who is the health minister designate. The understanding we had in the morning was to have a discussion prior to this engagement. We were taken by surprise that the clerk, without notice to us, was administering the oath. That notwithstanding, I think we've had a discussion to proceed with this vetting and so thereafter resolve all outstanding matters. So, honorable members, we shall proceed to do the vetting for our colleague Kwamena Afenyo-Markin. And we believe that Chair, in good faith, as is always been known for, will do just that so that we resolve all outstanding matters without any further rancor. We want to assure the Ghanaian people that our side does not seek to obstruct government business. Our side is committed to fully cooperating with government to form its cabinet and to get all appointments through. We have gone outside the normal time. This is the first time that nominees have been fast-tracked since 1992. As a leader of my side, I've taken full responsibility because I believe that governance is a continuum and we should not frustrate it. We will do just that. But I would also plead with my colleagues on the other side that just as Mr. Speaker told us yesterday in the chamber, if we would want to follow our followers, there will be no peace in Parliament. We have the mandate of the people and we must ensure that we are collectively measured to everything that we do in here. I will humbly urge all hardliners to step down their hardline stance so that they help the chair and my good self to manage the affairs of this committee in all transparency. Chairman, thank you for the treasure space, and I assure you one more time of my fullest cooperation together with my colleagues. Thank you.
Honorable members, we'll proceed with the vetting.
We have only one question. Only one question. Only one question. Only one question.
Order. Order. In view of the fact that I'm here to take the list of the subject matter committee members, I will want to start from my right by giving the floor to Honorable Haji Alade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity. As for the congratulations, I will always make sure I congratulate my people. And when I say bye-bye, bye-bye for the best. Mr. Chairman, congratulations, Honorable Akando. I have been in the chamber with you for not less than 12 years. And I have watched and observed your activities. I know how hard you have worked, and I know how far you have gone. I'm not surprised, as the ranking member for health, that you have been nominated. There's nothing better than working and being rewarded. You deserve it. Honorable Akando, I want to ask this question. We have a backlog of about 20,000 allied health workers sitting unemployed, and about 60,000 nurses waiting. What will you do to ensure that these people are employed and that those who are already at work and had issues of remittances on COVID-19, which you had counted so much about its funds, what will you do to remit them so that they will give out their best as and when they are being asked to come and work? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have only one question, and that is it. Congratulations, and I wish you the best.
Honorable Akando, let me start by telling you that when a question is asked, just go straight to answer the question, and just that question. I will call upon Dr. Ayu Afriye, a subject matter committee member.
Thank you. Chairman.
Honorable Minta, be referring to him as Abena, if you would permit. Thank you. Kwamena, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
We, just like my leader has directed, we are showing good faith, and we in the minority will continue to show good faith. And as an obedient person to my caucus, you would get to understand when the leader is speaking. having worked with you in the health sector, you would bear with me that health insurance or healthcare financing is a very topical issue in the country. And it was, and it has been in all elections. In 2009, the then MPP government handed over 300 million. The then MPP government handed over 300 million cedis, equivalent to $3 million, liquid cash, positive balance for the NHIA. In 2016, the NHIA providers were owed in arrears of about 1.2 billion and about 12 months delayed payments. As we sit now, would you assure us, given that you are made a minister, and if you are aware also that the NHIA has a positive balance of about 700 million cash, investments of about 300 million, close to about 1 billion sitting in now under the visionary government of Nana Addo Dankwa Showboys regime. So with that cash sitting there, do we have assurance that, given you as a minister, by the end of another cycle, there would always be positive balance and no delays in payments to providers?
Thank you very much. Before answering the question, Honorable Member, who is Nana Addo Dankwa Showboy?
The former
so
president.
I can't really direct you to withdraw accordingly.
I withdraw the show by the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Very well. Showboy withdrawn. May you proceed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just like my chairman has rightly indicated, all figures pertaining to the National Health Insurance Formula are usually available to the committee or to the House when we are going to approve the next formula. So, for example, these figures may be available to us at the committee level or to Parliament when we are going to approve the 2025 National Health Insurance Formula. But, Mr. Chairman, per my briefing, we have an arrears of not less than 237 million Ghana cedis. But when I get to the ministry, I will inquire further whether or not there is positive balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, a follow-up on that. The NHIA's mandate in Act 852 allows it to provide health insurance for, one, non-residents. It has not been operational. There's also sections 3, FI and II, talking about access and equity. In the interpretation of access, it said the NHIA could support facilities. Support facilities. It has restricted itself in only claims payments. What would you do by taking advantage of what has not been done? And would you also seek to bring an ally for the NHIA? According to Act 852, it has none. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, when approved by the committee, I will work with the appropriate courtesies to bring the ally. And your next question had to do with the access bit in the National Health Insurance Act. Mr. Chairman, I will study the act critically and then give it more attention. Thank you.
Second question. Mr. Chairman, there was this allegations
How
on
can this
ambulance.
be your second question? This is the third question that you are asking.
It was a follow-up. So there was this allegation about ambulance parts in October by the minority. It was under the then minority, now majority. I beg your pardon. The allegation sought to say the supplier did not honor the obligations to his contract. It was under the Ministry of Special Development. what I have here, if Mr. Chairman, with your permission, is ambulance service confirming delivery of all parts and obligations of the contractor. Would you, when giving the nod, delve into this for the public to have an understanding of where the issue and the perspective of this issue in the public interest? Mr. Chairman, this is my last question, and before he answers, I would want to say congratulations. Would you, when giving
the spare parts of ambulance and the contract between the company which is supposed to maintain the ambulances and the Republic of Ghana, per my briefing, these are the facts. Because, Mr. Chairman, if approved by the committee, I am determined to investigate that particular matter. So I can only give you the facts as I was briefed. Mr. Chairman, the facts are that, number one, that same company was given the opportunity to buy not less than 307 ambulances at the rate of $41 million US. And Mr. Chairman, per my briefing, the contract I have seen, then the minister went ahead to sign a contract for the maintenance of the 307 ambulances at the rate of $77 million US in 5 years. Mr. Chairman, don't forget that we all have cars. The deterioration of any car is not as much as the last 5 years, the first 5 years or 4 years. Your machines may not be deteriorated that much. And so these are the facts available to me, and I am going to institute investigation into the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a question emanating from Haji Alade regarding the nurses trainees, the backlog.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the unemployment with regard to health professionals in this country is alarming. And the issue has to do with the effect on the wage bill. And therefore, there is the need for us to think outside the box, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to do is probably to link up with other countries so that we in the ministry will facilitate the migration of these health professionals to other countries so that we create jobs for them. Thank you. Countries. So that we in the ministry will facilitate the migration of these health professionals to other countries so that we create jobs for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, by indication, I need to give the floor to Honorable Minority Leader.
My respected colleague, thank you for being here this morning. I know you were expecting to have your day with us last night. I'm sure because of some disagreement, we couldn't have you. That notwithstanding, you made it again this morning. Let me ask you, first, on your CV, you've indicated you're a farmer. I know you to be a commercial farmer. Not many people know you to be a farmer. Can you share with us what you have done so far in your business life?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I hold a humble view that as a country, we have absolutely no reason to import food into this country. We can feed ourselves. And have spoken about this issue severally. And therefore, I took the trouble upon myself to demonstrate it. And so I started with cocoa farming. Then I ventured into rice. Almost every household in this country consumes rice. Mr. Chairman, I start from planting through processing to distribution of rice. I started with not less than 150 acres of rice in the Western North region. At the moment, this year, Mr. Chairman, I'm doing not less than 5,000 acres of rice in the Yagaba, So, Kobori, and EZC area in the northern part of the country. And Mr. Chairman, I am determined to even go beyond that. We have not less than 3 processing machines across the country. One in Western North, another one in the Somaya area, and then we're putting up another one 15 kilometers towards Yendi in Tamale to even bring in other equipment like the parboil machine to be able to get the right quality of rice to be produced locally for the benefit of the country. Thank you.
Now, when MPP came into office 2017, I opted to stay out of government because I was doing so well in the private sector. I didn't want trouble. Kwamena, you are running, I don't want to use the word multi-million-dollar business. You are doing so well. I admire you. I respect you. You're doing so well in the private sector. I've seen my business go bad because I got into mainstream politics. How have you prepared a system to protect this your investment as you now move into limelight? And you're going to be health minister. That's your multi-million-dollar investment. You want to risk it? You ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this appointment is called to duty. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Honorable nominee, I do not have any assessment before me that your business is a multi-million-dollar business. So accordingly, the multi-million-dollar aspect of the question is hereby expunged. You may proceed to answer the rest.
Chairman, in that chamber, those of us in the private sector, we know ourselves. So I would accept that multi-million and replace it with, he's doing so well. He's running a very successful, business. I buy equipment from him, and I do business with him, so I know, and he knows. But anyway, so health minister, how?
The question has been asked. May you proceed to give the answer?
Mr. Chairman, it's a company, and I'm not the only director. And so there are other systems to make sure that the company will run. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, today, yes, you did BSc Mathematics and Statistics. So I know you will be able to take the necessary questions with tact. There is often held perception that when new government assume office, people from all manner of places approach the new government, and it leads to termination of contracts, frustration of businesses. I have some businessmen who have sent me a message. And because you are a private sector man, they want to know what will be your attitude towards those who would come to you and say, terminate this, investigate this, do that. You mentioned the ambulance thing, for instance. The way you see it may not be how it is. All right? And as a businessman, what that kind of attitude? Terminate, cancel, investigate, stop payment, don't pay, don't do this. What would be your attitude?
Please provide the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we all know that the private sector is the engine of growth. I am not prepared to capriciously terminate any contract. Mr. Chairman, as and when there is a need to inquire into it, I will do so.
Thank you
very much.
The drone services.
There is the need to inquire into it, I will do so.
The drone
Thank you very much.
The drone services, you've become aware of it. What steps would you take as a health minister to improve upon it?
Mr. Chairman, I personally have raised issues on the drone on the floor of the House. And when this committee approves me, I'll further inquire. In fact, let me provide some facts to the committee on the drone matter. The chairman, I have the Hansard committee approves me. I'll further inquire about the drone services. Mr. Chairman, again, let me provide some facts to
Honorable members, order.
Let me provide some facts to the committee on the drone matter. The chairman, I have the Hansard here. Let me first concede and admit that to the extent that the drone services is, extending and supplying essential medications to the hard-to-reach areas in this country is a fantastic idea. Mr. Chairman, as leaders of this country, we owe it as a duty to be candid with the good people of this country. When this particular issue was discussed on the floor of the House, Mr. Chairman, the idea was that they were not going to take money from the government coffers to pay the services of the drone. But Mr. Chairman, we are paying. And then I have seen some contract between Ghana government and when I come, I'll take my time and then investigate. As and when there's a need, we'll cooperate with them because they are doing a fantastic job in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kwamena, the last question, and then I would do few comments. Yes, when my chief whip is doing systems and policies, who am I? Your party has promised a children's hospital in Accra. You are aware?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What timeline should we expect?
Mr. Chairman, with respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, per our manifesto, we have promised free primary health care. And we are going to ensure that primary health care is free. Mr. Chairman, we have also promised that we are going to establish a fund called Mahama Care.
Honorable members, let's have some order to listen to the answer.
The street, you say health insurance, they say Kufo. When you hear free SHS, they say Akufo-Addo.
To take care of chronic diseases. The Chairman, it is our determination to make sure that Ghana becomes pharmaceutical hub. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, there is nothing further to add. We want to assure you that we're not taking a vote on you. We, outside, would support our friends to pass you by consensus. We are done. And Chairman, take note that we spent less than 30 minutes on this nominee. I spent, no, it's important. It's important. One good turn deserves another. We spent less than 30 minutes. I asked him only 3 key questions and we've discharged him. So don't complain if we spend more time on another. Don't.
Honourable members, the indication from my right side is that I should have the opportunity to conclude. Honourable members, in conclusion, I acknowledge our revered guests behind the nominee giving him the moral support. Honourable members, the indication from my right side is that I should have the opportunity to conclude. Honourable members, in conclusion, I acknowledge our revered guest behind the nominee, giving him the moral support. Nkrumah. Then we have Nana Bochi Ababio, the father of the nominee. Nana Ofuri Ahinkan II, Serhi Boinzan Hini, and Kronti Hini of Serhi. We are so traditional council. We also have Nana Arema II, Chief of Joaboso, Chief of Bodi. We have Nana Kwesi Eduhini I, Chief of Jenasi. We have Alhaji Hafiz Adam, Chief Director, Ministry of Health. We have Dr. Richard Salome, General Secretary, Ghana Medical Association. And we have Dr. Eric Kofi Njedu, Chief Executive Officer, Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, and Dean of the Chief Executives of Teaching Hospitals. We have Daniel Amanin Dankwa, Registrar Pharmacy Council. Then we have Nana Edu Kwesi, Chief of Survey, and Tobia. We have Michael Edu, NDC Regional Chairman, Western Region. You are all welcome. Well, Western North Region, sorry. Honorable members, I have the pleasure of asking him a question, but I do not have a question for him. He sits so close to me. I know his competencies, and I believed he would deliver. We've seen his potentials as a ranking member on Health Committee. So congratulations on your nominations. You will hear from the committee and you are accordingly discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, before our next guest, we'll take a short break. We won't leave the committee room, but we'll request that those who are not members of the committee should humbly leave the committee room, and the committee will do a short discussion on some issues. And this should include the media. Please, we promise not to be long, and we'll call you back when we are done. Thank you.
An in-camera meeting, and this was after they did some 30 minutes of vetting of the Honorable Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, former Deputy Minister, now nominated to be the Minister for Health, who has been the spokesperson, key spokesperson of the NDC on health matters. And I'm in studio. My name is Umaru Sandamado, in studio with Bernard Kokwavle and Sami Wiafi. We are live on Channel 1 TV and also 97.3 CTFM. Bernard, Sami, you're welcome.
Thank you, Bernard.
Bernard, Akando, we know him. He's been running around, going to uncompleted health projects with the media, talking about the lift not working in Kolebu. He's going to the health ministry. But I think they were asking him more questions about his business, private business that...
You know, I think this whole vetting is turned into a charade, honestly. Like, unless I don't understand what the vetting is supposed to be, it seems to me the committee have predetermined in their mind who they will pass before the person comes. Linda Oklu came, they didn't ask her any questions, she went through. This is a non-doctor coming to run a health sector. We are not saying he's not competent. What is the purpose of vetting? You spend 5 hours vetting a ranking member of the telco committee who's been advocating in that sector for years and grilled him on everything he said for the past 4 or 5 years. Now you have Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, you say he's your friend and therefore you should go. Seriously. So why are we even wasting our time? Yeah, so it's almost like the committee, if we know you and we like you, you can go. If you are somebody who does something we don't like, we'll spend the whole day vetting you. And I'm asking myself, is that really what the purpose of the vetting is?
When they say we know you, you are here with us, it presupposes that the person is an MP. But all the people who have been coming before them
No, they
are
say
MPs.
it is just, look, for me, the committee is in danger of being seen as the worst vetting committee since the Fourth Republic started. And I'm sorry to say this. The whole thing is, and particularly after what happened yesterday, you see,
you have to redeem yourself.
You have to redeem yourself. And when you came in the first time, the minority came with some
giddy.
And we had to go off for you to settle that. Then you come and just do this perfunctory checking the box kind of thing with a nominee going to oversee our health. We have a cholera problem in the central region and other parts of the country. You have CSM in the northern parts of the country. And then you come and vet somebody for less than 30 minutes and ask him one question on NHIS and then tell him that you go.
You have a promise to build 111 hospitals, which would change the landscape of our health infrastructure. You haven't tested what the plan for those projects are. First of all, a lot of them you said you didn't get land. How about those you got land? I would want to hear this new minister, what would you do with the Agenda 111? So the former administration said this is what they were going to do. Are you going to continue? If you're continuing, what is the plan? Are you going to get some source of funding for these hospitals, for instance? What will be your approach? In the future, we've seen what has happened with COVID. When COVID came, we clearly realized that our health infrastructure was weak. What would you do differently? The levies that we pay at the port, the COVID levy
Exodus of health professionals from the country.
Exodus of health professionals is huge.
For me, it's not that, look, this is for me, it's sad that we spend a lot of money and airtime to watch this. And I think the committee and the MPs have their own, it's almost like a club. Now, what I'll say to them is that they shouldn't think that because they know themselves and they understand each other, the people of Ghana are not watching. People have paid the price for us to get here.
That's true.
Health is a very important sector. Are they saying they didn't know casualty forcing? Did they vet him for almost 4 hours?
They did.
Are they saying they didn't know John Jinapo?
They did. Sam George.
So why are they all of a sudden now telling us, as for our side, we'll take you? I think Afenyo-Markin should be careful.
And telling us to take note that this was a very short interview. What's the point?
Our side have decided that we will pass you without a vote. So it means that for somebody, why did predetermine what we will do?
I see.
So why are you even asking them questions?
Sammy, let me bring you in before because I have a lot of
the whole thing is just
it's just surprising because you have a nominee who's made a lot of noise when he was in opposition as a ranking member on health. There are issues, critical issues. You can ask him. Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, led some committee members to go to Kolebu for the kidney thing. I didn't hear any question about
dialysis. Where you have an NHIS boss who has handed over
and the previous government announced that it's going to be free dialysis.
Yes.
None of the committee members asked him about how they are going to continue or even change the plan or even have their own policies and plans as far as the dialysis issue is concerned. No. And Akando went to Kolebu there to go and check this whole dialysis and nobody could ask him any question about it.
Sammy, nurses in this country would finish school and they will not be posted for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. They are just in the house. We train them.
And they go pick it at the finance ministry all the time.
Sammy, I have a colleague whom I finished secondary school with, and I finished secondary school in the year 2006. He went to Cuba on government scholarship to be a doctor. This gentleman has been walking around Accra since he came back. He's still not a practicing doctor. The reason is that they have some exams they have to write. And that exam, I don't even understand this thing. And yet we need doctors. You have said you're going to run a 24-hour economy. There's already a 24-hour service in our hospitals already. And yet when you go to hospitals after 6 p.m., everything shuts down. Should we not use the hospital system to run these things? We have an issue of no bed syndrome. We have sat on our platforms and talked about no bed syndrome. We have talked about the health infrastructure that has been put in place. The health insurance has had a number of issues. This man is going to supervise all these areas. He comes before you and you say that, oh, yeah, it's okay, you can go.
30 minutes is okay. And it should be on record that we've done it for only 30 minutes.
In fact, if we should even play back. Last night when Kofi Adams came before them, sports minister, I thought there were a lot of things they needed to deal with him. They did not. The man who is going to be our minister for transport, we have an airport rotting at Ho where rodents are playing chaskili. There's a promise to build an airport in Cape Coast. We don't know what the policy of this, but there's a plan to build an airport in Boko. Let's hear from that. How are we doing water transport? What is the plan with water transport? What is the plan with GAPTI, Greater Accra Transport something?
I think even the transport minister was given a fairly reasonable vetting. Probably a few questions were asked, but I think that what's going on is politics is being played out in the name of governance. So people are using our vetting to basically settle their personal political scores and to grandstand to position themselves for the next 4 years. And we are covering it as a vetting. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Because you cannot tell me that health sector, one of the sector that touches...
Let me cut you. Let me cut you and go back to the House of Parliament. The minority side is doing a press conference. I'm not sure what issues they are raising. Let's hear them.
Men of the media.
Let's show our beautiful face. I don't cover.
This morning, we, the minority caucus, have a good reason to bring to your attention and that of the Ghanaian public some growing concerns about the ongoing vetting process of President Mahamad's ministerial nominees. To begin with, it is now a known fact that we have, at the risk of criticism from our own party and supporters, elected to expedite the vetting process for the new administration. We took this decision because we believe it is better for the president to have his ministers in place early rather than leave the ministries to civil servants to run. And pursuant to this decision, we have even dispensed with the convention to advertise and invite memos for at least 14 days ahead of the appointment committee's public hearing. We have cooperated with the majority side extensively and have even been criticized for not conducting detailed inquisition into matters concerning some of the president's nominees. Despite this, we are beginning to observe attempts by the majority to force through some nominees and railroad them through a rubber stamp process. We are also beginning to observe a breakdown of security, law and order within the precincts of Parliament, and especially last night at the committee room by some NDC tax. These tax were hired, organized and brought in to come and intimidate minority. But let me tell the NDC, we are few, but we are a mighty few. We are firm in our conviction, we are determined, and we shall never surrender to their intimidation. Indeed, yesterday night, we saw verbal attacks on us, and it took the vigilance of the police to escort us out of the chamber. We commend the police for what they did last night in ensuring law and order, and we urge them to continue their good work. We are also concerned about the attempt by the majority to disregard pre-sitting agreement on a number of nominees to appear before the appointment committee. Indeed, this is what led to last night's situation. Yesterday, there was an agreement to have only 3 nominees for the day. They later changed it to 4. We agreed, and later requested for a 5th nominee, only to realize that after the 5th nominee, the NDC had smuggled Mr. Okudzeto Ablakwa into the committee room. He came fully dressed with his wife and other family members, and he was forcing his way to take his seat. Not only him, there were other regional minister nominees who had not been programmed, but they had forced them into the committee sitting room. Their plan was to use their so-called supermajority to intimidate us. The NDC must know here and now that they won an election, and that election they won, they are to govern together with us. We will not allow them to use their so-called majority to force their way. It won't happen. In fact, we are not going to boycott any proceedings. Boycott is not part of us. At all. We will stay in and protest, and they will not have their way. But I want to assure them that because we have been in government before and we know governance, we will not obstruct government business. We are further concerned about the breakdown of security within the precinct of Parliament and the way strangers feel emboldened. NDC, know that Parliament is not an extension of your party offices where you allow vandalism. You bring your party foot soldiers here to cause confusion. If today you are unleashing them on us, tomorrow when these boys are hungry and angry, they will come after you. It's not a prophecy. It's a... We cannot be intimidated even as we perform our legitimate constitutional mandate. And we caution the parliamentary service led by the clerk to Parliament and his able marshal to urgently step up security within the precinct of Parliament and protect the minority to enable us do our work. It will be an eyesore to witness supporters of the minority also invade Parliament House to provide security for our side. Our members are asking us questions, but we keep assuring them that we are a party of law and order. We believe in the police, and we know the police can do a good job. We are fortified by the conventions of the House, which have provided ranking members of committee the opportunity to inquire deeply into every nominee of the president without limit to questions. Since 1993, ranking members have always been given an unlimited opportunity. Why is it that when it gets to Afenyo-Markin, the NDC would want to frustrate the process? In any event, it is not every nominee that I question. This morning, the nominee for Ministry of Health, we spent only 30 minutes. So the nominees themselves should know that they are now coming into public office. Their conduct, their humility, their conduct would help matters. If you have a nominee who is so arrogant, so partisan, so disrespectful, so deceptive, so dishonest, you don't expect us to spend 5 minutes. Those who come and prepare well and know their brief and show us respect, we also reciprocate. Not those who would come and be insulting and abusing the Chief Justice of the Republic, the former president of the land, and you expect us to clap for them and take tea with them. We will not. I'm therefore cautioning the chair of the committee not to yield to those extremists who are pushing him to assert his authority because he's weak. The chair of the committee should know that we respect him. But I must also be quick to commend Honorable Mahama Ayariga. He has shown leadership. His diplomacy is at its all-time best. He's done well. His engagement, the transparency he has introduced, should it continue, would have a very peaceful parliament. How he engages us is the way to go in this parliament. But to my respected friend, Roxanne Eche Dafiamepo, if he thinks that he is still in opposition and he would be a bully, then he would meet his meter. Their friend Makpo has gained notoriety of shouting, yelling, undermining his own chairman, interrupting proceedings, undermining his own majority leader, and he describes himself as the avant-garde of the government. Really, is he the first majority chief whip? The majority chief whip role is to be a key negotiator. He should be a diplomat in the chamber. His job is not to fight. If he did so successfully in opposition, now he is in government. So President Mahama and his government may have to rethink their choice of Roxanne Eche Dafiamepo as their majority chief whip. Throughout the approval process, the NDC has never marshaled its numbers in the chamber. They claim that they are a majority. Every single day we come into the chamber, we count them. The average number they have ever had in the chamber has been 92. It's only on one occasion that they had 104. So it has always taken our side to add up to their side to make the number to take government business through. So they should be humble enough to cooperate than that attempt to bully us. It will not happen. We would urge them to continue to respect the conventions and arrangements associated with the process of vetting. And if they do so, we'll cooperate with them. Now the clerk to the committee. This clerk to the committee has shown her colors that she is of the NDC stock. We are going to officially write to the clerk to Parliament to withdraw this lady from the appointment committee. And that lady must either resign as a parliamentary staff or change her posture without delay. When we were in government, this same clerk will insist that the minority must have its say, read through reports before it is signed by the chair. This same clerk today will advertise those who have been scheduled for vetting at midnight without notice to us as minority. Report gets signed, and the first time the minority will see the report will be on the floor. The practice has been that I would see the draft, go through, share my concerns before it is signed. But on a number of occasions, I try to engage quietly to resolve these things. Not even once has this NDC clerk brought a report to my attention. This morning, after all her numerous sins, she committed another grave sin this morning again. We were in Parliament as early as 8 o'clock to have our caucus meeting. When we were done, the majority chief whip reached out to the chief whip of our caucus that they wanted us to have a meeting. We agreed to the meeting. They said they were waiting for the majority leader. Indeed, the majority leader himself called me that he was on his way and that the meeting should be held in his office. Whilst waiting, we now saw the NDC caucus commencing the vetting. And this same clerk, without reaching out to us, administered the oath. What an irresponsible clerk we have. What an unprofessional clerk we have. What a partisan clerk we have. She must be ashamed of herself and ashamed of her profession as a parliamentary service staff. We will not spare her. We will go all out to deal with her in accordance with law if she will not change. Our parliament boasts of mature conventions and practices, and this we have navigated all these years. We would urge our colleagues one more time to cooperate with us. We want to assure the people of Ghana that we are acting in good faith. We want to support the government and be constructive, but will not allow ourselves to be bullied. We are the mighty few.
Mighty minority. Mighty minority.
We are the mighty few. We will not surrender. We will not give up. And we know that God willing, fortune will smile at us come 2028. We are the new.
We are the new
patriotic
party.
We are the new.
We are the new patriotic party.
The elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. We shall win.
We shall win.
We shall win to save Ghana. To save Ghana. We shall win.
We shall win
to save Ghana. The elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. Oh, the elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. Eshi, 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 Radu, Radu, Radu. Kukrudu. Eshi, 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 Radu, Radu, Radu. Assassini, eya body de mayen, mojana nananu shegu editu ho mayen. Edomene wososo, sayebe yibiatraso, nimbiatraso gozo kaninya pese minkunya. Eduyembre muramaya sasivu do atuse. Omanu seriyo, omanu seriyo. Eyesena ose, omafo braneche. Omanu seriyo, omanu seriyo. Eyesena ose, omafo braneche. Thank you very much. No questions. Sorry about that. One of our colleagues will do the Fanti or the Tree version. I'll continue my work at the vetting. The press statement is here, and then you can have it. Thank you so much.
Well, that was not a rally of the NPP you were watching. That was in the House of Parliament, where Minority Leader Alexander Afenyo-Markin led his team to deliver or give a press statement or press conference where they essentially went very hard on the clerk to the Committee on Appointments. We were told earlier by the chairman that there was going to be a short break that they were going to embark on to deal with their own in-house matters. behind closed doors. And now we've seen this press conference by the minority side. We would not know if it was after the meeting and what the position is. But gentlemen in studio, while we're watching, one thing that was running across the table was he didn't comment about what happened last night, or maybe to apologize about it.
He actually did, but he did not apologize. I don't know if the apology of the chair was for all of them, but I really don't know. As I've said, for me, this politics. Look, a vetting is an opportunity to also send a signal to your supporters, to the nation, to leadership that you can do the job. So everybody's taking their position. All right.
When you spoke to Jerry Ahmed Shaib this morning, he's a whip. Did he? Okay, so we saw the distraction happening. Did he say there's going to be action, or is happened, is gone? We will waste our money to repair those things.
No, he apologized for what happened and said that, of course, try to explain why he was there and what the sequence from his point of view was. But I put it to him that people would expect that they pay for this. And he sort of agreed that if the speaker takes action, they will have to comply. And we are told that the speaker has the power to take some action. But this is the minority side also giving their version of what happened yesterday. And for example, he's saying that there were thugs. Jerry didn't say that in my interview with him, but Afenyo-Markin saying there were thugs from some side coming in to cause disruption and all of this. I think what he should have done, at least for myself, to say, look, they apologized for the scenes from yesterday before even proceeding. But it seems to me as if the politics of the moment and the pressure both sides are getting from their following is pushing the leadership to really take actions that they may regret on both sides.
I find it strange that this is happening, because see, if it was a 37-37, it would make sense that we are seeing this. But honestly, if it comes to the raw numbers, I don't see how any nominee can be rejected because they are going to vote. And so I don't really get this standoff that is happening, and it's happening too early in the parliament.
Which is why the NDC supporters are angry with Mr. Ahiafo and somehow their leadership. They feel they are allowing the minority to have too much room because they are a small minority. And the minority is saying that, look, in 97, the minority was a small minority, but it was a formidable minority. And as Afenyo-Markin keeps referring to J.H. Mensah, keeps referring to Bagman in opposition in 2000 as well. So this, in my view, is a explains the advantage of the minority leadership to their base. But the majority and the leadership on the right side are feeling the pinch because their supporters are like, how can you have 184 or 187 and be allowing Afenyo-Markin to accuse the guy for three hours? But they forget that the unlimited time is a convention. Okay, I think the posture of Ayaga is going to help eventually to calm things down because everybody seems to trust him. Jerry Ahmed Shaibu spoke about him. Afenyo-Markin has conceded that Ayaga has some leadership skills that are coming to the fore. He may have to be a bit more forthright. Yesterday, when he gave the 6-minute speech, he also said that the way the vetting was going needs to be changed if this is not to be repeated. So I think, and don't forget, when we talk of leadership of parliament, it's the majority leader who is the leader of the house. So his house is on fire, but he's still cool. Let's hope he's able to steer the ship to get everybody on board so that they can actually do the work they've been put there to do.
Sami, we saw the first attack on Parliament in January 2021. A number of things happened, and I was in the chamber that day. Not in the chamber, but I was there covering. And we saw military men enter the chamber. We saw the fighting that happened in the chamber during the election. We saw the destruction of electoral material. We saw the fisticuffs that were exchanged. Nothing happened. No one was invited to the police station to answer any question. No internal committee was set up to investigate. And so that becomes a precedent for yesterday. Do you think that we should go outside Parliament to have this thing? I know that Parliament MPs have immunity and all of those things. But can't the state say that we saw you destroying property, we saw you break a table, that is state property and you've destroyed it, so we are going to prosecute you, right to the speaker and say, person A, person B, person C, we saw you doing A, B, C, D. Do you think that we should go outside Parliament, let the police investigate and prosecute Attorney General's department, or because the political class is just one, we should just let it slide?
There's a political class, and as you said, and nothing is going to happen. On January 2021, we also saw some distraction. Ballots, that electoral commission was destroyed.
Chewing of papers.
And nothing happened. And this is one of their own. It happened with Dean the premises of Parliament, and it was done by one of their own. So I'm not sure there's going to be any action to be taken as far as the person who destroyed it is concerned. Secondly, there are many who have said that it's important that this particular appointment committee is dissolved. And I think I agree with those making those arguments. Let me tell you, Asanda. Now, the only functioning committee in Parliament is just the appointment committee.
And the business committee.
And the other committees are not working. Sanda,
have not been set up.
Have not been set up, yes. Thank you. Sanda, what happened last night? It nearly repeated this morning.
Yep.
Nearly. And I am predicting, not a prophet of doom, that today or tomorrow or the next set of vetting, we may get a repetition of it. Because some individuals or members of the committee want to use this thing to settle personal scores. And the other party or the other side do not wish or do not want to go that way. So if you dissolve this committee and form a new set of committee, it will help. Secondly, the practice of allowing...
But when you dissolve the committee...
I'm coming. Okay. Dissolve this particular...
Who is going to do that resolution?
Speaker can do that.
For what?
Speaker can do that.
They just do their work.
So every committee is a speaker's committee.
But are you saying that they are fighting because of the members of the committee? It's the posture of the parties. So even if you put somebody there, and there are people on the committee who are there by virtue of their position.
It's the committee members who are orchestrating this.
You can't dissolve this committee because, by law, the chairman is the first deputy speaker.
Yes.
The vice chair is the majority leader. The deputy majority leader. Yeah. The ranking member is the minority leader. Yeah. The deputy. So it's set in stone unless the parties change their leadership. I don't see how
the standing orders of the House set up this particular committee, and they tell us their rules and everything. But the speaker can intervene.
No, he cannot. Hold on.
The things you are wasting your time. Yeah. I think what he should do is to get the people. See, the only thing that can change if the majority or minority change their leadership. But even that, see, the true problem is the party people are putting pressure on their parliamentarians to put up a show, which is affecting common sense and reason. That's what we are seeing. So it's not, if you even put Samiri Afi or somebody there,
the pressure will come on you.
Go on Facebook and see what both sides are saying about yesterday. That's what is happening. And that's why one of them said the Hawks. And you see, even yesterday, the chair was trying to even guide a nominee that, look, stick to even today. Yeah. He said stick to the question, because you see, when you are asked a question, sometimes the way you answer it will call for more questions. So you notice that the chair was trying to even tell the nominee, even today he said it to Akando. Yeah. He said, bro, keep to the question answer, because if you go somewhere, they'll also go somewhere. Follow you. He knows the game. It's unfortunate we are spending our airtime and taxpayers' money to watch basically basic politics playing out as a ruse for a vetting process, which really they've already premeditated who they will take.
I just want to get something. We've heard Speaker Bagbin speak 2 days ago. Yes. He wasn't happy with what his committee has done. What do you think Bagbin can or should do to this committee and about this committee?
I think because he's giving them warnings twice. And you see, they cannot tell me that what they are doing, he doesn't know. He knows what they are doing.
Yeah, he knows.
He's been minority leader majority. He knows. And he knows they are playing politics. Yeah. Which is why he specifically read a statement that the appointments committee, if they don't behave well, they are bringing parliament into disrepute. And Speaker Bagbin has gotten to a point where he is very concerned about the image of parliament. I think he will take a very serious view of what they did. If the videos are shown to him, you know Speaker Bagbin, he will read a statement and reprimand them and possibly set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the people who were found in the video and punish them. Because the apology they gave doesn't seem as if they even believe in the apology. Because 2 minutes after the apology, they went back to the same thing. Same thing. You get it? So I think the speaker should put his foot down, call them to order. I'm not sure the route you are proposing is the way to go.
But it's one of them. It is one of the ways you can deal. It is one of the ways you can deal with it.
So dissolve the group.
Dissolve the committee. Secondly, bringing those friends of the committee, those people, should also be stopped.
But they are experts.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point.
Okay, go ahead.
Bringing friends of the committee. If they have any questions they want to be asked, they can send to the committee members who the speaker will put together as the new committee to ask those questions on their behalf. We sat here, and then when education minister was being vetted, they brought in a former minister. We were expecting to see some proper questions. But it was Nyama. It was Nyama.
Yusuf did the same thing.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yusuf Mustafa did the same thing last night.
I know where you are going, but see, every team have their strategy. I actually thought that was a good strategy to bring a subject matter expert who, because of their lived experience in the sector, it's actually for a governance purpose.
Is that what we saw, or is that what we are seeing?
So on paper, it seemed good.
All right.
That was a minority strategy, but as you are seeing, it's not really leading to any progress.
Samuel, I will come for the third point. Let me go to the corridors of the committee room where the vetting is happening. And let me just say that earlier we inadvertently said the vetting was happening in the speaker's meeting room. That's not where it's not happening. It's happening at the same place that you saw it happen the past few days, the same place where the tables were overturned, the same place. I'm sure either I got a carpenter to quickly come and fix the 3 legs of that table, or they brought a new table. Charles Osukumi has been following the proceedings for us. He's on the corridor of the committee room. He's joining us. Charles, so we've seen the minority leader go and do a press conference. Earlier, the chairman said to us that they were going to have a meeting. Where are we at now?
Well, Sander, that meeting is currently ongoing. That crunch meeting, which the chairman talked about, is currently ongoing in the committee room. I'm currently standing on the lobby of that committee room. Now, like you said, the minority leader held a press conference earlier enumerating certain things that they are unhappy about, mentioned security, mentioned intimidation by the members of the majority, talked about the new majority chief whip, who he says is taking a posture that will not inure to the benefits of his government, gave him some pieces of advice, and they have now returned to join that meeting. Members of parliament are also still hanging around here on the lobby, including some supporters of the who are being here today. I've seen the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa and his wife. They are within the precincts of Parliament, waiting for their vetting to currently to begin in earnest. And then we're told they will decide on the other 2 who will be vetted today. We're told by some members on the minority that they have agreed to do 4 ministerial nominees today. The honorable member for Esikado Kentan is here with me. Prof, good to see you this morning. After everything that happened last night, we thought that the chairman issued an apology. Today's meeting would go on smoothly, but that wasn't the case.
Well, thank you so much. First, I want to say thank you to all the people of Iskadu Ketan, and also for bringing me here to Parliament. And I want to say thank you. What happened yesterday, I think, was rather unfortunate. It shouldn't have happened. The people of Ghana voted for us to come and help. There's a severe economic hardship in the country. People can't find 3 square meals a day. People can't pay school fees. Our infrastructure is crumbling. We don't have roads. Places in my constituency don't have public toilets. We don't have trash disposal or boiler disposal. Our markets, most of my towns don't have markets. So we have real issues on the ground. So what is happening here for me, it's rather unfortunate, and actually to me it's embarrassing. It shouldn't happen, and this is not why the people voted for us. Regardless of which side is right or which side is wrong, we are members of Parliament. We are honorable members of Parliament. So I expect that moving forward that we will conduct ourselves honorably and get the work of the people done. President Mahama has not been in power for only 3 weeks, I think, by now, and he needs his government in place and the government machinery moving. We have been tasked to vet these ministers so that they can go and get our job done. The work they're going to do is for us Ghanaians. So it's very imperative that we expedite the process and we let the people go and help the people of Ghana. That is why we are here. So whatever is happening, whatever the news conferences are, the fight, the destruction of public equipment, the words, the choice of words, the posturing, the arrogance, the disrespect, all of that I think should stop, so that we can do the work of the people that voted for us to be in this August House. So
you talked about members being honorable in their conduct. Does that mean that if the members of the minority have genuine issues, genuine concerns, they shouldn't voice them out?
I think that you are misconstruing what I said. The point I'm trying to make is that regardless of who's right, this is not a right or wrong answer, right side and wrong side. Regardless of who is, the people that are suffering are the Ghanaians. So it is Ghanaians who have voted for us to be here to help Ghanaians. So this matter is not whose side is right and which side is wrong. We, in this August House, we cannot even be intense partisanship. But you can hear from some of the questions that it's going very partisan. And I also see that there's an attempt to whitewash certain individuals. We all sat here in Ghana for 8 years and we saw what happened. So rewriting the history is not really going to help us. What we need is to get to the work of the people who voted for us to be here. People stood in the sun to get us here. Let us get the work of the people done. Let us get the government machinery moving. Let us implement some of our manifesto promises so that the people of Ghana will have the respite that they need. That's all there is to it. There is no good side and bad side. It's not NDC, NPP. It is not partisan. It is let us get these men and women that the president has nominated out to get the president's work done. He's here to reset the country that has been placed into severe bankruptcy. Ghanaians are suffering. We can't find food. Our water systems are at risk. We don't have adequate infrastructure. Our healthcare system, today it was about the health minister. Our healthcare system is in dire straits. Let us focus. Let's get the job done for the good people of Ghana so that they can get the relief that they need. So they are watching us and they are surprised. And Ghanaians are not asking who's right or who's wrong. Ghanaians are not asking who said what and who did what. All they are seeing is that all of us, it's kind of embarrassing to all of us. So I think that we need to tone it down. We need to get the work done and move the government machinery along so that Ghanaians will benefit from voting overwhelmingly for President John Dramani Mahama and also overwhelmingly for almost 188 NDC MPs to get the work done.
Thank you very much. For her, all the excesses do not matter. What matters is that the members of parliament together honorably to get these ministerial nominees vetted and eventually approved so they can go into those ministries and get the work done. The Honorable Minta Akando, the Minister Designate for Health, he has had his vetting this morning. That was quite brief, and you heard the minority leader say that because his vetting has been brief and the minority have cooperated with the majority side, they shouldn't complain when they take some time with other nominees. Yesterday, the Honorable Sam George's vetting went almost about 3 hours of questioning from just the minority leader. I see the former chairman of the NDC in the Greater Accra region, Chairman Ade Koka, here. You've been here quite frequently. Almost every vetting of these ministerial nominees, you are here.
Just been here for 2 days. Just 2 days, just yesterday and today. Okay. To observe, to support our boys, and today we are here because of Okudzeto. And so
we're here for Akando.
Akando of Okudzeto. So these are the last two guys that we've come to, and we are waiting for the session to start. And I hope we're not going to have the episode of yesterday where Sam was vetted for over 5 hours. I hope they have sat down to understand themselves, to see how they are going to really structure this thing so that we don't have to wait too long. Look at what is happening in the US. As we are having ours here, the US also are having this. So we should take a cue from best practices and make sure that we have a decent, instead of this acrimonious vetting, which is not good for the country. It doesn't send a good image of the country.
Yes, but if they have pertinent issues, if they have legitimate questions for the nominee, don't you think it's just right that they ask them?
Yeah, that is where they should stay. Legitimate and pertinent questions relevant to the job that you've been given to. That is it. Extraneous questioning. How many wives have you got? What's your personal account? How about your travel record? What does that got to do with that?
You don't think that it's important to know these things about somebody who will be in charge of a ministry? Minister?
No, has any corrupt charges been leveled against the person? You ask those questions if that person has been cited for some misdeed. But no, you are vetting the person for the portfolio that he has been. So yesterday, did they talk about digitalization? Nothing. So you should stay to the subject matter. That is why we are here, to see the competence of the person on the subject matter, not how many wives and children he's got. That's not the issue.
But what about words that have been uttered by some of these nominees? You don't think that they should hold them by their words?
On the political soapbox. If you are going to hold everybody to what was said on political soapbox, this country will go in flames.
So on a political platform, anybody can say whatever?
No, didn't the opposition, the MPP, when they were in government, what did they say? Some of them said they were not the government. Brana Champo, what did he say? Look, if you are going to go by what is said on the soapbox, there will be no government. That's not the issue. As for politics, we all say so many things that you shouldn't hold us to it. That's not the issue. The issue is Minister of Foreign Affairs. You should stick the person to Foreign Affairs. If there are one or two questions about something that you are not, you can ask, but you don't stretch it to the limit. And that is what is happening.
Thank you very much. Former NDC chairman for the Greater Accra region, Chairman Ade Koka. Now, this morning, we came in here, we're expecting the vetting to commence at 9 a.m. The members of the majority came in without those on the minority. The Honorable Habib, the MP for Tolon, the first deputy chief whip of the minority side, now raised quorum concerns, and then just after that the minority members came in and asked why they had gone on to begin the vetting process without them, and started even accusing the clerk of that committee of being unnecessarily partisan. That is what caused the delay of the vetting of the honorable nominee for health, the Honorable Kwamena Afenyo-Markin. Eventually, there was a small meeting that was held between the leaders, the chairman and the ranking, who is the minority leader, and then they agreed to go ahead with the vetting, and then the Honorable Afenyo-Markin's vetting took place in less than an hour. Now we're expecting that the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, who is here in Parliament, will also take the seats and go through the process. We're told that what is currently going on here inside the vetting room, the engagement between the leaders of the committee will then decide the other members, the other nominees who will be vetted today. Honorable Nogwe, how are you, sir?
I'm good. And you?
Is the Member of Parliament for Ashaiman. We've had Afenyo-Markin already. We're expecting Okudzeto Ablakwa. What are your expectations for today? I mean, having in mind what happened last night.
Well, I think what happened last night was very unfortunate that it happened, and we are sorry for what happened. But as the majority leader and the minority leader said earlier, there should be a cooperation, and I hope and pray that today we'll continue with that cooperation so that Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa will be vetted in a very harmonious way, so that at the end of the day we'll also have a foreign minister. I'm not expecting any chaos at this time. I'm expecting the leadership of the committee to come together and come to consensus of the modalities of the engagement. Because when you look at the whole vetting, what is making people furious is about giving unlimited chances, unlimited time to the minority leader to ask questions at behest of
we're told that that's something that's already been agreed upon between the leaders of the committee.
Well, it has.
Sorry for that breaking transmission from Parliament. We're bringing you coverage of, yet to continue committee sitting, appointments committee, but my colleague Charles Osukumi there speaking to the Member of Parliament for Ashaman, Ernest Nogbe. He's not a member of the committee, but he falls under the category of the people they call friends of the committee. I think that interview is back. Let me take you back to Charles Kumi in Parliament.
For Otafo is also here, the Honourable Vincent Eko Asifo. I see him on his phone. Hello, Honourable. I hope you're well, sir.
Thank you.
We've had Akando already. We're expecting Ablakwa. Having in mind what happened yesterday, what are the members of the public to expect from members of Parliament who will be seated here to do the bidding of the state?
We have a responsibility, first and foremost as a Ghanaian, to make sure that we do their bidding. In doing so, we expect decorous. In doing so, we expect some amount of respect, mutually, rightly so. We expect that the majority side will build consensus. We've shown
on Thursday night, we're live in Parliament as Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa is set to be vetted by the committee today. Also coming up, government to revoke all mining leases issued for activities in forest reserves under previous administration.
The Ghanaian people will have to be sure that the people that are going to represent them as ministers of state decisions that will be for the benefit of the Ghanaian people, and that is what we have to do for them. And so we hope that when they are done with the precedent meeting, whatever is agreed upon by the committee should be strictly adhered to. Without that, I think that we cannot have a headway.
Some people have raised concerns about the unlimited number of questions available to the minority leader. In your candid opinion, should a ranking member on the appointments committee have unlimited number of questions to the extent that he can go for 3 hours?
Fortunately for us, at the very same time that we are having this appointment committee vetting, the United States of America is also having their confirmation hearing. Yesterday, I was watching RFK Kennedy Jr. being appointed as the Secretary of Health to the United States. Even members of the appointment committee, I will say, do not have unfettered amount of questions to ask anyway, but they have a lot of time to digest the issues concerning the sector that you are going to lead. For Christ's sake, Minister of State, a Minister of a sector, and you think that we should not take our time to digest the issues? However, the convention has always been that since 1982, according to the orders of Parliament, that the ranking members have some amount of an unfettered access, an unlimited number of questions that they can ask any nominee. Last 4 years, you remember, Ken Ofori-Atta, the finance minister, was vetted as long as 2 days. I don't think it has ever happened in the history of this country. So why is it a problem that somebody is vetted for 4 hours and people are raising questions to it?
They're also raising questions about the questions that are being asked, personal questions.
You think that if you are going to represent the people of Ghana, personal questions as to your CV, your curriculum vitae that you have represented or you have presented to the committee should not be digested, to know that indeed whatever information that you are giving to us, that information is verifiable and that information is accurate. Is that what you are saying? Because I believe that you present to the people of Ghana a certain amount of information, and that information should be verifiable. That information should be verified to know that, for us to know that indeed, whatever you are presenting to the people of Ghana is actually true. There cannot be anything personal questions, because it is in your personal life that we can also be sure that giving you the state apparatus and the state space for you to make decisions on behalf of the Ghanaian people, you will not carry, if there is anything untoward in your personal life, you will not carry that into the public space. And that is what we have to do for the Ghanaian people. And I am saying that until the majority side understand that we need to build consensus and we need to agree on a number of things, unfortunately for us, we may not be able to make any headway.
Finally, I need you to promise the people of this country that what happened last night, the destruction of public property that happened here, I mean, you've received a lot of condemnation since last night, that it won't happen again.
I condemn it as well. It's unnecessary, it's unpatriotic, it's dishonorable. As we speak, I don't know who are those who actually did that, because I could see, watching the videos, that all sides were trying to, as it were, raise the table here and there, put a chair down and what have you. We should be able to engage meaningfully, respectfully, so that we can reach consensus. But in tree, yebu baby say, kuku ni jaya, kikake kana subede, ebe jai.
That's not assuring enough.
I'm just saying that I have condemned everything that has happened, but the other side should also show some amount of respect to the other side. Enti kuku ni jaya, kikake kana subede jai. You cannot elect to arrogate unto yourself some supernatural wisdom and intelligence over the other. You don't have it more than us. They cannot show that they have some amount of supernatural wisdom or intelligence more than us. That you come to a conclave, agree to a number of people that are supposed to be vetted, agree to modalities, then you want to vary that modality when you now come to the committee. Who allows you to do that? If you want to do that, you are arrogating unto yourself some supernatural intelligence, okay? And we will not allow you to do that. But if you accord us with the respect that both sides deserve, I don't think that we should have such a problem. Remember, during their time, they had to even boycott the vetting of Supreme Court judges. People were quiet in this country. I am not saying that that is the way to go.
But you are not boycotting any sittings.
We won't boycott anything on this appointment committee. We will stay to make sure that the right thing is done. You can see members of parliament here, both subject matter committee members. I am not a member of the appointment committee, but we are subject matter committee members, and at any point in time we swap. I am going to join the foreign affairs vetting, and so we have to be here to make sure that the right thing is done. And you can see all members of parliament, especially on the minority side, we are here to make sure that the right thing will be done. Nothing untoward will be allowed by the NDC.
Thank you very much. That was the Member of Parliament for Otafor, the Honourable Vincent Eko Asefwa. So, Sanda, that meeting is still in session. We're hoping that when they finally come to an agreement, they will now announce to us who are the other ministerial nominees that will be vetted today, in addition to the Honourable Minta Kando, who has just gone through his vetting for the ministerial portfolio of health, and then Okudzeto Ablakwa, who is currently in Parliament, also expecting to be vetted for the ministerial portfolio of foreign affairs.
This is Channel 1 Television. We are broadcasting from number 50 Lahansin Lane at Tesano in Accra. You just heard Charles Osukomi, our correspondent, covering for us the proceedings in Parliament. There was supposed to be a meeting of the Appointments Committee of the House, which committee's meeting or sitting last night ended on a rank-cross note. This morning, the committee resumed. I must say that already one nominee has been vetted, the Honourable Kwamena Afenyo-Markin. He is nominated as Minister for Health. He has been vetted and discharged. We're waiting for the next set of nominees to come through, particularly the man who has been named our chief envoy, Foreign Affairs Minister nominee, the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa. That is yet to happen, but before then, the chairman of the committee adjourned the sitting of the committee for a meeting that they were going to have. That meeting was happening when the Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin moved out to address the press, where he took issue with the clerk to the committee and raised a number of issues about the posturing of the clerk, whom he accuses of being partisan, particularly being an NDC member, and that they're going to write to the speaker to ask her to leave as clerk to the committee. So that's one of the major highlights that the Honorable Afenyo-Markin raised from that particular press conference. Subsequent to that, Charles Osunkomi has been moving around trying to speak to some of the MPs who are still around the corridors of the committee room. So that meeting is still ongoing before we will go into the vetting itself. But I'm here with my colleague Sami. Sami, you were saying that there should be a dissolution of the committee of appointments, and we explained to you better than I that the committee is set up in a way by law. You cannot necessarily dissolve it. If you want to dissolve it, so the speaker is the chairman of the committee known as Committee on Selections. That committee chooses members of the House to be on which committee. So for the speaker himself to chair that committee and for this decision to be made, for it to be reversed, a lot will be involved. It means that we have to remove Ahiafo as first deputy speaker, because he's chairing the committee by virtue of the fact that he's first deputy speaker. So I think it's very long. Maybe resetting the committee does not necessarily mean reshuffling the committee. I don't know.
Well, until I got those or that education from Bennett, I still believe and I still stand by my position that, speaker can intervene, if not dissolve at all. Speaker can intervene in whatever is happening at this particular committee, or if not anything at all, dissolve this particular committee for this particular vetting. And then after the vetting, maybe you may want to set up another committee, because the disruption and the things that we are seeing, currently underway under this particular committee, we are still going to say it, because remember, we are still going to vet deputy ministers, and this same committee is going to do that particular job. And so we should critically look at this composition of this committee, and if there's a need for speaker to change some members on the committee and bring other members who will help, address these issues currently confronting us.
But it wasn't all the members of the committee who were, it was just a few who were doing, in fact, it was just the minority side that was engaging in what we saw. They started by carrying chairs, and I'm going to look for that video so that we can show it again. And it was, funny enough, it was orchestrated and led by the whip on the side, then Sawama Dweji, member of parliament, who's already been in the news the past few days, the Honorable Frankano Dompre, where they carried their chairs and put them on the table to prevent the vetting of Kwamena Afenyo-Markin. And then that was the trigger. And then the next thing we saw pushing and pulling.
I feel there's too much chaos in our politics, and we are seeing that in Parliament. There's too much mistrust in our politics, and that's what we are seeing in Parliament. And I'll explain why I'm saying so. Let me talk about the mistrust aspect. This is a committee, supposed to be a united committee to deal with a subject matter. And then, when we all expect you to speak in one language, it is different. I'll give you a classical example. When Bakama Wovomo,
Oliver Bakavomo.
I've always not got his name.
Don't behave like Katie Hammond.
Oliver made some statements about this committee and ran everybody on this committee down and made serious allegations against this committee. When he was called before the committee, we saw some committee members try to defend him. We saw some committee members saying that this is not the right committee to listen to the gentleman. Their committee members have agreed to invite him.
Yeah, you cannot be the judge in your own cause.
Sandra, but when the invitation was done, or being done, or in the process, they were not aware. The chairman didn't inform all of them that they are going to invite this gentleman to come and prove the allegations he has made against this same committee. You are not even united to deal with this particular gentleman who has made serious allegations against this committee. You are not united in that respect. Secondly, you all agree that you are going to vet somebody, at this particular time and this other, and then when the nominee comes before you, there's disagreements. And I was singing out Honorable Nelson Dafiamepo. I'm not just, hitting on him or something. But I feel that ever since he was appointed as majority chief whip, he's been very disruptive.
Disruptive?
Yes.
He's been whipping his people into line and protecting the nominees.
I agree. At a point in time, he said that he's getting calls. And there's pressure on him to do certain things right. Now, if you are getting calls, it means there's an external force somewhere putting pressure on you to do certain things and be disruptive. When he was just a member of the committee, when the committee started, at a point he comes in with a point of order or comes in to interpret the constitution or the law. But ever
Not
since
interpret, but come on a point of law.
A point of law. Thank you, Council.
No, you can't interpret the constitution sitting in the committee, but continue.
Thank you, Council. He comes in with a point of order, I'll put it that way. But ever since his appointment or elevation, he's been very disruptive, and that's my description of him. He's been very, very, very disruptive. Yesterday, for instance, we saw him on TV in a fight with a colleague member of parliament.
Yes, he was
holding each other.
He was trying to say, you see, Sami, what I thought, walkouts are part of parliamentary processes and proceedings. You MPP MPs, you said you don't want to be part of the vetting last night. Either you were tired or I don't know why. I thought you should have walked out. But why would you insist that you won't walk out? You won't walk out. You won't let the thing happen. The people want to do their thing and you stay there and disrupt everything.
The minority MPs have said that there was an agreement to vet 3 people for the day. And then they agreed to do 4. And then they agreed to do 5. And then 6. At a point in time, they were surprised that other nominees were coming in or attempting to enter the vetting room when they have not been listed to be vetted for that night. Sandra, how can you vet 8 people in a day?
Because you spend 5 hours on one person.
Too much. Vetting 8 people in a day. At most or maximum, you can do 3 or 4. But you want to do 8. As at 10:30 p.m., you still want to vet an individual or a nominee. Is it not too much work when you have the following day to do that? They always tell us that they are the masters of their own game. They are the masters of their own rules. So they can't defer some of this vetting to the next day, which is the next morning, which is today. When Kwamena Afenyo-Markin came in today, they are shabo, they are done. Within 30 minutes, they are now waiting for the next nominee. And now they are into a meeting. So if they say they are masters of their own game and they can defer, vetting any day, anytime, then we should allow them to do that. Why do you want to vet 8 people in a day? And do you expect quality questions to be asked? Now already we see some of the committee members not even ask questions.
Sami,
come there and come and praise nominees. Honorable, we know you can do the job. Take care of yourself. God bless you. Bye-bye.
So that typically happens from the NDC majority side, because you don't expect, and someone was mentioning when we were on break, in fact it was Zafwa mentioning that he was watching the US,
and I've been following it very keenly.
They're doing the
same
thing too.
I've been following keenly
the questions that are coming through, the tough ones, some are coming from even the Republicans themselves.
I happen to watch the Secretary of Defense, the former Fox news guy. Sandra, it was fire. It was fire. I think it took like 4 or 5 hours
from his own people
his own Republican, party members asking him tough questions, very, very tough questions. But here in our case, we rather sing praising. People are praising you, even to the extent that some are not even vetted. They come and sit before the committee and they, Charlie.
You see, so perhaps we have to do something about the work of the committee. But they would also tell you that there are sometimes the MPs come there and they are tense, or the nominees come and they are tensed. So you have to lighten up the mood. And you've been hearing that a lot of the times. Let's lighten up the mood.
Is that their job?
Let's prepare you so that you can deliver properly. If you come and you are too tensed, maybe let's just tell you to sing the Methodist hymn or something, or tell you to talk about your favorite food or favorite, your hobbies. That would lighten up the mood, and then that way you can be prepared. We do that. As an interviewer, I know that there are times an interviewee will come into the studio very tense. You want to engage them off, and it is a 101 on interviewing. Engage them off record before you go on air. And even on air, you start from a slower end, and then you build up. So maybe that's what they're doing. However, where the questions are becoming similar to cross-examination. No one is saying, Alex Afenyo-Markin is saying that since 93, all ranking members have been allowed to ask as many questions as they can, and that why should he not be allowed? I think it's okay for you to ask the questions, but at the end of the day, people are watching and they are questioning. What is the point of all of this? There are some of the questions that you'll be wondering, what exactly is the point? What exactly is the point? Yeah. And I think Sam George asked one of those questions last night. What is the point of my private schooling that I went to school? I've gone to pay school fees. You want me to tell you how much I paid the school fees, where I got my money from to pay my school fees? Maybe there's some information. And again, as an interviewer, you do know that when we ask questions, we already have an expected answer before we ask. Maybe there are some answers that Afenyo-Markin was expecting from Sam George, for which reason he asked these things. And maybe when we see the full report, the reasons for those questions would come up. But you are pressing the guy about coming from Yilo Krobo, or Manya Krobo, or Odumasi Krobo, and asking whether Odumasi Krobo and Somanya are the same. I mean, some of these things you should have, if you have a fact, then you can put to the person that, oh, I put it to you that it is not true. The issue about who was sitting on the panel of the LGBTQ, you should be able to say to us that you have told a lie about A, B, C, D or something. Then that will become a perjury, for which reason you can say that the person has to be punished. But
I'm not sure you also disagree with people who say that statements you've made in the past should not be, revisited on you.
No, they should be revisited.
It should be.
They should be revisited. But except that, you see,
when you look at Penyo's questions, these were things Sam George has said in the past. These were things Sam George has written on his Facebook wall or social media handles. Yeah. And so if you come before us and you are going to run a public office, I am sure these questions should come to you. I agree that these questions should be posed to you, whether you make those statements, whether you still stand by them, or you've changed your position. But then from what happened yesterday, it looks like Mr. George agrees with almost everything that he said, and he has never changed. The bit that I was a bit surprised was how he came very hard on the Chief Justice and still said he still stands by those statements. Now we have three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. Some happens to or belongs to the two, which is the legislature and the executive. Now, if you as a Minister of State, if Parliament should agree or approve to your nomination and become a Minister of State, I'm sure in your line of work you will come, across the Chief Justice one way or the other.
Sammy, yesterday, if you were a referee and you were to score Sam George versus Afenyo-Markin on the point of 10, how many would you give to Afenyo and how many would you give to Sam George?
I think I'll give Sam George 7.
So it means that Sam George won.
Yes.
So you see, so what's the point?
Hold on,
listen, you see, Sammy, you have to know your interviewee. As an interviewer, when I'm going to interview anybody, I try to know them before they come. Sam George is the class prefect of the Stubborn Academy. He's not going to come to your committee and come and make concessions. So you ended up giving him opportunity to repeat statements that you thought were not right. And he happily read them. See how he read the post, the Facebook post. Because he said, I stand by them. I have a lion emoji in there, a fire, something, Ghana flag, and things. You don't expect Sam George to make concessions. You played videos of him talking about the former vice president. Yeah. I'm saying that the Honorable Alex Afenyo-Markin tried to have Sam George make concessions to some statements he made and possibly withdraw. He ended up giving him an opportunity to repeat the statements he made, which statement that Alex Afenyo-Markin thought were not properly said. Now, in defamation, we are told that the repetition of a defamatory comment constitutes fresh defamation. If you thought that Sam George's comments were defamatory, you even gave him an opportunity now under privilege, because the defense in defamation is privilege. So where he was sitting yesterday, whatever he said there, unless he perjured himself, could be construed to mean he was making a comment under privilege. And I'm saying that I thought that back and forth, I have seen it before, don't forget. The Honorable Muntaka Mubarak and the Honorable Chemantie Ejaku, they had a marathon on when Ejaku was nominated. I remember that. As energy minister. It was a long one, and I mean, it was tough. But there was a point it was going to. When Martin Amidu appeared as special prosecutor, it was almost like the whole committee came and they were all, back and forth. I remember all of that. But I'm saying that what happened with Sam George yesterday, at the end of the day, Nikrakran is saying, where have you ended? And if it is Sam George winning the day over you, Afenyo-Markin, then what's the point?
Maybe Afenyo-Markin wanted to establish something.
That's what I'm saying. That when we see the full report, when we see the full report, then we'll know what he was driving
establish something.
But the thing about Odumase Krobo.
No,
I'm not sure that's the only thing he wanted to really establish.
For me, sorry to cut in. I think for me, there are fundamental issues around consistency and character that sometimes these veterans bring out. All right. So maybe they have, for example, he mentioned that you were part of TESCON, and he says no. Then he spoke about a briefing on national security. So you're trying to maybe establish some validity. I agree with you when you say that it didn't really benefit us because he didn't get the apology, and also we didn't get a chance to go much deeper into the telcos. But all I'll say is that vetting is for many things. It's not for just the technical. There must be consistency, there must be fitness of the person's character and some of those things that they bring out. Yes, it was too long. The questions were too many, and it was not leading us anywhere. And I agree with you when you say sometimes replaying those things probably even hurt the people more. So if I'm the CJ and they keep showing these things, I'm not sure. But I also think the nominee didn't help matters. Okay, the nominee as well, even he was, look, his chair was trying to guide him to say, bro, even Afenyo-Markin initially, you remember when Jerry asked the nominee a question about people say you are insulting, then he says opinions are like onions, and the chair says no. You can answer this better. So you can say that the thing when and I always say sometimes you determine how you are vetted to. I remember there was a previous one, Omani Buama. Initially, they didn't want to go hard, and then some of his answers were hard hitting.
So they had to fight back.
According to the minority leader, some of the answers around the EC chair, you get it. So you can, and I'll give you somebody, Kenneth Ajay Gilbert. Oh my God, that guy can be a very good national security minister. I didn't hear an answer that lasted more than 1 minute. Yet you cannot say he's but you can't say he's incompetent. You see, a lot of people want to show that they know. That's also a problem.
That's also the problem.
He said to Eric Opoku, can you tell me that Kenneth Ajay, what's his name? Gilbert Kenneth Ajay. He answered all the questions. He says, I will consult, I will do. He knew that there were traps being set for him. He didn't want to fall into any trap. So sometimes, in fact, sometimes even the whip, Roxy was trying to guide
but that's
the nominee, and the nominee wanted to talk.
But that's what I was saying to Sami, that know thy interviewee. I'm saying that the panel yesterday should have known the kind of person Sam George is. And I also said to Sami that Sam George is class prefect of the Stubborn Academy. He's not going to come before that committee, the Sam George I have known for all these years. He took on who? Who did he take?
But no, that's not the point. The point of the committee is not to say because Sam George is this way, we play.
But you see, the committee, look at what they did to Baka. And a lot of the time when you go to these parliamentary things, it's like you are being, it's like there's a pressure on you. Just withdraw and go, apologize and go.
But you have to be consistent.
But Sam George is not the guy who would do that. That's what I'm saying.
But I'll say also
he took on E.T. Mensah.
That's not the point. Yes. You see, for neutrals watching, we can separate his answers on technical. I think he should have, for some of the things that about the CJ, he ought to have backed down. Because you say you are an elder of a church at, what's the name? Perez Dome. I'm very sure if his pastor is talking to him about, there's honesty and Christ-likeness. But the Bible also says we must speak the truth in love. The approach he uses may not even agree to that. So, and sometimes when they are vetting you, they are not necessarily trying to extract an apology from you. They want to put you on display. Never forget that. So don't think that. That's what I'm saying. You have to different people. So on one side, your supporters are saying, "Yay!" But some people are actually, I like this guy. He's very intelligent. But there are certain things he needs to learn to work on. Look at Mutala. I was in university with Mutala. Mutala cannot be intimidated. Yesterday, there were even questions they asked him. Somebody asked him a question about, do you think that climate change should be under your side or under? He said, well, I can't. The president is the one who knows what he wants to do. And you understand, the Mutala I knew in the university, he had an opinion on everything. So the more you mature, so sometimes when they are asking you these questions, they want to let people say, not you. That's so I think both sides lost. Yesterday, both Afenyo and Samuel George, in my view, in the view of some neutrals, will say, Charlie, it's not necessary. We know you can do the work. If you went beyond certain acceptable limits, you may be justified. There was even one point he said, based on the information I had at the time, this is what I think. And then ask him, if you have new information, will you be prepared to change your view? I thought he could have said, well, if the information I have now points to the contrary, I'm prepared to.
Yeah, on the panel members.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So, because at the end of the day, you see, we are all here to work for the nation. And they are also working to represent President Mahama.
Very well.
Now, ask yourself, if Mahama were sitting in that chair, is that how you behave?
Let me cut you there, Bernard and Sami. Let me go back to the committee room. It appears that the meeting is over. They've invited the next nominee, the man who President John Mahama has chosen to be Chief Envoy, the Foreign Affairs Minister, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. He's actually taking the oath. Let's go to the committee room now.
For this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me.
So help me God.
Honorable nominee, you're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
So, I think yesterday there was some miscommunication resulting in our inability to vet you, and today you're here. Just be assured that here at this committee, our job is to deal with the issues without any personal agenda. Be at peace with yourself, relax. You are one of us in Parliament. Be candid with us and deal with the issues. And I'm sure that we'll be able to dispense without responsibility as quickly as possible. So that is the assurance I'm giving you from our side. No ill will, be assured of that, but be candid with us. All right? Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I must on behalf of the committee render an apology to our revered guests who were here yesterday because the nominee was scheduled to be vetted yesterday. For one reason or the other, not being able to conduct his vetting, and some would have to sleep over to enable them to be here. Our sincere apology to you. We render an apology to the nominee for keeping him from yesterday till today. Would have completed his vetting by yesterday, but here we are commencing. So on behalf of the committee, accept our apology. Honorable nominee, we'll proceed to vet you, listen to the question, give the exact answer to the question. I will then proceed to give you the opportunity to tell us briefly about yourself, and then we'll proceed with the questions. You have the floor.
Before I render brief remarks about myself, I wish to seek your leave to make some preliminary remarks about the circumstances of yesterday. I feel strongly about remarks about the circumstances of yesterday. I feel strongly about that because on my way here, I listened to a press conference addressed by the respected minority leader. The press conference was carried live on Joy FM. After that press conference, I have been inundated with calls from the media. I heard myself very clearly the Honorable Minority Leader say categorically without equivocation that I was not scheduled to be vetted yesterday, and that I smuggled myself in with the help of my majority colleagues. He even brought in my beloved, beautiful, diligent, celebrated lawyer wife. She didn't also take it kindly and said that we smuggled ourselves here without invitation, and that is the cause for the chaos. I want to set the record straight, particularly based on that press conference and the subsequent calls from the media. I hold in my hands a formal invitation letter from this committee, signed by the clerk of the Appointments Committee, Mrs. Gifty Jage Goba. And the letter reads, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra. Dear Sir, invitation to attend upon the Appointments Committee. The Appointments Committee wishes to extend its warmest congratulations to you on your nomination as Minister Designate for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Pursuant to Standing Order 217, I am directed by the Chairman of the Committee to kindly invite you to attend upon the Appointments Committee on Thursday, the 30th of January 2025 at 1 p.m. Thursday, 30th of January 2025 at 1 p.m. Emphasis mine. At Committee Rooms 1 and 2 at the Administration Block, Parliament House, Accra. You are kindly requested to submit copies of your CV, tax clearance certificate, the Ghana Revenue Authority Secretariat, to the Appointments Committee on the second floor. And the letter adds, you are further requested to provide the names of 10 guests who will be present to witness your vetting. Please find attached guidelines for the preparation of your CV. Yours faithfully, Mrs. Gifty Jage Goba. And she did attach the schedule for yesterday. I was to come right after the lunch. Attach the schedule for yesterday. I was to come right after the lunch break at 12:30 p.m. I have a copy here. So for the minority leader to address a press conference a while ago and portray me as some hooligan, some lawless character who will be smuggled into your hearings with my wife, my chiefs, respected ambassadors, Chief Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, former ministers of Foreign Affairs. I take strong exception to that. I thought that the minority leader, at the very least, will have apologized to my revered chiefs who had traveled all the way from the Volta region, including the Tepaman Hene, traveled all the way from the Ashanti region, where I have been serving as Mbrantia Hene over the last 15 years.
Please, be brief.
So, Chairman, this is a very serious matter. It's a reputational issue. I was not smuggled here. There was no conspiracy. And before the minority leaders press conference, another colleague on the minority side, the Honorable Vincent Ekoasefwa, also put out a post on social media accusing me of backdoor tactics and that I'm not going to be vetted yesterday. One wonders if this was some preconceived agenda to just cast a slur at my reputation. And Mr. Chairman, I want you to take a decision on this matter because my chiefs are beginning to wonder, did I mislead them? Or did I have an appointment to appear before you? Respected ambassadors are asking me, what happened? Team Oral and others are all asking me, are you sure you had an invitation yesterday after listening to the minority leaders press conference? So,
Honorable.
Mr. Chairman, we demand an unqualified apology from the respected minority leader. My chiefs will not accept this. My guests, whose names I submitted to you on the 27th of January, will not accept this. And it has to be made very clear. I feel very strongly about this matter.
Honorable
We
nominee.
are not some idle people who will be smuggled into
Honorable nominee.
Appointments Committee hearings.
Honorable nominee, take it easy. I think as a committee, we've taken some responsibility. That is why, by way of opening remark, I apologize to you and the chief, together with your revered guests. What really happened was that since last week, we programmed the nominees to be vetted for the entire week. As a result of a derogatory statement against me and the members of the committee, we've taken Wednesday to deal with the problem. And that has affected our calendar, and same should have been communicated to those who were unable to vet on that Wednesday. I agree to the fact that you are scheduled to be vetted on Wednesday. The letter that you read actually came from the secretary as directed by Bernard Ahiafo, the chair of the committee. So as a matter of fact, you did not smuggle yourself to be vetted yesterday. The letter was not retracted for you to be scheduled. So that was the shortfall. And on behalf of the committee, we render a sincere apology to you and your revered guests. So, Honorable Nominee, I think the apology from the chair should settle the issue. Thank you very much. Then we then proceed to ask you.
So, Mr. Chairman, how about the press conference? The press conference addressed by the minority.
The media is covering us. And I've stated clearly that the committee takes responsibility. We wrote a letter to you. So if it is Honorable Sami Okudzeto, my good friend, if it were to be fair, I will not be apologizing to you on behalf of the committee. That is why I am pleading to you that accept my apology on behalf of the entire committee. Therefore, this time, if you want to insist on our rights, maybe the whole day. So please, once I have taken the responsibility, and I apologize to you and your revered guests on behalf of the entire committee, whoever is a member of the committee, that based on the unfortunate incident, be it a press conference or a statement in the media or a post in the media, I am on behalf of everybody apologizing to you. So accept my apology and let this matter be settled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Handily
Mr. Chairman.
proceed to tell us about yourself.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my name is Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, born on the 11th of August, 1980, in Accra. I hail from Aveime Bato in the North Tongue district. By way of basic education, I was in Association International School at Airport, proceeded to the only secondary school in the world, Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, and then proceeded to the University of Ghana, where I read political science, philosophy, and economics. I have a master's in international politics and defense, another master's in communications and PR, an executive certificate in leadership from Harvard Kennedy School. My masters were from the University of London and the University of Leicester. I also have a professional Prince 2 qualification. I am currently serving in my 4th term, representing the chiefs and the good people of North Tongue. I have served as ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee for almost 8 years. In the 8th Parliament, I also served as chair of the Assurances Committee. I've held various positions in public service, including Deputy Minister for Information, appointed by His Excellency Professor John Evans Atta-Mills of blessed memory. May his soul rest in peace. My dearest mentor, who I miss greatly. I was also appointed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I served as Deputy Minister for Education in charge of tertiary education. I currently chair President Mahama's flagship anti-corruption team, the Operation Recover or Loot team, a position I'm very, very proud of as chair, and I will miss dearly when I hand over in the next few days. Mr. Chairman, kindly permit me to convey sincerest gratitude from the depth of my heart to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for this appointment. I have already assured him that I will give it all and I will make him and the country proud.
Thank you very much.
I'm concluding, Mr. Chairman.
Very
if you
well.
give me 30 seconds. I must also thank my dear mother, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jenopoko Ajiman, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. And in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank senior and veteran diplomats and former foreign ministers of our country who have all met me, Dr. Obeda Samoa, Ambassador D.K. Osei, Ambassador Gbeho, Professor Kwamena Afenyo-Markin, who have all been very, very supportive since my nomination, all the other ambassadors and staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I definitely reserved the best for last, my loving, dear, supportive wife, who has always stood by me. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Our revered guests, please, you will have to take part in the proceedings in silence. We'll then proceed with the actual vetting, and I will recognize Asafo Adjei to start with his questions. Honorable Asafo Adjei, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Honorable Minister, I would like to congratulate you once again. I am a Japan boy, so I mean it serves well to have one of us being here. But Mr. Nominee, I am a bit worried, particularly with the diplomatic posturing of our president when it comes to the Sahel Trio and how it would impact on the image of Ghana as a democratic country. What do you think of it?
Well, thank you very much. It's a very important question you have asked. And interestingly, ECOWAS will be 50 years this year, and Ghana is likely to host the 50-year celebrations. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama believes that our regional integration agenda should be pursued and should not be abandoned. And so even though our three closest neighbors, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, broke away from ECOWAS, and only this week their breakaway became effective. ECOWAS announced that they have completed the cessation. We need to be conscious of the fact that as closest neighbors, even though we are promoting democracy and we have all said no to coups, we face serious threats. The threat of violent extremism and terrorism. And so, as good neighbors, President Mahama is of the view that he should not give up on dialogue. Article 40 and Article 73 of the 1992 Constitution enjoins the President and all of us who will be working in the foreign service space that our strategic national interest should always be at the center of our foreign policy considerations. If you have your neighbors who are being totally taken over with extremism, terrorism, and indeed, all our neighbors have been attacked except Ghana. And we know that if situation gets out of hand, the economic crisis also worsen, we will be affected. We are trading partners as well, and we have historic ancestral ties. There are many Ghanaians who trace their roots from Burkina Faso, from Niger, from Mali. So it is very strategic for President Mahama to say that I want to help resolve this Sahelian crisis. And that is why he appointed the respected, venerable Flight Lieutenant Colonel Bevlolate, who was an AU envoy on counterterrorism and also has the military clout and very close relations with some of these military leaders. So it is in our strategic national interest, as Article 40 and Article 73 enjoins us. And that is what informs President Mahama's posture when it comes to our three neighbors who have formed AES.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm following up on that. Honourable Minister, don't you think that our colleagues within the ECOWAS will be disappointed on the position the President has taken when they also have a different position?
The indications are that our neighbors are rather impressed with President Mahama's approach. They are really impressed that all of them were at his inauguration. And remember that even before President Mahama's intervention, ECOWAS did not just alienate them. ECOWAS took steps to dialogue, even appointed an envoy to try to talk to them to come back. Because some of the things they want to do, have a new passport, you know, have a new bank, a new trading bloc, it will really undermine our quest for regional integration. And the further bastardization and balkanization of the region is not what will help our collective economic interests, particularly at the time we are talking about the continental free trade arrangement, you know. So I can assure you, my respected colleague, that these are steps in the strategic national interest of our country, and it is very welcoming. And I think that we should, as a House, support President Mahama to achieve his objectives. I think it will be to our collective credit if during our tenure as leaders in Parliament and in the executive, we were able to talk to our good neighbors to come back into the ECOWAS fold. I think that it will really be a good icing on the cake as ECOWAS celebrates 50 years in existence.
The Chairman, I want to ask the nominee again.
That is your second question.
That's my second question, I admit. Having attended, work with AU, attended several meetings, Ghana has always taken a position when it comes to Kosovo and Serbia. When it comes to Sahrawi Republic, we even call them the Western Sahara, and Morocco. And then the Palestine and Israel. I mean, the past government had a position. What will be your position vis-a-vis that of the President John Mahama's position when it comes to these countries, and we all know what is between them?
This is a very interesting question on geopolitics and what should be our geopolitical positioning. And I would like to make reference to our foreign policy, which Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah presented to this House on the 16th of December, 1959. he talked about Ghana's foreign policy being positively neutral, that we shall not look left or right, we shall look forward. And that is why, after that, he collaborated with his colleagues to establish the non-aligned movement in 1961. So Kwame Nkrumah said that as much as possible, we shall seek to be friends of all and enemies to none. So our posture will remain same. We will seek to be good friends to all of these countries. But being good friends, as Kwame Nkrumah said on the 16th of December 1959, doesn't mean that if along the line there is a misstep, you engage in some violation of international law, you go against the rule-based order, it does not mean that we will not speak out or point it out to you. That is even what shows that we are really good friends. So in these countries you have listed, there are matters that are concerning. For example, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. We take the view that the humanitarian crisis there is totally unconscionable and unacceptable. And it is with dismay that we will continue to urge for a resolution of the Middle East crisis. We remain committed to the two-state solution so far as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is concerned. We do not align with hardliners on both sides who say that one state should be totally annihilated, does not deserve to exist. No. We say that let's respect the UN resolution, a two-state solution. On Western Sahara, you may have heard that on the eve of President Akufo-Addo's departure, he instructed that we cut ties with Western Sahara. That certainly has created some anxiety and nervousness, and it marked quite a major departure from our position in the 1960s, 70s, and the 1980s. And you recall that we, in 1982, championed the cause of Western Sahara, which led to Morocco exiting the OAU, as it was known at the time, in 1982. So it was a very significant development, and a lot of our allies on the left are looking at Ghana's new posture. I can assure you that because this is a very sensitive matter, we will be open-minded. We will study exactly what the considerations were, what the experts advised President Akufo-Addo to take such a consequential decision. I mean, when you are in government, you may know things that others would not know. I mean, he receives national security briefings, he is at ECOWAS, OAU, AU now, and all of that, UN. So we want to keep an open mind. We will go and study what the considerations were, what analysis went into this decision. But the assurances I can give you, based on our foreign policy, is that we remain friends of all, enemies of none. Even if diplomatic ties may appear strained, as it is now in the Western Sahara question, it does not mean that our good friends in Western Sahara, we are going to disown them or cut ties with them in terms of the real people-to-people, cultural, and, if you like, ideological ties with them. But it's a sensitive matter. We will go and study it, and then we will look at the way forward. I agree with you that they have allies on both sides. Of course, the Algerians are not happy because of this decision. The Moroccans have welcomed it. They are excited about it. But we need to balance forces based on our strategic national interests. And we will look into it and see how best we find a resolution moving forward.
Thank you. I think I like how you responded, because Ghana has always taken a position, but that's fine. It's, like you mentioned, you would get to find out in the ministry. I agree. Mr. Nominee, I also want to know, we have a foreign policy. Everybody knows that, non-aligned and all that. But we have also taken some critical interest in international issues, climate change and all that. What is our country's international environmental policy?
Another very important question, and for our generation, that is perhaps the most significant question. Will the human race survive if global warming, the ongoing climate change disruptions continue, if we do not change our way of life? And that is why the COP meetings have become so crucial. Unfortunately, the big players and the big polluters, we are not seeing consistency. They don't want to come to the table really following the science. There are some countries who are saying that they don't even really believe in the science and that it's probably exaggerated. What I like about the foreign ministry is that we facilitate these engagements amongst key sectors. So on climate change, the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology will be the lead ministry. The Lands Ministry will also play a role, and I'm glad that I see the respected former Lands Minister at today's hearings. I know he took part in a lot of the climate change discussions. I followed those meetings keenly. So we will not be the lead ministry when it comes to climate change. It will be the Ministry of Environment, then the Lands Ministry. But we are happy to coordinate, to facilitate the meetings, and to make sure that Ghana is committed to our international obligations. And having said that, let me register our unhappiness at the latest withdrawal by the United States of America from the Paris Climate Accord. That was a very key intervention in the climate change agenda. Ghana played a leading role, I recall, under former President Mahama when he was president at the time. That has clearly created a disruption. But we will continue to urge our big brothers and sisters to come back to the climate change agenda and to commit to a new global order when it comes to climate issues. So that's how I respond.
Thank you.
Chairman, a last follow-up on this. The nominee,
Honorable member, you are either asking your last question. You are entitled to one follow-up, which you have asked. So you either move to your last question. After this, I'll give you no opportunity.
I'm going to my last question. I'm going to my last question. Yes, I'm going to my last question. Yes, sure. Mr. Nominee, this, I think it is for the jury out there. There have been a lot of concerns about our female in the Western, the UAE, particularly inhumane treatment, abuses and all that. Even though we admit that it is out of their own private businesses and other things that lands them there, it has some implications on our international imagery. What is going to be the position of this government on this mass movement to UAE, and then it will come back to us as a whole lot of inhumane abuses and all that? What will be the clear-cut position of this government?
Once again, let me commend you for this well-researched question. And this is a matter that I am very passionate about. One of the priority areas that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has tasked me to work on is how the Foreign Ministry is repositioned to help resolve the unemployment crisis in our country. Unemployment has moved from about 8.6% in 2016 to 14.7% currently, according to the Ghana Statistical Service. We need to make sure that this migration that is going on because of the search for employment benefits our country, it is regulated, and it's a win-win situation. Countries like Cuba, Indonesia, because of their strategic foreign policy, have been able to use their foreign policy. They sign bilateral agreements with other countries. They export labor, so their citizens are well catered for because everything has been signed, is done legally, so their rights are protected. A portion of revenue goes to the country, and then there's another portion that goes to the workers, particularly the Cuban Medical Brigade, if we are to look at the Cuban model. So under my leadership, I will seek to aggressively pursue economic diplomacy in a way that allows for bilateral agreements to be signed. There are many countries looking for Ghanaian nurses, looking for Ghanaian teachers, looking for Ghanaian professionals, looking for Ghanaian workers in the domestic setting, artisans. Why can't we take advantage of that to solve our unemployment crisis and also to regulate the space so that what is happening in the Gulf to some of our workers, our fellow compatriots, is addressed? When these receiving countries know that the labor they have received is not from some clandestine agency engaged in some, human trafficking operation, they will be mindful in how they treat these workers. So expect that one of our priority areas will be using foreign policy to address unemployment. We can make sure that brain drain becomes brain gain, where these bilateral agreements will help create jobs for the young people of our country. You go out there to the UK as a nurse, as a doctor, if it's probably for a 5-year period, you get some new skills, you build capacity, you can decide to come back with some good, foreign currency, and the country also benefits. So expect that we will formalize this arrangement and we'll be very deliberate and aggressive about it to create jobs for our young people.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the nominee and once again congratulate him for his appointment.
I move to give the floor to Honorable Oko Vanderpoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nominee, congratulations. I'm one of the many Ghanaians who are very happy to see you where you are seated this morning. Nominee, I've worked with you in the 7th Parliament and in the 8th Parliament as my leader on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I appreciate the leadership skills and knowledge that you bring to where you are sitting this morning. When you get to the ministry, what would be some of your priority areas?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Oko Vanderpoy, and thank you for the kind words and the tremendous support you gave me for 8 years on the Foreign Affairs Committee as my deputy ranking. I have just talked about one of the priority areas, economic diplomacy, pursuing bilateral agreements to create jobs for the young people of our country in a regulated migration that benefits the individual and the country. The other thing that I want to reform is our passport regime. There are too many complaints about how difficult it is to get passports and to get them in good time. I have been going through some briefs, and I noticed that we have a backlog of over 70,000 passports that have not been collected. Then there are issues with the middlemen, Goro boys, and all of that. I recall the former foreign minister, the Honorable Sheila Yokobochi, storming the passport office in frustration and saying that, look, this crisis cannot continue. I would like to use technology to reform our passport regime. I don't think that we should still be requiring Ghanaians who have a Ghana card to go to passport office for their biometrics. This system of silos.
Honorable nominee, the question was your priority areas. You mentioned economic diplomacy, and you mentioned passport acquisition. If there is any other, mention it to us so that we can make progress.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I thought that you will be interested in the details, how I'm going to implement these reforms. So, just to be brief, I get your cue. I would want to engage the Ministry of Communications. I've already started talks with the Honorable Sam George, so that you don't need to go to a passport application center if you have a Ghana card. We should be able to interface. It should be possible to sit at home, apply for your passport. And then also, I want to end this business of going back to the passport office for your passport. It's so outmoded. We can engage courier services to send your passport to you at home or in the office. So modernizing the whole regime as we move from the current biometric to chip embedded passports will be a matter of importance to me. Then the third one, as I conclude, is a reform of the institution, the Foreign Service. I would like to introduce a department that will focus on delivery, the delivery unit. I want us to give clear KPIs to our ambassadors and our high commissioners. Now, where we are in the current global ecosystem, you can't be relying on aid, relying on loans, relying on other countries. Let's aggressively pursue economic diplomacy. When we send you there as an ambassador, it's not just to be attending events. You must bring us something home that will impact the lives of the people. How many investors are you bringing in? How many industries? FDI and all of that. So they will be giving clear KPIs. Because if you look at last year's budget, we spent more than 875 million Ghana cedis on our foreign service staff alone. That's almost $1 billion. And you ask yourself, these 71 missions out there, what are they bringing in? And that is why many people think foreign affairs is so removed, is so abstract. What do we even get from foreign ministry? We are going to change that perception. Clear KPIs, you must bring something home. If within 1 year we are not seeing benefits, you will be reshuffled so that we'll send in ambassadors who will be more dynamic, who will be proactive in our national interest.
Thank you. Any further question?
Mr. Chair, I think the nominee has done well with my question. I don't have any more questions. I just want to congratulate him. And once again, I want to say I'm very happy to see you where you are. And I want to thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Abu Jinapo. Please.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Jinapo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by congratulating the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa for his nomination to this very high office as, and occupying the shoes of statesmen like Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Obeda Samoa, Victor Gbeho, and the rest, especially at his age, is quite a significant achievement. And warm congratulations, Honorable Nominee. Mr. Chairman, Ghana's policy, foreign policy, since 1957 has essentially been non-aligned. And as the nominee himself articulated in one of his responses, if I would say, we neither look left or right, we look forward, and we don't take sides. Indeed, if you look at the NDC manifesto, specifically page 160, you will see that that same policy is articulated. And then President Mahama, in his inaugural address, also reiterates the point. Mr. Chairman, I followed the nominee. I've read most of his articles, his presentations, news articles about him and all of that. And it is clear on the evidence that the nominee is a leftist. It's a leftist. I would say he's a socialist. I will refrain myself from saying that he's a communist. I will refrain myself from saying so. You will see, Mr. Chairman, that the nominee, for example, wrote a tribute to His Excellency John Pombi Makafuli and delivered it on the floor of Parliament when he died on 17th March 2021. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, the nominee's views are known as a radical left. How is he going to marry his obvious personal, ideological leanings and inclinations, which he's on many occasions said he's very proud of, in wiggling his way through this complex international geopolitics of the left and right as it relates to Ghana's policy of non-aligned? Thank you.
This question could have been asked without making reference to all those documents. Please proceed to answer the question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, let me place on record that I am not a communist. Of course, I am left of center. All of us in the NDC subscribe to the left of center political ideology, which we are very, very proud of. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has worn the badge proudly because we believe in the welfare state and we believe in humanism to our economic interventions that don't encourage exploitation, particularly by a few elites. So you are right about where I belong ideologically, left of center, which is where my party, the NDC, belongs. So I am very much at home. Having said that, let us remember Kwame Nkrumah's tact and skillful approach to our foreign policy. Kwame Nkrumah was on the left, but he managed to, at the height of the Cold War, a bipolar era, to still get the Americans to support him in the construction of the Akosombo Dam, and to still have the Russians to help him in building our atomic agency. So that model is what we must adopt. So our friends know where we belong ideologically, but they respect us and they know that we don't mean harm or we don't bear grudge or have any malice. We are friends of all and enemies to none. So be rest assured that even though I have left leanings, I will be very objective in pursuing our foreign policy, which Article 40 says must be guided by our national interests. Kwame Nkrumah did it, President Mahama has been doing it, receiving support from all sides. And in the current multipolar world, be rest assured that I will attend to this responsibility with all fairness and objectivity. Note from my CV that in the 8th Parliament, I was chair of the Ghana-Cuba Parliamentary Friendship Association, but also very active in our U.S. Ghana Parliamentary Friendship Association. Indeed, a proud member of the American Council of Young Political Leaders. So there are a few of us who straddle and who are liked by all sides because we are very objective in our dealings. So be rest assured, I consider myself a good friend of all the forces at play in the global arena.
Chairman, that is reassuring, and I think, Mr. Chairman, it's important that we lay the proper foundations before we ask the questions, so that both the nominee and the country...
Please don't litigate with me.
No, I'm not litigating, Chairman. I'm just... So I have a follow-up question. Now, again, Mr. Chairman, the nominee is on record to have, you know, if you want, not so much criticized, but raise substantive and significant issues with Ukraine as opposed to the West in the Ukraine-Russian war. And I have an article here where the nominee indicates that the war between Russia and Ukraine, which has been roundedly condemned by all international organizations, the United Nations, African Union, ECOWAS, and the rest, is as a result of Ukrainians' failure of foreign policy. Mr. Chairman, also the nominee is on record to have taken issues with the West in its dealings with Israel as it relates to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And the point I seek to make is that the nominee is obviously, in his years of activism, taking sides in these two major international conflicts of the world. If he gets the nod of this committee and parliament, how is he going to navigate his way through this complex issue of Ukraine-Russian war, Palestinian-Israeli war, mindful of its rippling effects in the global geopolitics? How's he going to do that? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and let me commend the Honorable Abu Jinapor for the well-researched question. The challenge that we all face, I've served on the appointments committee, is that you have to summarize, and so you can't read these articles in full. But those who will want to pay regard to the articles, you see that I try to be very objective and balanced and more nuanced than the summary.
The conclusion, whether you've taken sides, is it correct?
No, the conclusion is far-fetched. I have not taken sides. And Mr. Chairman, I know you'll be happy to hear that I have been invited by both sides. There are probably few people who have achieved that. The Russians invited me, and I was guest in their parliament. There was a second invitation where I went with former President Mahama to launch his book at the Russian Academy of Sciences, the Russian translation. And then the Ukrainians invited me. I spent a week there. We were, touring Kiev and other places. We went to the landmines. I helped them to even demine, some of the Russian mines that had been left in Ukraine. So that should tell you. I mean, the countries don't have any issues with me. Israel has invited me on a number of occasions. The Palestinians have also done that. Indeed, the Palestinian ambassador in Ghana is one of my very, very good friends. And so is the Israeli ambassador. So please be rest assured that despite my ideological stance on these matters, you will see objectivity. But Article 40 is clear. We must also, in the pursuit of our foreign policy, be guided by international law, a rule-based order, international principles. So where our friends err, we should be bold to point it out. Because as Nkrumah said on the 16th of December 1959, when he presented our foreign policy to Parliament, he said that we will not be passive spectators, that as good friends, when you err, when you commit genocide, when you commit atrocities against women and children, we will point it out to you. And it does not make us bad friends. It rather, makes us very, very good friends. So that's the position I take on these matters.
Thank you very much. Your last question? Or you have a follow-up on this?
This was a follow-up on the first question.
It cannot be.
No, it was.
It cannot be.
I said so that it was a follow-up.
No. The fact that you said so doesn't mean it should be a follow-up.
No, it was
Please,
a follow-up.
ask a follow-up question whether he is taking sides in these various wars that we have mentioned. Please go ahead with the follow-up question on this.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I asked a question about his leanings on taking sides, and I made a follow-up on the specific issue of whether or not you take sides. It was all about taking sides. Thank you.
How is he going to marry?
No, it was taking sides. And then I gave a specific example whether he would take sides.
Please, your last question.
Last question?
If you have a follow-up on this, I will allow it.
Mr. Chairman, no. This is it. I can give you the documentations I use. No, because it's a follow-up. It was a follow-up on the first question. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, the question I want to ask the nominee, which is the second question, is the nominee, if he's given the nod as foreign minister, as I said initially, it's a very high office. And as he himself has been articulating, it will require, in his words, rules-based. It will require a lot of fairness, objectivity, and all of that. Mr. Chairman, on 23rd December 2024, the nominee made a post where he alleged that unimpeachable evidence from the Lands Commission shows that the two daughters of President Akufo-Addo have acquired some state lands in cantonments, and that amounted to state capture. Mr. Chairman, the company which was the subject matter of this allegation was Nsunam Company Limited. Mr. Chairman, a search at the Lands Commission will show that the land in question is the property of administrators of the estate of Justice, the late Justice Johnson Sribo, a former Justice of the Supreme Court and Chairman of the Electoral Commission, who acquired the land as far back as 1969, specifically on 1st June 1969. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, at the time, the president's children were not even born. The subject matter land was acquired by the state, Mr. Chairman, as far back as 1869, and the lease will end in 2069. So clearly, this land is not state land. The president's children did not buy state land. On the evidence, on the record, it is absolutely clear that they did not buy state land. Will the nominee concede, given that he's seeking to be foreign minister and will be required to be fair to all manner of persons, that the president's children were wrongly accused and he will apologize to them? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, your quick answer.
Well, thank you very much for the question. The Honorable Abujinapo will recall that when I put out that article, I supported the article with evidence from the Lands Commission. I attached an official search that I had conducted on those two lands. Indeed, those are lands that you have in Somnam and then the lot boutique, a fashion boutique. And I sought to inquire from the Lands Commission the status, the ownership of the land. And the Lands Commission responded in that official search, which I published, and Ghanaians can go on my social media handles. You see the official search results, where the Lands Commission, in their response, indicated that all those lands are government lands. So in my article, I asked a question. Is this another state capture? Is President Akufo-Addo allocating state lands to his daughters? It was a question based on empirical evidence, what the Lands Commission had told me in writing as official search results when I put in that official search. So there is really no need to apologize on this matter. We need to probably be discussing reforming the Lands Commission. You were Lands Minister. If you think that the Lands Commission misled me, you need to join us with ideas on how to reform the Lands Commission, get their data to be more accurate, so that when we conduct official search, what they tell us, the reports that they give us, their search certificates, are not misleading. Because all of the facts you put out, I don't know them. In 1979, I wasn't born.
Thank you.
So the Lands Commission told me they are government lands, and I have the documents here.
Thank you.
To confirm
Thank you
that. So
very much. Thank you very much.
It's not my fault.
Any follow-up on the land acquisition?
Mr. Chairman, my follow-up will be that I have in my hands, and this is all about government lands. Of course, I mean, the nominee is literally established and conceded that the president's daughter did not buy state lands. If they were government lands as far back as 1969, they were not state lands at the time when they were tenants, as you know, they are tenants of that place.
Please,
but
your
anyway,
follow-up question.
Please,
your follow-up question.
Mr. Chairman, please, this being a house of records, I have not admitted.
I know.
I
This
haven't
being
said
house of record,
I'm
you've
saying
never-
that
you never
the
admitted.
record I have, what the Lands Commission gave me.
Therefore,
when I
you
conduct
won't
official
rescind your
search.
decision
Yes.
and apologize.
So
Please,
I'm
go ahead with
I'm
your
not
question.
changing my stance on the matter.
I've not litigated that. I will not litigate that. All that I said was that the evidence is clear that the land was bought as far back as 1969. The president's children are just tenants, so they did not buy state land. That's the point I'm making. It's not, I'm not litigating with you, Mr. Nominee. I'm just setting the record straight that they did not buy state land as you suggested. So, Mr. Chairman, the follow-up will be, and this really is flowing from the issue of the nominees' standing and reputation on the protection of public funds, state lands, and all of that. And the question is simple. I mean, I know the chairman is in a hurry to move on with his vetting.
So long as the question relates to the acquisition as a follow-up, I will allow it.
Yes.
But if not, I will overrule you.
Well, it relates to the protection of state estates, generally speaking. And the question is very simple. In that protection, Mr. Chairman, you will see that the nominee has, on multiple occasions, asked for, quotes, the state to eschew frivolous foreign travels by government officials, end quote, and gone at great length to make the point about how we need to be frugal. I know that the foreign minister travels on first-class ticket. Will he travel on economy ticket when he's made foreign minister?
Accordingly, the question is overruled. There can't be a follow-up question on acquisition of land. You are done. I then give the floor to Honorable Ziwera. Honorable Ziwera, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to congratulate my boss and my mentor and to wish him well. Congratulations, Honorable Ablakwa. Your leadership has been exemplary. Mr. Chairman, I served with Honorable Ablakwa on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And if you looked for a team player, you'll find it in Honorable Ablakwa. Honorable Ablakwa, extent of knowledge in the foreign ministry and international relations makes him the best choice, actually, for this position. And I want to commend highly President Mahama for giving us this choice. We know that with your extensive experience, with your knowledge, and with your excellent human relations, you are going to lift the flag of Ghana very high in the Committee of Nations. I can only wish you well, and I say congratulations, Honorable Ablakwa. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Order. Order. Thank you. Order. Order. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Soa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, my Anglican brother, I wish to congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. And I am sure and I trust that you are going to deliver well to the people of Ghana. My question, how will you make our embassies and high commissions more responsive to Ghanaians in the diaspora?
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Odole. I call her the MP with the most embassies in Ghana. Virtually all the embassies and high commissions are in her constituency. This is a very, very important question, and Ghanaians in the diaspora are really concerned about how our embassies and high commissions can be more responsive. As ranking member, I advocated strongly for the establishment of a consular fund. I was shocked to learn that our hardworking foreign service staff have to sometimes contribute their own money from their pockets to assist distressed Ghanaians out there who need consular assistance. In the budget for the foreign service, we don't have a line item for consular relations. And you know, under the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, 1963, countries must extend these courtesies to their citizens. So, as foreign minister, when given the nod, I will make sure that we establish the consular fund. We must make sure that this fund exists, that can be assessed by our foreign service staff to extend assistance, particularly in this period where the United States has announced mass deportations. Those who may be rounded up to be deported are entitled to consular support. We must get them legal assistance so that they are not just rounded up and deported, their rights violated. You know, sometimes even in the deportation, how they are deported, sometimes chained to seats and all of that, treated as criminals. That is a violation of their human rights. It affronts their dignity. And these are matters that I will pursue forcefully. So we will seek to establish the consular fund. And in the KPIs that we will be drafting for our diplomats, we will also make sure that they prioritize the needs, the concerns, and the plight of Ghanaians who are living abroad. Because really, why establish an embassy if you cannot take care of Ghanaians within that jurisdiction? So that will be a priority area. And I thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you. I'm sure our brothers and sisters out there will be excited about your response. I wish to wish you well on your appointment as the Foreign Minister for the Republic of Ghana, and I pray God's blessings for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Amprechum.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Honorable Sami, we meet again. Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, MP for the good people of Northton. You are at the verge of becoming the #3 diplomat of this great country of Ghana, after His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President, Her Excellency Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, the Vice President. Honorable nominee, permit me to remind you that the international arena that you are going to operate in and the diplomatic circles that you are going to engage in is very different from the political terrain that you have been dancing with your propaganda theatrics.
Honorable member, you haven't started well. You are out of order. I will give you the floor to start well.
Thank you.
Else I will rule you out.
We have worked and engaged. I have worked and engaged with you on the Foreign Affairs Committee for 8 years, including the last 4 years as the immediate past Deputy Foreign Minister for Political and Economic Affairs. And I can say, without any shred of doubt, that you have the capacity and the capabilities to rise up to the responsibilities of the position of the Minister for Foreign Affairs. If, and only if, you change your suit of sometimes giving disinformation and I have two references as my basis for making that point, and it's extremely important, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The question is overruled. Ask another question.
Mr. Ablakwa, some 3 or 4 years back, he started a crusade when the ministry was about to purchase a chancellery in Oslo. You came up with all kinds of stories that eventually turned out to be untrue. Eventually, it encouraged a Norwegian lawyer to take Ghana government to court, which eventually ended up in the Supreme Court of Norway. Even though we won it, it cost us a lot of money because of what you did, the information that you put out there, which, like I said, encouraged the Norwegian lawyer to pursue a matter which he had no case.
Order.
That is number one. Number two, recently,
please, are you asking one question or you are asking two questions at the same time?
No. Mr. Chairman, I am laying the foundation for the question. Please. I'm laying the foundation for the question. Without the foundation, it will be difficult for me to ask the particular question that I want to ask.
Without the foundation, the question
now,
is strong.
So the first one was to do with the Norwegian, the purchase of the Norwegian chancellery. The second one, recently, you put out that the ministry has signed up with a company, Access Citizen Ghana Limited, which are supposed to provide front-end premium consular services, just like the services being provided by VFS. And Access Ghana is providing that services to some selected missions abroad. Your accusation was that some corrupted transaction of about $38 million, and that the Ghana government was being shortchanged. There is no truth in this particular matter. Now, in the course of making these allegations, you indicated, and it's constantly something that you've been doing, that you have intercepted. I have intercepted documents. Now, here is the case that you are coming to work in a ministry where you have constantly been saying that you have intercepted, which presupposes that some staff in the ministry has been giving you these documents, or you have been encouraging it. Confidential documents. All the staff in there have signed up to an oath of secrecy and confidentiality. And you are constantly out there saying that you have intercepted. You have intercepted. Putting these officers in very difficult situations. Now that you are coming to work in this particular ministry, how would you take it if documents are leaked and it's being encouraged by, let's say, an outsider?
Honorable Amprachum, what is your question?
I have asked it.
Honorable member, go ahead and answer the question.
No.
Devoid of the aspect of how you are intercepting the documents.
He understands.
Go ahead, answer the questions, devoid of how you intercept the documents. Because of what I've always been saying, that we have the Whistleblowers Act.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And I see that my good brother, the Honorable Amprechum, is probably aspiring to become the next chief interceptor. Let me, on a more serious note, assure the good people of this country that all I have done in my interceptions, in my oversight, in pursuing parliamentary due diligence has always been
Honorable members, let me place on record that I don't want any disruption today. If you are not a member of the committee and you can't comport yourself, kindly walk out.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I was saying, all the interceptions, the parliamentary oversight, the due diligence I have carried out as MP and ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee has been in the national interest. Indeed, many Ghanaians have celebrated me for saving this country's billions of dollars, not cedis, dollars. I can go through a long list of over 100 exposés which have saved this country billions of dollars. And I would have thought that my colleague will be commending me for saving this country billions of dollars. On the specific matters you raise, Oslo Chancery purchase. Again, I should be commended that I saved this country $12.2 million. Remember that you had appeared before us that you were going to purchase that chancery. You brought us the information that you were about to purchase that chancery based on the $50 million facility that the Honorable Hannah Tete secured before she left the ministry. I then decided to carry out due diligence. And in the work that I did, not being an armchair ranking member who is told that we are going to buy a chancery and then I give you approval, blank check, yeah, go ahead, go and buy it. When I did the due diligence, I discovered that the property had been purchased a few months before Ghana was going to buy it for $12.2 million, for $4 million. And I raised alarm. Indeed, the court documents that I have read, and you rightly confirmed that the Norwegian property owner took the government of Ghana to court. The defense of Ghana is that your ministry, the foreign ministry, did not authorize the official who went to commit Ghana. And that is why Ghana then won the case, and that official was chastised that she didn't have the full approval and authorization to go purchase that chancery. So what I put out was not false. It was fact. The court documents confirm it. You yourself told the judges, the Attorney General, Godfrey Dame, represented us in the Norwegian courts and said that that foreign service official did not have your authorization. The court records are there. I can produce them if the chairman wants to see them. So it's a confirmation of what I put out. And I should rather be commended because, but for me, if what you told the court is true, it means you wouldn't have known that your officials in Norway were committing you to this outrageous purchase, which will have cost Ghana money. So please commend me. I saved Ghana money. Then on access, the visa deal. I'm again surprised that you say that that matter is not true. And you see, you can't have it both ways. You can't be complaining about leaks, that people are leaking documents to me from the ministry. And at the same time, you say that I'm just engaged in, putting out a figment of my imagination, I can confirm today that thanks to the oversight that I carried out, the latest information when I was briefed by the directors at the ministry is that that whole transaction did not follow due process. It did not follow the Procurement Act. If it was PPA, if it was a PPP arrangement, it required parliamentary approval. All of that was not followed. So they showed me documents confirming that The ministry has that has backed out of the deal. And indeed, they've gotten access to write a letter committing that they were no longer going ahead with that agreement. Again, I saved Ghana $38 million. So, please, I know that sometimes when we carry out our oversight, it may not be pleasing to you, but we do it not with malice, not because we don't like you. It's just love for country. As I always say, for God and country. It's a tough job. I'm not happy that so some of you will not like me and all of that. But somebody has to do it. Somebody has to step in and save the country money. And that's my only motivation. All the scandals I've put out have been confirmed. Even, indeed, those who even went to court seeking to take me on, they lost. Check all the court cases. Because I make sure that I always secure unimpeachable, irrefutable, and incontrovertible evidence before I put these matters out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Question. Mr. Chairman, I go back to this 38 million. It is not true that you have saved Ghana $38 million because Ghana was not going
Honorable member, it is not for you to establish, it is not for you to establish whether it is true or it is not true. If you want to go that tangent, we may not be able to. You have asked a question, the nominee has provided the answer. So how do we create the opportunity for you to say it is not true? He also say it is true. So please take his answer, whether true or not. So proceed to answer, to ask another question.
Before due respect, in that particular transaction, Ghana government was not going to pay any money. That is the point I am making. So if Ghana government is not going to pay any money, how do you save Ghana government that money? That is the point I'm making.
Is that your question?
That is the point I was just trying to clarify.
You are not here to make a point. You can put that to him as a question, and then you can elicit the answer.
Okay. Mr. Nominee, would you agree with me that was the investigation that you did, and you said the briefing that you had from the officers at the ministry, you came to the conclusion that you did save Ghana the 38 million, and that Ghana was going to pay the 38 million. And if that was the case, can you please tell the committee how that payment was going to happen or come about? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your response, please.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I thought that the former Honorable Deputy Minister will confirm that they have backed out of that agreement since my expose. I think there's a more fundamental point, that if you felt that nothing untoward had happened, that everything was kosher, that it was a good deal, why did you run away from it when, I did the expose? So
please, you are not entitled to ask him questions. So provide answers, yes, Chairman, to the questions.
I appreciate the guidance. So let's be clear. The $38 million is what Access, the company, stood to benefit from that agreement based on the percentage that will go to that company. If the current arrangement is maintained where the embassies are allowed to carry out their visa processing, that money comes to Ghana, which is the current arrangement. That is why the head of missions were not happy about this arrangement, because Ghana was going to lose money. You were taking money out of the missions, out of IGF, for a private entity. That was the nature of the transaction. That is why I conclude, based on the conservative analysis we did, that we have saved Ghana $38 million. And I can make the agreement available, Mr. Chairman, if the committee would want to see it.
Thank you very much. Any
Chairman,
further question, or you are done?
There are further questions. I don't want to go there again, because I was highly involved in this particular matter that he's spoken about. Mr. Chairman, I will want to ask the nominee. Honorable nominee, in the international multilateral arena, it is changing rapidly. Big alliances are reshaping in a very dynamic ways. How do you plan to champion a strong African representation in the international systems?
Well, thank you very much for this well-informed question. And I wish I had 1 hour to answer this, but I certainly don't. You are right.
Did you say you need 1 hour to answer the question?
I said I certainly don't have that. So
please.
So, Mr. Chairman, first of all, the changing global dynamics have to be appreciated. We are clearly now in a multipolar world. We've moved from unipolar to bipolar. Now we are in multipolar. We are seeing the growing influence of the BRICS countries. Some of our citizens are even beginning to mount pressure that perhaps we should join BRICS, just as Nigeria did a few weeks ago. And we all know that BRICS is now presenting very interesting options. They have the new development bank, which has about $100 billion available in there, a combined GDP of about 27 trillion US dollars, 40% of the world's population. So in terms of market, that is a large market share. And we all know that our biggest trading partner now is China. And China is at the center, is right in there in this BRICS arrangement. So I think that Africa should really come to this table in a united way. Imagine what we can achieve, as Osajifo said, if we unite. At the UN, for example, the African bloc is the biggest bloc. We have more votes at the UN, but unfortunately we are not united. We don't vote in a particular way. Different, considerations. And it's the same challenge even with trade. Intra-Africa trade is still hovering under 20%. We trade more with Europe and Asia than we trade amongst ourselves. A very, very sad situation. And that's why Kwame Nkrumah muted the idea of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area in Addis Ababa in 1963. It took more than 40 years for it to now be coming into fruition, albeit in a very slow pace. So my response to you will be that let us unite. And I'm glad that President Mahama has so much goodwill. Look at the number of heads of states who attended his inauguration. And already he has so many invitations. He's just returned from Tanzania, Kenya, and everybody wants to, host him and have a discussion with him. And I think that he has that potential of not only becoming the focal point, a potential AU chairman, to really galvanize Africa and get the African nations to unite so that together we can have a common position on what the African interests should be. So that would be my approach, going back to the Nkrumah template of Africa must unite. Let's present a common force. And with that, we are talking about a market of about 1.5 billion. If we unite, we will be such a force that nobody can dare mess with us. But the challenge has been disunity. And that is really my philosophical outlook on these matters.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You just mentioned the African Continental Free Trade. Yes. Mr. Nominee, until the NPP government was able to secure the use of Ghana as the base for the AFTA Secretariat, Ghana has been an active member of many multilateral platforms, but hasn't really attracted any significant secretariat comparable to the AU in Addis Ababa, or the UN office in Nairobi, or ECOWAS in Abuja. This is important because The borders are attracting jobs into their countries, or these countries are attracting jobs and opportunities into their countries. As foreign minister, how do you plan to leverage this position, Ghana being the secretariat of AFTA, to attract something tangible into the country?
I mean, certainly I have gone on record in this House to commend your government for securing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. And I added, if you recall in that presentation, that it is a testimony of what we can achieve when we unite. I recall that former President Akufo-Addo reached out to former President Mahama, former President Rawlings, God bless his soul, former President Kufuor, and all of us across the divide, and said, look, let's form a joint campaign team and campaign for this secretariat. And that is why we were such a formidable force and we secured it. So I'm a bit disappointed that you have tried to partisan it and you have discounted the contributions that all of these former heads of states, particularly from my side of the political divide, did. And don't forget that the reason why it was also easy for Ghana to win the secretariat is because of Ghana's consistency. Kwame Nkrumah had mooted this idea on 25th May 1963, and then in 2012, January 2012, Professor John Evans Atta Mills, a renowned Nkrumahist, revived the discussion at the 18th ordinary session of the AU. He moved the motion that we must go back to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And that is why heads of state said that, look, Ghana's consistency on this matter, you are deserving to host the secretariat. So I think that it's a collective effort, CPP, NDC, MPP, all of us, and it shouldn't be partisan. But having said that, the thrust of your question is how we can leverage this. We need to make sure that we are hosting and winning. So as we host, we are getting more jobs created. Often there are concerns when these secretariats begin to recruit that it doesn't really favor locals and that they bring in a lot of outsiders. And these outsiders often get the top jobs. And then, you know, we are left with jobs that are not that rewarding. I intend to engage with the dynamic Secretary General, Wankele Meni, and I think that we should look at a plan on how we can really leverage on hosting, because we are spending so much money hosting. Some of the staff have also expressed concern about their working conditions and all of that. And I think that these are matters we can discuss in confidence and see how we boost employment opportunities for our people.
Because I overrule your first question, you have your last questions to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ablakwa, I do wish you well. And I know you will succeed. My last question. The African Union seems to have a credibility problem among young Africans, in that it is perceived as weak and toothless on the international stage. For example, in matters regarding the overstay of certain African leaders in power, the countless tragic deaths of African migrants crossing Sahara and the Mediterranean, and in the vocal defense of African interest on the global stage, the organization is found wanting. The AU, unlike the EU, appears to be too timid on behalf of its people. What would you, as foreign minister, do to help change this negative perception about the AU?
Well, thank you very much, Honorable former Minister, for your kind wishes. And I must place on record that former Deputy Minister, that you prophesied 8 years ago that I will be Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I was quite surprised when in your earlier submissions you sought to take me on. But, Mr. Chairman, on the more serious note, if the Osagefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was alive, his response to this, your question, will be, I told you so. remember that when he led the Casablanca group, he wanted a more integral, united African states, a strong political force. He added that we must have a standby force, military force, we must have a bank, we must have a common currency, we must remove all trade barriers, trade tariffs, artificial borders, which are relics of the Berlin Conference when Otto von Bismarck called his friends in Europe and shared Africa amongst themselves. But unfortunately, the Monrovia group prevailed. And they said, let's have a loose union without an Africa standby force, without a bank, and all of these, political structures that the visionary Kwame Nkrumah put forward. So I think at the heart of this perception of the AU is about continental Africa unity and how we must go back to the original Nkrumah blueprint as was espoused by the Casablanca group. And I am glad that already those talks have begun within the AU. There are massive reforms going on. Indeed, some countries have even said that they will not pay their full access contributions unless they see greater reform and see the AU become more, transparent and more, beneficial to the African people. So it's good that those discussions are continuing. President Paul Kagame is leading the reforms, and President Mahama has already struck a very good, chord with him, and I'm sure that they will continue to champion those reforms. But ultimately, you may call me an Nkrumahist, but ultimately, we must go back to Kwame Nkrumah's vision of the United States of Africa. That really is what will make the AU strong and
thank you very much.
More impactful.
I will proceed to give the floor to
my follow-up, please.
Your follow-up on this.
My question. This
very
is
well,
my follow-up.
very well.
Mr. Nominee, let me take you on to social media because you are a key player in that particular area. Social media has become a source of misinformation and disinformation, undermining the ability of leaders in West Africa to mobilize public support for its decisions and development agenda. You are one of the leading politicians who uses social media a lot to get your message and interest across. Looking at the generality of the situation and the concerns across the political divide, what are some of the initiatives that you will promote to overcome this dangerous development?
Well, thank you very much. I take the view that social media is a double-edged sword. It can be a force for good, and then if it's misused, it can be weaponized and, used as a destructive element. I think that African leaders should become conscious of the new age, new media, and we should encourage more transparency. My view is that if African leaders and African governments adopt an open governance architecture, if they are more transparent, they are more accountable, then the people will know. Knowledge is power. It will not be easy for the people to be misled. Unfortunately, in Africa, you struggle to get information. If you are not an interceptor general, then God help you, So, Mr. Chairman, I really will say that let's have more open governance. The RTI has been passed in Ghana, but in terms of its success in implementation, there is much to be desired. And then our regulatory bodies should clamp down on those who are misusing social media for disinformation, misinformation. They create fake accounts. And unfortunately, even some governments on the continent are responsible. They have these fake news factories. They pay people to just, put out fake news. Will you believe that on my way to this vetting, few days in the run-up to this vetting, there was fake news all over that I have started deleting my Facebook messages, my Facebook exposés. All over, people were sharing it. And some people believed it, that I'm indeed deleting my Facebook posts. Why will I? I'm not a coward. I'm not one to, I stand by my convictions. I'm a conviction politician. So fake news is a real problem. But I think that as for social media, it's come to stay. Let's encourage more open governance, more transparency, and we should be fine with social media.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Haji Aladi Ayamba, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Ablakwa. You've worked hard, right from when I was Deputy National Women Organizer, Europa came, you worked hand in hand with Fifi Kwete and all others. You have never rested on your OS. Thanks to the Almighty Allah, we came to Parliament at the same time, and you have always soared high. I like the energy and the way you were able, you have always been able to work. Someone wanted to say helter-skelter and said skelter-skelter. So, and the acronym is ORAL. Operation Recover or Loot. I know you wouldn't belong to any team that will be doing anything adverse. So far, my observations and what I've seen, it has been good. Because I've listened, I have watched. Now, sooner than later, ORAL as a team needs to have a way forward. What is ORAL going to do so that all the things that you have done, the time, and now that you are not even being paid, you are just doing a yeoman's job, it wouldn't go waste. We would actually benefit from it. And then, can you tell us also, apart from the way forward, can you tell us also, this particular activity that you have undertaken, how much have you saved Ghanaians from these corrupt activities that has bedeviled the country and taken so much from Ghanaian taxpayers? Thank you.
Honorable member, proceed to ask the question. But because we don't have any evidence of evaluation of how much ORAL has been able to save, proceed to answer the question minus that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And let me commend my big sister for her question and thank her for her kind words. She's been one of our mothers. We all go to her for advice, and she's always generous with her counseling and guidance. Mr. Chairman, as I said in my introduction, one of the jobs that I am so proud of, and I'll remain ever so proud of, is this sacrificial job to chair ORAL, Operation Recover or Loot, which is a major plank in President Mahama's anti-corruption drive. The establishment of ORAL is such a masterstroke, and President Mahama ought to be commended. I can reveal to you today that since ORAL was established, just by the establishment of the team and we receiving information from the general public, we have saved this country 20 bungalows which were going to be demolished. 20. And I can provide the list. Bungalows that were being occupied by staff of Research Department of the Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Gender, the CSIR. Bulldozers had moved in, but because they called the ORAL Secretariat, and we then called National Security to take action, they were able to protect these bungalows. I have not added the Du Bois Center, the NDA lands, which were about to be captured. So President Mahama has saved this country a great deal with the establishment of oral, and all of us must support oral. Now we are having an international discussion. Many people forget that oral has international dimensions. I need not remind our colleagues here that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been an oral champion in the international arena. Why do I say that? He has been advocating for reparation, that our colonial masters who looted Africa, they should bring it back, return our monies, our artifacts, return the loot. So I'm so shocked that our friends who started oral even before President Mahama won the election in the international arena, when they come home, they don't want to hear about oral. This is quite remarkable. You know, and I would have thought that charity will begin at home. You want the Brits and the French and the Dutch and others to return the loot. But back home, you want looters to go scot-free. Let's not do anything about looting. I find it really contradictory. So let's see some consistency. The other international dimension about oral is that if you check the ECOWAS protocols, the AU Charter, and all the UN charters and all of that, anti-corruption is a major, major plank. According to the World Bank, Africa is losing about $88 billion every year because of corruption. $88 billion, and those are conservative estimates. Imagine what that money, if it stays in the continent, used for the development of the people's welfare, how our continent will look like. So as for oral, all of us must support it. And if you look at what has gone on in this country over the last 8 years, look, I have a tall list of monies that can be retrieved. SkyTrain, we can get our $2.5 million back. Ejapa, we can get our $12 million back. National Cathedral, we can get our $58 million back.
Honorable member, these
SML,
are projections.
Yes.
Are these projections?
Projections.
Honorable member.
Projections.
Honorable
No,
member.
but I think that it's important to contextualize so that, you see, when we talk about oral, people discuss oral in abstract terms. This House, Mr. Chairman, and it's unfortunate that the ranking member is not here. Mr. Chairman, if you pardon me.
Honorable member, is there a document that you want to refer to?
Yes, please, and to also table the document.
You need to seek leave to refer to it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to first secure the document, and then I will table it with your permission. Pardon me, I have quite a number of documents here.
Please, just conclude your answer on this. Then we can make progress. Honorable member.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
We have a very tall list today.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have found it. It is a report of this House. Your report, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect. A report of the ad hoc committee to investigate the procurement contract between the government of the Republic of Ghana and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Dalmouk Al Maktoum and SL Global for the supply of Sputnik V COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Chairman, this document, submitted to Mr. Speaker, adopted by this House, August 2021, signed by the Honorable Alexander K. Afenyo-Markin, Chairman of the ad hoc committee. This was their conclusion. Paragraph 12.4. Quote, with your permission, Mr. Chairman. The committee urges the Minister for Finance to take steps to recover the money due to the Republic in respect of the amount of $2 million, 850,000 United States dollars, so $2.85 million, equivalent at the time to 16,331,640 Ghana cedis, being the cost of the Sputnik V vaccines that were procured wrongly, adopted by this House. So, Afenyo-Markin, the Honorable Afenyo-Markin, signed this report.
I was part of that committee.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Yafo. Yes, I'd even forgotten that. So, even as a House, we have been doing oral with the support of Honorable Afenyo-Markin, signing documents, also concerned about monies that have been looted that we cannot find. So why will you fight President Mahama when you have some of these reports that you yourselves have signed, urging retrieval from a finance minister? So, as for oral, it has come to stay. The second part of a question about the future of oral. Let me place on record that our job at this point is just to collect the information.
Member, just limit yourself to the scope of the question.
Yes, yes. She asked about the future of oral. It's important. And many Ghanaians have been asking since my appointment. Many Ghanaians have been asking. The way forward for oral. The way forward for oral is that all the information that have come from patriotic Ghanaians, we will be handing over our report soon, in the next few days, to His Excellency the President, the appointor. And then he will decide with his Attorney General on the second phase of oral, which is the execution phase, the retrieval phase.
Thank you very
phase.
much.
So that is the future of oral. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, I am a lady from a constituency and an MP that has two countries that border us. That is Burkina Faso to the north and Togo to the east. There are a lot of concerns about the unrest, let me use that word, that especially is coming up from the Burkina side. We have a lot of unapproved roads, and because of where we are coming from, you cannot tell who is who immediately, because we look alike. Basically we speak the same language. We are afraid of spillovers because of the, people will say Boko conflict, and I will say the Kusag conflict, because it entails a whole lot. Will you take it on yourself as a minister, if approved, to make sure that you work hand in hand with the two countries, although Burkina Faso has opted out from ECOWAS, but we are well aware that there is some leverage that we should work hand in hand with them. Will you work with them to ensure that we bring an end to these issues? Because those who are there and causing these problems, which can readily escalate, are also human beings and need to be listened to. Will you do that? Thank you.
I can assure you, Honorable Hajia Ladi, that that will be pursued. It is a priority of President Mahama. That's why he's appointed a special envoy to the Sahel in the person of Lieutenant Colonel Beflo Latte. And you are close to the challenge, and I'm glad about how eloquently you speak about it. I mean, those who think we should leave them to be on their own, no. I mean, when the violence escalates, we will be the immediate harboring point for refugees, for even some of these, extremists who will come in with weapons. There are small arms and sophisticated weapons that will, be brought into our jurisdiction. And don't forget, we are already having challenges in Boku. So it presents such a toxic mix. And so if we do not help to quench the fires in these our neighboring countries, we are at real risk, and there will be no stability. And what we have going for us is our stability. Without peace and stability, nothing else can be achieved. It is so fundamental. And so you have our fullest assurances that my marching orders from President Mahama is to support the special envoy to make sure that we are able to pursue peace and get our three neighboring countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, back into the ECOWAS fold, and we'll remain committed to that.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any further questions. I just wish you all the best, and I do my heart off for you. Thank you, and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will recognize Alasan Uma.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Minister nominee, congratulations, my brother and comrade. I haven't listened to you on your answers regarding the oral. I know how I could tell the selflessness and patriotic ideals and your initial left-centered ideology. So I want to find out how, now that you are a foreign minister or as a foreign minister, how do you intend to marry the two? Because on the resume, you are the chairperson or chairman of Oral. And you are also becoming, God's willing, the next foreign minister. How do you intend to marry the two? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. A very brilliant
Thank you
question.
very much, but let me place on record that you are not yet a foreign minister unless you are giving the nod. Thank you. Proceed to answer the question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A very brilliant question. And as I indicated earlier, Oral's mandate will continue even from this first phase of information gathering into the second phase of actual retrievals, recoveries, prosecutions, when the Attorney General decides that there is basis for that. Now, your brilliant question about how I can also continue to support the process. Within the international arena, we have mechanisms of recovering loot, which have been shipped to various, havens and destinations. If you take, for example, what happened to the Abacha loot in Nigeria, they needed international collaboration, and the World Bank was very supportive to help Nigeria recover hundreds of millions of dollars of the Abacha loot, particularly from Switzerland and other destinations. So I see my role as a role that will help. I'm not going to say that Oral is behind me. No, even though the next phase, the Attorney General will be leading the effort. But when he calls on me to bring in the international dimension, facilitate how to work with international organizations to retrieve loot in other jurisdictions, certainly I'll be more than happy, relying on the Nigerian model, how they use their international partners to retrieve the Abacha loot. I think that we can also use that to retrieve loot that is hiding in all manner of places for the development of our people. Our people need that money for roads, for schools, for hospitals, for good water, and we have to help them retrieve their money.
Thank you. Any further question? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm satisfied with the answer. My second question is, and this is due to, I don't know how to call it, is it brain drain? Our youth and Ghanaian domestic workers who ran to the Gulf have been abused severally. We see pictures, we see photographs or videos. Want to find out, do you have any plan or what do you intend to do to stop this kind of abuses?
Well, thank you very much. As I indicated earlier, this is one of the priority areas His Excellency President Mahama has asked me to pursue, how to make sure that we use our foreign policy to create jobs, but in creating jobs, we make sure that we have bilateral agreements and ensure that these jobs are safe, properly done. So it's not just some agencies who are exploiting, vulnerable Ghanaians because they want jobs. So be rest assured, we are not only going to be verbally condemning what has happened, but we are going to take concrete steps with a new economic diplomacy outlook that seeks to create jobs for our young people in other jurisdictions. Sign proper contracts, bring all of these people within a regulated space, and make sure that our young people benefit. That is the surest way of ending all of this exploitation and the violation of the human rights of our people.
Chairman, I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Vincent Asafua.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his appointment as the Minister for Foreign Affairs. My question to you, Honorable Nominee, is that, and I will try to give a certain background. On the 4th of September, 2021, you granted an interview on Newsfile, Joy FM. You stated that traveling on a private jet jeopardizes the president's security, and that we need a presidential travel policy to regulate how president of our republic travels. Now, just a few days after the president of the republic was sworn in, specifically on the 17th of January 2025, His Excellency the President, President Mahama, used a private jet to travel to Gambia. He also used the same private jet to Senegal. Now my question to you is, will you condemn this action of the president as you have done in previous times when presidents use private jets? And if given the nod to become the Minister for Foreign Affairs, when should we expect the presidential travel policy that you proposed to the people of Ghana?
Thank you very much. The first question is, will you condemn, then when you come to office, the travel policy?
Well, thank you very much. It is important for us to put this matter in the proper context. And let us not compare, apples and, if you like, pepper. Because you just can't compare them. My campaign against the non-use of the presidential jet, which this parliament approved $37 million at the time for the purchase in 2008 under the President Kufuor regime, was largely about protecting the public purse. A cost-saving concern is what I had. That why do we have a functioning presidential jet in pristine condition, and we will be spending 20,000 euros an hour renting luxury jets. That is the matter I raised. And I have the Hansard here, the Hansard of 16 June 2021. I filed an urgent question. And Mr. Chairman, if you come to column 012 with your permission, I'm not going to read. I'm just summarizing. I know that time is of the essence. You see here from column 012, the Minister for Defense at the time, the Honorable Netiwo, coming up with all kinds of excuses that you couldn't even shower in our presidential jet and all of that, which we found bizarre. So, put my concerns in proper context. It is about wastage, profligacy, the dissipation of scarce resources. That's the fundamental concern. Now, in the case of President Mahama, President Mahama is using his brother's private jet without paying for it. We are not being charged 20,000 euros an hour by the celebrated entrepreneur and business mogul, Ibrahim Mahama. What the presidency has explained is that in the initial days of the presidency, they asked the Ghana Air Force to present a report, conduct an assessment and present a report on whether the presidential jet was fit for purpose. The Ghana Air Force had delayed in their submission, and in the interim, his brother stepped in. We didn't pay for it. There was no financial loss to the state. I can confirm to you that since the Ghana Air Force presented its report, I remember that on the floor of this house, the former Minister for Defense told us that he can confirm that the jet is in great condition. And I found that very revealing, because when I was on this campaign in 2021, he was telling us the jet wasn't fit for purpose. But suddenly, under a different president, it's such a great jet which can be used. So we are glad that there's been a U-turn. Honorable Netiwo has confirmed that the jet is in good use. And I can confirm that President Mahama has since resumed the use of the Falcon 900 EXE, Ghana's presidential jet. Now, on the second aspect of your question about the travel policy, this is a matter that I feel strongly about. And if given the opportunity to sit at cabinet, I will propose that Ghana formulates a presidential travel policy. If you take the United States, for example, when the president uses Air Force One for campaigns, for private use, he is made to reimburse the American taxpayer. So every campaign, they have an independent committee that monitors. If you use the presidential jet for private business, private fundraising, for campaigns, you pay back the fuel, the cost of using it, and all of that. So, and then they also have clear guidelines on who can use those jets and how it should be maintained and all of that. We don't have that. So it is important to pursue that policy. And I can assure you that I remain committed to it, and I think that it is time for Ghana to have a presidential travel policy.
Any further question? But remember, you asked 2-in-1 question. Condemnation
actually
and
have a follow-up.
Policy.
I have a follow-up.
You have a follow-up?
Yeah, I have a follow-up.
Very well.
Honorable nominee, granted that His Excellency the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo engaged in wastage and profligacy, in your own words. On the 29th of March 2021, while you were paying tribute to the former president of Tanzania, President John Magufuli on the floor of Parliament. You praised him for placing a ban on what you term frivolous foreign travels by government officials. Frivolous foreign travels by government officials. And if my memory serves me right, you made a post on Facebook allegedly saying that President Magufuli was flying in economy, which turned out not to be true. But now, as a foreign affairs minister...
Please, for the record, I've never put out such a post. Never. I only paid tribute to Magufuli in Parliament. I didn't talk about economy trouble. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Nominee, that should be your answer. So allow him to finish asking the question.
Honorable nominee, I'm suggesting to you that you made a Facebook post. And in that Facebook post, you indicated that President Magufuli has been flying in the economy, and for that matter, other African countries should also learn from him. Now, as a foreign affairs minister, obviously you will be engaged in a number of travels, specifically outside the country. And I am informed that foreign affairs ministers travel on either first class or business class. Now, if you were to make a round trip to New York in the United States of America with Emirates, you will be paying around 250,000 Ghana cedis on first class. Now, if you decide to do business class, you will be doing about 140,000 Ghana cedis. In your own words, His Excellency the President Nana Akufo-Addo engaged in wastage, profligacy. If you want to do economy, you'll be doing around 27,000 Ghana cedis. Would you decide to use economy class ticket, or you do business class?
The first question is, did you make that Facebook post?
No, I did not.
Well,
and
he's making reference to contribution on the floor and a Facebook post. And he interjected to say that the Facebook post, no. Is that not it? So now that you have the opportunity to answer the question, did you make those Facebook posts? What was your contribution on the floor?
So my contribution on the floor was to eulogize President Magufuli, and I stand by it. I think he's one of the greatest African leaders we've had, and it's a shame that he didn't live long. I mean, just like Professor Mills, he could not complete his term. And President Magufuli did a lot of things, a lot of cost-saving measures, including even reviewing how they celebrate their national days and all of that, renegotiating, their agreements in the extractive industry and all of that. Great leader, and I admire such leaders who protect the public purse genuinely, not just by rhetoric. Having said that, I would also want to place on record that when given the nod as foreign minister, I shall never ever rent a 20,000 euros an hour luxury jet. Never ever. I shall never ever do that.
Please, Honorable Asafwa, it is not the answer you want.
So you have my full assurances. Now, on the matter of business class economy, Honorable Chair, I am wondering why members of parliament who fly business class don't want a foreign minister to fly business class. I'm really wondering what this is about, and where they are headed. But I can assure you, Honorable Chairman, that I don't care a hoot which class I travel. if we get into economic difficulties and there is a policy that ministers should travel economy, I am happy to travel economy, because even as MP, there are times that I travel economy when I can, and I don't see it as a big deal. Indeed, when I met the Venerable Dr. Obeda Samwa, he told me that for the first 7 years, in the heady days of the revolution, as foreign minister, he was flying economy. Didn't take anything away from him. So I really don't care. If there's a policy that let's fly economy. And don't forget that even about cost-saving measures, sometimes it depends on the airlines. As minister, I'll be interested in cost-saving measures. So if there is a travel, it is not only the class that you travel that you can save money. Even the airlines, can KLM take you there cheaper? Can Africa World or Delta or Kenya Airways or Ethiopian Airlines take you there cheaper? Give me the options, and let's look at what is in the national interest. Then size of delegation. I can assure you that what we saw in the recent past, where more than 300 people can claim to be going for a COP27, President Mahama would not tolerate that. So even size of delegation, you cannot decide to fly economy. But if you pack 1,000 people, 1,000 officials, that you are flying economy, you haven't saved the country anything. You know, so we should be more nuanced about these discussions. It's not as simplistic as is being presented.
I recognize the minority leader on a follow-up question.
No, it's okay.
Very well, he said it's okay. So, Honorable Safua, your second question.
I would have wished that I would have another follow-up question, but it's fine. Let me ask my second question. Honorable nominee, you should be very familiar with the struggles of members of parliament, especially since the inception of the Fourth Republic. The struggles that they go through with many aspects of their work and life, especially with transportation. You and I are not Accra boys. We all came from our various regions and came to Accra. And so obviously, when you are elected as a member of parliament and you get to Accra, there are issues of transportation for members of parliament. Now, in the 8th Parliament, in spite of these glaring difficulties that are faced by members of Parliament...
Honourable Member, your question, please.
Honourable Chairman, with the greatest of respect, just 30 seconds to lay a background. It's not offensive, respectfully. I'm doing so
you call this a 30
on behalf
seconds?
of the people of Ghana, so I beg you, respectfully. In spite of all these difficulties that colleagues go through, you vehemently oppose the grant of car loans to members of parliament. Now I have in my hand a report by the City Newsroom dated the 10th of July 2021. And that publication, the headline that I have in my hand says that government must stop facilitating MPs' car loans. Government must stop facilitating MPs' car loans. Now, did you, as a member of parliament at the time, receive a car loan? And if yes, did you purchase a vehicle with that money?
So, Honorable Asafua, I want to get the question clear. The City News, how is it attributed to the nominee before us? Because the author definitely is City News.
Especially Honorable nominee, Honorable Chairman, I made mention of the fact that the Honorable nominee made a statement which was captured by City News, attributed to the Honorable nominee, which is the Honorable Ablakwa. So it is a statement that is attributed to him to have said that government must stop facilitating car loans for members of parliament.
Honorable Asafua, the difficulty that I have is that City News attributed something to Honorable Ablakwa. Now, you are assuming
I said you granted
that
an interview.
once the City News have done that, he is the author of this document. So you need to first of all
allow him to
find out from him whether he is responsible for making that particular statement. And you proceed to ask your question.
Very much so. So, my first question to you, Honorable Nominee, did you make that comment in an interview that you granted to City News? And if yes, did you receive the car loan? And did you also use that money, if indeed you received it, to purchase a car?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I'm very happy that you bring this up. And I have always maintained that we need to review the car loans arrangement for members of parliament. I am not saying that members of parliament should not be entitled to cars provided for by the state. But the model, how it is done, government going for a loan for MPs, which is then deducted from their salaries. Our colleagues in the executive, our colleagues in the judiciary, there's a car pool where you have access to those cars. And then when you are done with your term or you are being moved to another place, it is left behind for the next person. So I was advocating for a different model because this model, this approach, did not sit well with a vast majority of Ghanaians. And that is a position that I still maintain. Why do we have different regimes? Those who serve in the executive, those who serve in the judiciary, they have a different regime. Nobody is going for a loan.
Walking, he will be able to walk from.
There's a car pool where you can access vehicles for use. And then those in the legislature have a different arrangement. That is what I was opposed to. Now, the second leg of your question. Yes, I received the funds, but I didn't use it for a Land Cruiser. I used it to buy a combined harvester for the rice farmers in my constituency. And the records are there. So you can check that for yourself.
Well, I have a follow-up question.
Any further question?
I have a follow-up question. You were advocating against the model of granting car loans to members of parliament, in your own words. In another breath, you say that you took the funds, you took the car loan, and used it to purchase for a combined harvester. Where is the principle? Something that you advocate against? Something that you advocate against? You go ahead to take it. My question to you, did the farmers pay back that money to you?
Honorable Nominee, the question overruled. Please go ahead and ask another question.
My last question to you, Honorable Nominee. I have had the opportunity to listen to you a number of times, and one of them, I shared a platform with you on TV3. In that interview, you had an opportunity to make a presentation to the people of Ghana, about 30, 40 minutes presentation, where you indicated that there is a supposedly $84 billion. That is a culmination of a number of corruption scandals. That, in your estimation, you think that oral need to pursue that amount of money, $84 billion. inclusive of that allegation is a drip component that you mentioned. I was a deputy minister for local government, and there was a contract between DACF and GA Plant Pool. Now, as part of the 84 billion, you included in that 84 billion that there is an aspect of it which is a drip component, that you have included it as part of corruption scandals. Now, the contract amount of that drip contract is about $173 million. Now, with that $173 million that you have included in the $84 billion that is supposed to be, as it were, collected, or take that for the people of Ghana, how is that a corruption scandal, or how, in your estimation, how is that termed as corruption in your own definition?
Thank you very much. We'll take a short break for just 5 minutes whilst we remain seated.
Thank you.
Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by congratulating the Honorable
where
You who followed from last night, there was chaos with MPs at each other's throat, fisticuffs, and then ultimately it was resolved. Microphones were destroyed, tables were broken. This morning, those issues were all fixed up and a vetting process started. It started without the majority on the committee, but then they eventually took their seat, and that meant a few issues coming in for some of those issues that have come. And the chairman of the committee has also taken his seat. Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa is also on his way back, and then we expect that this vetting process will continue for him to continue answering the questions of the vetting committee in the way these matters have been done.
Or you go ahead. Honourable members, you are welcome back. Honourable nominee, do you want the question to be repeated, or you go ahead and provide the answer?
Well, Chairman, I'll go ahead. I remember the question
Very well. Very well.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, the figure I put out in that why oral presentation on TV3, and I subsequently did same on Joy FM's news file. The figure is $18 billion. I selected just about 30 of the scandals that plagued this country. So it's 18, not 84 billion dollars. And then CDs, I should say, 18 billion CDs. And then let me also state that in the work that I did as part of my oversight constitutional mandate into the District Road Improvement Project matter, I discovered a number of infractions. First of all, I discovered that the procurement law was violently breached and mutilated. It was single-sourced under the emergency provisions of the law, which is clear abuse of the law, a clear violation. Then also the pricing. I discovered that the unit price for the drip equipment were outrageously inflated. Because what I did as part of my oversight work was to send an email to the company and to ask for quotations. And when those quotations arrived, it was clear that in some instances, some of the equipment had been doubled, the value of those equipment. So the conservative estimate from the oversight work I did is that Ghana could have obtained those drip equipment if we did it competitively and there was competitive pricing without the inflationary pricing that took place. We could have got them for about $75 million and not the $187 million that we were billed with. And I still maintain that Ghana did not receive value for money so far as the DRIP project is concerned. And finally, let me say that I found the Vice President's conduct in this affair quite problematic. In opposition, he was vehemently opposed to single sourcing, and he did put out consistently posts that single sourcing.
You said the Vice President.
Yes, the former Vice President.
Former.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who says that he is the drip champion. He says this whole drip thing is his idea. That's what he told the country. And he indeed asked all those who were trying to take credit, including members of parliament, to back off, that it is his idea. In the course of my oversight work, I found his conduct not consistent with what he promised the people of this country, that he will make sure that projects are competitive, that sole sourcing, inflationary pricing will be a thing of the past. It is regrettable, to say the least, that he was not consistent. And when he had the opportunity with this, his flagship DRIP initiative, he departed from what he assured the nation he will do as Vice President. So those are the concerns that I have about DRIP, and I am hoping that Ghana will be able to retrieve some money. Fortunately, only 25% has been paid. Not all the liabilities have been met. So I have encouraged the new Mahama administration to renegotiate the DRIP initiative so that we can save money, because my conservative estimate is that it's been inflated by more than $100 million. And there is a need to save money. $100 million can do so much for an IMF bailout country. There's so much that we can do with $100 million. And I'll encourage my colleague, the Honorable Asifwa, to get close to me. I can share some of the work we have done on this with you. And when you see yourself, I'm sure you'll become an advocate. You will join me that we should renegotiate the DRIP intervention.
Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question.
You have a follow-up on the $84 billion, as you said, that he is saying it is 18 billion cedis, and the DRIP.
The follow-up stems from the fact that, one, he indicates that the pricing, in his own words, was outrageous. And it was inflated. And he has done some work, and because of that, in his estimation, the pricing was indeed outrageous. Now, he said he has done some work, and I have also done some work, and I'm happy to share that with you. Honorable nominee, in my hands here is the contract itself, and maybe I'll go into specifics. Government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. So if you say it was outrageous, inflated, now the big question is, what is the market value for such an amount? Now I will take you to Zonda. Zonda is one of the well-noted agencies who sells tipper trucks.
Honorable Asafwa, with all due respect,
my question
he said he has done some work,
and he said it's
and you have done some work.
Yes.
Now, the amount being outrageous was based on the assessment of the work that he has done, but not your own. So the way you are going about the question, that is what is calling for worry.
Honorable
because
Chairman,
the work that you have done is not the same as the work that he has done.
Honorable Chairman,
your indicators may not be the same as his indicators.
Respectfully, I am saying that in the contract, government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. I am also referring the honorable nominee to Zonda, an agency that deals in tipper truck. When you go to Zonda today, Zonda sells a tipper truck for about $82,000 or $83,000. And government bought a tipper truck for $78,000. With this background, how do you term this as outrageously inflated contract? Because I don't see it.
Well, I don't know whether Zonda is the cheapest in the world, but I would ask the nominee to provide a question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, clearly my good friend, the Honorable Asifwa, has to do more work. As for this work he has done, with all due respect, it leaves much to be desired. For Zonda's trucks, they pay duties. You imported your trucks free of duties. I did an RTI request, and I asked the DACF administrator, did you pay duties on the trucks? They said no. Zonda is importing their trucks, paying duties. So of course, you are not. I keep talking about comparing apples with pepper, and it has to stop. Then when you talk about we bought tipper truck, there are many types of tipper truck. What kind of model? Which year? What are the specs? So, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the oversimplification of matters it's not helpful. And I am willing and ready to submit the work that we did. I say procurement breaches, no value for money. Ghana in vehicles that have been imported with duty and those that you are buying without paying duties. It's not helpful, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you very much. The questioner said he is also involved. Are you involved?
With the greatest of respect, Chairman, please let me be.
Recognize Honorable Shaibu.
Chairman, let me thank you very much for the opportunity. Sami, congratulations.
Thank you very much, my good brother, who supplies me smokes.
Sami, a well-deserved nomination. I wish you very well in this new role. Sami, let's move away from this corruption, oral, and whatever, and get to Pan-Africanism so that you can cool down a bit. A movement that has come to stay, a movement that has taken the whole world. I note that in the last 2 hours, you have mentioned Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Tell us briefly, don't go to your involvement. What's your motivation on Pan-Africanism? Thank you.
Pan-Africanism is the only way the African continent can be liberated. As the Osagifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said, nobody will care about our fortunes and our destinies more than ourselves. The reason why we are the most endowed continent in terms of resources, and yet we are the poorest, is because we have not taken control, the commanding heights of our economy, as President Achampong will say. The Pan-African agenda is for us to take control of our resources, to chart our own path, not to be pawns, not to engage in proxy wars with others. That is the key to our emancipation and our liberation. And I see in President Mahama a leader who believes in Pan-Africanism. And if you look at his priority areas, even the first countries he has visited, as president, he's yet to go to Europe or Asia or anywhere. It should tell you immediately, you know, where his priorities are and how he remains committed to the Pan-African agenda. And to conclude practically, I think that we should take a second look at our negotiation skills and abilities as a people. And it's one area that I'll be seeking the assistance of experts to beef up capacity at the foreign ministry. You look at a lot of agreements that we get into, and it's clear that we could have gotten a better deal if we had really put Pan-Africanism at the center, looked at the continent's interests, and subjected all other secondary interests, you know, out of the window. We can then get better. And I don't want to go into specifics because of how sensitive these matters are, but really at the core of our retarded development is the fact that we have not really imbibed, you know, the philosophy of Pan-Africanism as the likes of Du Bois, Kwame Nkrumah, Padmore, and others espouse. And I think that the time has come for us to really trace our roots, you know, to genuine Pan-Africanism.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Then I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaib.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. Very well done. I
before asking the question, I've made an observation I just want to run by you. First of all, I've watched you over the period, and I think you have grown very well. And I also think that people have watched you, and you've done very well for yourself. Save that today, before the process started itself, my observation was that you were a bit upset, and throughout the vetting process, you've also used a word like, I don't give a hoot, which I do not think that for a diplomat, you should be seen to be using such words. It's a general observation. And if I do not like you, I won't tell you. Now to my question. I feel that Russia currently has presence in the region, and the strategies Russia use include the social media propaganda and cyber terrorism. Several media houses have reported cyber attacks to their online portals, which were traced to Russian origin. What's Ghana's foreign policy in reference to Russia wanting to have regional control or influence? And especially against the backdrop that my foreign minister nominee has been in Russia recently to help His Excellency the President launch a book on my first coup d'etat.
Well, thank you very much. And your foreign minister nominee has also been to the United States recently, has been to France recently, has been to the United Kingdom recently, and has been to Ukraine recently. So let's place all of that on record. And I would like to proceed with caution that I do not think that, looking at how sensitive this role is and how, our foreign policy, which enjoins us to pursue positive neutrality, to be friends of all and enemies to none, I do not want to single out any country in this engagement for condemnation, for obvious reasons. I mean, when it comes from some other people, it depends on how it will be taken. But if it comes from me, even if I'm responding to a question, it can be taken as a position of the new government, and it can create a diplomatic row or a tiff, or even escalate into something else which we do not want. So I will plead that, Mr. Chairman, you permit me to stay away from condemning specific countries. If you want me to answer generally,
permitted.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any further questions? That is my foreign minister nominee, and I like the response. My second question, I actually had the opportunity of asking the same question to the transport minister nominee, and it has to do with the third-class treatment Ghanaian passengers face. It's a situation that for me is worrying. We are made to pay high fares, plane fares. We are given third-class planes or aircrafts. We are given terminals that are virtually unused or abandoned. And in fact, we are even served food on planes which one can easily decline taking those. Mr. Foreign Minister nominee, any assurances as to how you are going to ensure that vis-a-vis what the Nigerians use, what the South Africans use, you are going to have Ghanaians use get similar treatment? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for this question. And it's a very important matter. And you will recall, if you go through the Hansard, you will see that this is a matter that I have raised on a number of occasions. And it's a matter we have to address as a country. And it comes back to the earlier point I was making. Our negotiation skills, our negotiation abilities, these airline operators are not doing us favors. They are here for business, to make profit. It's a commercial entity, and it has to be a win-win situation. You see other countries demanding high standards, even the fleet, you know, the quality of the service, you know, and we've had situations where you have airline operators even bringing aircrafts that pose security risk, you know, that are not safe for the use of our passengers. So one of the things we are going to do when given the nod is to collaborate effectively with the various sector ministries. What I like about the foreign service is that we are there for all, we serve everybody, we facilitate everybody's priority and everybody's engagement. So the transport ministry, the various ministries that will be responsible for negotiating some of these terms, including the finance ministry, we will facilitate and help in the coordination. And if we are invited to be part of those meetings, we will state clearly that Ghana deserves better, and we are not going to accept this discrimination. Related to that, another matter I'm very passionate about is how our visa applicants are treated. It's a matter I'm going to address strongly and forcefully. I mean, you apply for visa and you are treated as though you are some slave. Even a decent place, a waiting area. I mean, I see sometimes senior citizens, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of our country, and they're just abandoned there, you know, the vagaries of the weather. They don't care if it's raining or if the sun is so scorching, you know, nobody cares. These missions don't seem to care. You know, we will not accept that. And we are going to engage with our ambassadors that there ought to be respect for our citizens and for our people. You know, so be rest assured that in all of its, you know, variants and features, we will stand up for Ghana and insist that Ghanaians' rights are protected. And it's going to be a major area that we'll focus on as a ministry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, just a follow-up. I was still going to indicate the issue of visa acquisition. And to still ask, I've seen that you have a broader knowledge of what the issues are, but I didn't see you adduce or give any solutions, because you just behaved like me. I know these are the problems, but what are the solutions? One of which is, are we even considering to expand or extend our visa-free countries?
Yeah, thank you very much. I have been trying to manage, you know, the chairman's restriction of the time and also providing solution. That is why you may not be hearing a lot more, but I can really espouse, give you greater detail if I will be allowed by the chair. On visa acquisitions, yes, I believe that we should have more visa waiver agreements. I'm an advocate of that so that we can waive visa restrictions. I am also in full support of permitting Africans to travel to Ghana without requiring visas. And it's one of the final decisions that President Akufo-Addo took. I can commit that after discussions with President Mahama, it's something that's going to continue, because as a Pan-Africanist, he believes in that. We will just have to make sure that we look at all the security aspects so that it doesn't become a medium for all kinds of, you know, unwanted elements coming into our society to undermine the peace and stability which we enjoy. So the ministry is currently looking at the implementation, how to make sure that it works in the best interest of our people. So be rest assured that visa waiver agreements, you are going to see more of that. The last time we approved that of Colombia, South Africa, and I know there are quite a number in the works. We are going to work on a lot more visa waiver agreements.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Your last question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So, Honorable Nominee, I've listened to you quietly throughout your submissions. One of the things I picked was your consistent conversation on unity, and basically narrowing it down to African unity. But I also observed that in the President's release, the EI, there was no consideration for Ministry of Foreign Affairs and regional integration. And against the backdrop that the focus is now to some extent on the Sahelian issues, and I don't know, I'm confused. Do you want to expatiate on why we do not have regional integration? And have you had the opportunity of talking to my very senior sister, Honorable Shelley Ayakoboche, on all of this?
Well, thank you very much. You are right that the new EI simply refers to the ministry as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have inquired, and I have been duly informed that regional integration will remain a priority area. But the thinking is that let's not limit the scope of the ministry. That name suggests as though the ministry has one focus, even though regional integration is important. So we'll still maintain the Regional Integration Bureau. We are still going to be champions of African integration. Everybody knows that that is Ghana's forte. We are the foremost nation since the days of the Osajefo to advocate for an integrated, united union of African states. So that will remain a priority, but it's just a simple nomenclature issue. On engagement with the Honorable Foreign Minister, you do know, have continued to engage with the minister and her deputies when I served as ranking member. Sometimes because of the oversight, you will understand that relations may not be as great because of the oversight, and how passionate I have been about protecting the public purse. But it is definitely without malice, and I would put on record that we have great working relations. I have enormous respect for her, and I'm going to support her at the Commonwealth, where she has become the Secretary General. And you do know that our flag bearer at the time, President Mahama, put out a formal statement on our behalf, our collective behalf, celebrating the Honorable Shelley Ayakoboche on her electoral victory as Commonwealth Secretary General. So I have nothing against the former minister, and we'll work together within the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much. Very well.
Yes, I'm excited to know that there is a very good working relationship. I want to find out, flowing from that, if you want to be seen to be pushing for such very enviable positions. The Secretary General, I think I remember Honorable Anatetekura, and Honorable Ibn Chambers, and then now my venerable sister, Honorable Shelley Ayakoboche, and Kofi Annan. I want to see Honorable Okudzeto. Are you going to assure us that it is a path you are going to push?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. You have to determine whether you can do that or not, and it's not a matter that you should be disclosing to the whole world.
How?
Thank you very much.
How is that?
I will give the floor to Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dapamoko.
Chairman, Chairman, ma zamonu popo mada pe gbogbo na mi o dupola John Dramani Mahama. Abi ale na otiemiefu Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa be na foreign minister na Ghana dukonene. Mio tonto batoto evoduko voter reji mi dakpo gbogbo na. Togbe jekle pli o duko fi o tu bato o dakpo gbogbo na. Ta wizo.
Mr. Chairman.
Babi are kama la sinyo. Babi are kakwe la sinyo be.
Translate.
I will. Let me land. I'll translate it perfectly for you. Nyababia ko nyabe na scholarship ya na chodu bubu made ali la wena wa camion of yosu. To wit. Congratulations. The entire voter region, the town citizens, especially the Bato citizens, they are very proud of you. And Togbe Jekle and his entire chieftaincy council, traditional council, they are proud of you. So you are welcome. Very simple question. How will you make easily available to Ghanaian young men who are desirous of studying, especially postgraduate programs in other countries, scholarships accessible to them? I thank you.
Yo anyaha madapa no. Majiba amashaba na nyaba edoya mikata miawe na waja amashaba nu na miava duplola His Excellency John Dramani Mahama we Ghana tokata wakpo jijo ba edoa miewe ye miewe ni pa akpanao. To wit, thanking my brother and assuring the President and the nation that we will work together, we will work hard to make sure that we do not disappoint the country. Scholarships is a very, very important matter. There are many times I've attended diplomatic engagements and I am approached and told that, oh, we had this 200 scholarships, we had this 400 scholarships. You people are not coming up. The window is closing. What is happening? So I think that moving forward, we need to really pay attention to these bilateral scholarships that many countries provide. And I recall as Deputy Minister in charge of tertiary education, I negotiated the Hungarian bilateral scholarship, which every year 100 Ghanaians are accepted in Hungary for postgraduate studies. That is a sure way of reducing the burden on Get Fund, on Scholarship Secretariat, GMPC and others who are struggling with a narrow fiscal space to sponsor scholarships. If we really revamp our bilateral scholarships and we make it available, practically what I want us to do is to have a dedicated website where all of these scholarships will be published. The criteria will be provided, and we are actually going to have dedicated officers who will assist our citizens to access these scholarships. There are too many of these bilateral scholarships that people don't know about, and by the time they even get to know, the deadline is over. You know, I know that countries like the UK, the US, China, Japan, South Korea, many of these countries, we have bilateral agreements with them. They have scholarships that often we are not able to take full advantage of. So it's a matter that is going to receive urgent attention. We'll demystify it, have a dedicated website for all of these bilateral scholarships, have dedicated officers who will facilitate the process. And the other innovation that you should also expect is that I want us to look at the passport fee regime again, so that we will create some dispensation which will omit some categories of Ghanaians, particularly brilliant but needy students, from paying passport fees. It should be possible to have them subsidized so that the frequent travelers in the business category, entrepreneurs, the rich applicants, they can pay a little more for expedited service to subsidize the vulnerable, poor visa applicants. I don't understand why that cannot be part of the package that you receive as a student when you are going on scholarship abroad, because you are classified as brilliant but needy. So why should you be struggling to pay passport fees? I think we can take a second look at the fee structure and exempt our needy students. So these are some of the interventions we will be doing in the area of scholarships.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, Chairman. You and SHOWDOWN, we have very close relationship. So on behalf of my people in SHOWDOWN, especially in Tongo, Germany, they send their gratitude and they wish you all the best. Germany, talk Akbar.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking good care of them.
I then proceed to recognize the deputy minority leader and the deputy ranking member of the committee, Honorable Patricia Piaget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I seek to yield to the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the person of Honorable Mavis Nkasa Bodu. Thank you.
Honorable Mavis Nkasa Bodu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me join the other colleagues on congratulating the Honorable Member. Honorable nominee, let me take you back to the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel Devlolate as a special envoy to the Alliance of Sahel States. I want to find out, as the individual earmarked for this ministry, did the President confer with you before making such an appointment?
Very important question, and thank you, Honorable former Deputy Minister, for your question. If you look at the sequencing or the timing, at the time His Excellency the President made the appointment, I had not been named as Foreign Minister. We were all wondering what will happen. I know the President kept his cards close to his chest. We didn't know which ministry we'll be serving in, or if we'll even be considered for appointments at all. So it was very early, and I wasn't a Foreign Minister designate. So I couldn't have been consulted.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So that brings me to my question.
Well, then the one you asked, what is it?
Honorable, I was just...
Please, treat that as your question number one. Proceed to question number two.
That will be a follow-up, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. So then I want to find
follow-up flowing from the answer.
Yes, please.
That at that time,
yes,
he was not
in regards
nominated.
to his appointment as the special envoy to the Sahel states. Yes, so then, Honorable nominee, I want to find out from you, can you take us through the step-to-step mission of this special envoy, considering the fact that all these three states are headed by military leaders, and the intervention by ECOWAS, their exit from ECOWAS, and our continuous membership with ECOWAS? Thank you.
If I heard you accurately, is it about his mandate? His mandate. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, Lieutenant Colonel Devlolate is a good uncle of mine, and so if you are probably concerned about working relations, I can assure you that we have such a fantastic working relationship. The camaraderie is absolutely phenomenal. When he was National Security Coordinator, I was Deputy Minister for Information, and we worked together. So we have had a long-standing, very cordial and warm working relations. And I can proudly say he's one of the people that I look up to and I admire greatly. In terms
terms of his mandate, as the statement issued by the presidency indicated, he is to help in restoring diplomatic relations, in helping with the efforts by ECOWAS and all of us member countries to bring them back into the fold, and then also to look at the security implications of their breakaway. Remember that Bevola is a security expert, former AU envoy on counterterrorism, and so he brings a lot of expertise to bear to help us, because everybody, all the experts are saying that the terrorism is coming down south from the Sahel, and if we don't act fast to stem the tide, we will be consumed in no time. And that's why under President Akufo-Addo, you initiated the Accra Initiative, to deal with the threat of violent extremism from particularly the Sahel. So his mandate is to open dialogue. I mean, diplomacy dialogue is key, is really fundamental, and to help in bringing them back to the fold, whilst at the same time addressing the security challenges that the Sahel is posing to us as a country. So that's his mandate.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This will be my second question. Honorable nominee, let me start by saying that there's no malice intended with this question. I just want you, I'm sure a lot of Ghanaians would want to know. So then, some Ghanaians, the population have described you as someone who is a populist. Some have also said that you're a propagandist. Others have said that you are quick to come out with information without verifying. I want to find out if the international community is supposed to go by this narration of you. What would you do, or what would you say today to put them at ease? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. If these are qualities that saves a country billions and billions of dollars, then we should encourage more of these qualities. And I'm sure the international community will be happy to know that there is a potential foreign minister from Ghana who is committed to meeting UN goals, AU goals, the goals of the international community in combating, corruption, waste, state capture, and that integrity, is a quality that we all should really encourage and aspire to. And I can also place on record that in all of the work that we have been doing, we have not injured anybody's reputation. We verify, we make sure we validate. And you know me, that if I have not intercepted the right documents, done the right analysis, I don't put out what is, just imaginary or conjecture. I make sure that it is credible and unimpeachable. So please be rest assured that our foreign policy and the foreign ministry will be well regarded by His Excellency John Dramani Mahame's appointment.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. So in a nutshell, what you are seeking to tell Ghanaians is that you are taking off a new leaf?
Honorable member, he's answered the question that if that description will fit into his international relations, then it's good for all of us. So it doesn't suggest that he's taking a new leaf.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You couldn't have put it better.
Okay, so then it's the old Okudzeto Ablakwa that we know. All right, so Honorable Chair, that will take me to my last question, which will be to find out from the Honorable Nominee. So then in the past, your predecessor, Honorable Shirley Ayoko Botche, has showcased made in Ghana goods and services and products. I want to find out, and she has done that through diverse ways, and one way is through the bazaar. I'm sure you're very much aware of it as a ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I want to find out if it's something that you plan on continuing. Thank you.
I can assure you, Honorable Nominee, Honorable MP, pardon me, that this is an area that will be pursued. Cultural diplomacy is really important. Kwame Nkrumah talked about the African personality, that we must be proud of who we are and showcase that to the world. And Ghanaian culture is always talked about in the international arena. When people come to terms with our culture, they are always enamored, always out, and it really projects us positively. So please be rest assured that all of those initiatives and more will be pursued, working in close collaboration with the Ministry of Creative Arts, Culture and Tourism. And I'm glad that Mamaga Jifagomashi herself is here to offer full support. And we have great working relations. We'll work together to promote cultural diplomacy.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Kweku Ricket Hagan. You have a follow-up question on whether or not you will pursue hold to the predecessor. Well, then that is a different question you want to ask. Well, go up with your follow-up. And if it is not a follow-up, you know the consequences.
So the Honorable, thank you very much for your answer. I wanted to find out, since we are talking about exports and our local producers, I want to find out, leveraging on our trade blocks, I want to find out how you promote these exports and also in turn bring in foreign exchange. Thank you.
Two pillars will be utilized for this. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, I think that we really have to leverage that. And then President Mohammed's 24-hour economy policy. You know, he's appointed the Venerable Guzi Tano to coordinate the 24-hour economy vision of the president. And this is aimed at industrialization. And to industrialize, you must add value to what you produce. And so the 24-hour economy and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Remember that President Mahama has said that he will chair the Africa Continental Free Trade Area objectives himself. And so this will be the two pillars which are used to promote our trade and how we add value and diversify our economy.
Thank you. So, Honorable Vice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, my brother, congratulations. I'm so happy that you are going to be doing this work. I got people call me because your work on anti-corruption has earned the admiration of a lot of people, of us, including His Excellency the President. And we believe that it's as a result of that this whole aura was created, and you were the one in charge of it. Leader, we don't ask questions like that. And people are beginning to wonder, when you got your new portfolio, that you have become the face of aura and you are going to move on to foreign affairs. But I think you have said something today that I believe people who are listening to you, that the fight for anti-corruption actually has a lot of tentacles, and that there's actually a foreign angle to it. So you are now going to be placed, Ola is now more or less gone global. You are going to be placed at a position where you will be able to explore the foreign angle of it in terms of properties outside people have purchased with ill-gotten wealth, in terms of money stashed away elsewhere. All these things are going to come, you know, and I think that ORA will actually be stronger for the position that you have.
you've done a lot of work that I think you should be celebrated. I remember our fight on the sale of Slate asset. The National Cathedral is one of them, air travels of the executive, and actually purchase. All right, just forget about the distraction. And the purchase of actually properties, for foreign missions outside that obviously did not go the way it should. And I think that we should take this opportunity to actually thank you and celebrate you for the good work that you have done for this country in not only protecting the national purse, but in your case, you're actually saving the national purse. And you must be commended for that. Actually, my sons admire you, and they send their congratulations. Now, the first view I want from you is to do with our foreign mission properties outside, and which has a fiscal implication on our budget. Under President Mahama I, a work was done in basically doing an inventory of all our foreign properties outside, the ones we own outright and the ones we lend or lease. And I think these things will be at the ministry when you get there to see what was done. And that we have a lot of money or properties that we have bought that are very expensive. These things started on Osagifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah when we gained independence, where our foreign mission properties were actually bought in prime areas. And these properties actually cost millions of dollars. Now, over the years, some countries' activities we do there are not as busy as we do elsewhere. So the question is whether some of our properties elsewhere should actually be sold to buy properties, permanent properties, where we are actually very active. And to be able to save money, because we have a lot of litigations out there where we have properties. Mr. Speaker, as leaders are giving time to, as this is a very important one, because there's a lot of money that is being spent out there that comes from our budget. I mean, on recurrent expenditure, we spend about $1 billion a year across 71 or so foreign missions. So some properties we rent, and actually we have properties, because I was part of that work that was done on President Mahama I. Some properties that we have, again, in countries and in prime places that we no longer have an embassy. And the properties are still there, being used by other people. And in some cases, we pay property taxes for those properties. And some properties we rent in some countries. We should actually be buying those properties because the rent we pay there are quite expensive. So I want to ask you, and I know this is there that you will go and find, what is your view on that in terms of making sure that we streamline our portfolio across the world and make sure that the properties we have are used efficiently and in places where we have more activities? So because you have accommodation for people and all that in embassies, some embassies we send so many people there and they need to be accommodated to make sure that we have adequate accommodation for our people on a mission outside. So I want to take your view on that before I continue. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, for your very profuse words of praise and encouragement. I'm really encouraged. In recent times, it's as though those of us rather who want to protect the public purse, we are becoming public enemies. People want to come after us, and they've left the looters, to enjoy their loot. So I really want to thank thank you. This is really not common in our country these days. On the substantive question of inventory and our assets abroad, I am glad that you are part of the team that did that work, and I will be happy to ask for the report and to study it. As ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the 8th and 7th Parliament, I recall every budget cycle raising on the floor that if you paid regard to how much we were spending on rent, if we had purchased properties, it will have saved the taxpayer. We will have, in terms of the economics, it makes more sense to own rather than be renting. So on the other suggestion of selling the assets, you know my position on state assets. I'm currently promoting a protection of state assets bill. I've brought it back to the 9th Parliament, and there are a number of colleagues on both sides supporting me in that quest. And so I certainly cannot be seen, selling any diplomatic property. I can make a pledge here that under my watch, no diplomatic property will be sold. They will rather be protected. And I think that if you look at the analysis, we need more. There are too many foreign service officials who are renting and are being harassed by landlords across the world, and we have to look at that. You make a genuine observation about countries where we no longer have diplomatic presence, but we have purchased items. The history is that this occurred during the economic crunch in the 1980s, when the Dr. Obasanjo era under President Rawlings, they did a realignment and to cut down on our expenditure on our missions abroad. But even though we do not have diplomatic presence, we can fashion out a way where those assets are not just allowed to rot. They can be put in good shape and rented, and then it raises money, good IGF for the ministry. So it's just about being innovative. So I would rather that we should, because you see, today you don't have diplomatic presence, but tomorrow, the need will arise. The exigencies of the time will ask you to rethink and re-establish diplomatic ties. So I would say let's keep all our assets. We don't have enough. We need to even build on what we have inherited. But certainly we'll look at the report and then see how we acquire more assets and then reduce the annual expenditure on rentals. It's really killing this country, and it's something we have to deal with. In conclusion, I must also point out that we have observed that there are some of the assets that we have even lost. If you go to the UK, for example, poor record keeping has led to some of our diplomatic assets being lost over the years. And it's one area that I want to pursue strongly to recover what has been lost, even if we have to wage, a strong legal battle to take it back
on this. And I think I do agree with you, though silence is an option, but I know your position on that. Perhaps what we can do, as it's been done in other places, is to rent the property at the prime place to get something somewhere else in the same country that is cheaper, so that the rent we earn from there can be used to pay for that property and actually get a balance out of that and save money. Now, my next question, as part of the follow-up, is actually to do with our trade attachés. You have defense attaché, trade attaché, and all the others. Now, what happens is that these officials come from their various ministries, like defense, like trade, and they are posted to London, US, and other places to help the mission over there to either promote trade or in the defense, the least say about it, the better, about what you go there and do. We know they do very important work there, but because of the sensitive nature of it, I wouldn't, Now, what happens to them? Because they draw, the foreign affairs or the mission draws their salaries, goods, and services from your ministry through the national budget. And these attaches also draw theirs from their various ministries. Now, when they get to London or US, they come under your mission over there. And then many of times they are not looked after properly in terms of looking for a place to stay and all that, or they don't even have adequate budget like you make provision for all that. So I think in the future going forward, we should look at how we can work together to make sure that the people we sent out there, if they don't belong to your mission and they are coming from elsewhere, they are able to fuse them together to make sure that they have adequate resources to do the very important work that will support you as being the ambassador out there to bring investment and trade and all that home. This you can take as an advice. The third one, and that will be my final one, is to do with, as you mentioned, and His Excellency the President. I'm very glad he had made that he's going to take the African continental trade under, his own leadership. The headquarters of the African continental trade sit here. We have done agreements, various agreements that we've signed around the world, but we don't actually prepare, especially in terms of the diplomacy side of things. So we go and sign all these agreements that in the end doesn't benefit us, but it benefits the people we've signed the agreement with. AGOA is one example. African continental free trade, as we have signed and ratified, some countries took their time in ratifying it for the simple reason that they were building themselves up to be able to take advantage. But we have been slow at it because the diplomacy has also been slow. The trade side is there, but the diplomacy should lead everything else. We have some African countries around us, especially our neighbors, who have moved from democracy to military rule after their ratification. Some have recently left ECOWAS, which means that relationship with them needs to be re-energized, and that requires some foreign diplomacy, and that is by yourself when you get the nod, not if. So I want to know from you how you are going to make us a leader through trade diplomacy on the African continent, through the Pan-Africanism that we've talked about and the development of Africa. We do about 2 or 3% of trade among ourselves. We have now created a single market, and that single market requires diplomacy to nurture it before the trade actually comes in. So I want to know your view on that, in how you promote the trade diplomacy to be able to feed into this, so we can actually take advantage of having the headquarters of the African Continental Free Trade here and lead it to make sure that we build trade. And the problems we have in this country, debt is swallowing us, Ghana is almost broke and all that. These are some of the things that we need to do, including, all the other things that we plan to do in 24-hour economy and all that, for us to be able to grow our economy again. But I should end by again congratulating you. God bless you. I know you do a fantastic job, and I know that the international tentacles of ORA will still keep you on the ORA job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ricketts Hagan. And let me state that I've been really impressed with your lecture. It was not a question, it was a lecture. And I'll make a special appeal to His Excellency the President that when we are putting together the Ministerial Advisory Board, if you wouldn't mind serving on the board. I would like you to be close to me so that you can be giving me good advice, because I'm really impressed. Yeah. So, but I agree with you, Honorable Rikitshagan, that trade diplomacy must really be at the center of our foreign relations as a country. If you look at how we are struggling currently, economically, then if you consider other factors, the ILO, for example, and the IOM have all confirmed that in 2023, we saw the highest rate of deaths on the Mediterranean. Young Africans who crossing over to Europe are dying, about 150,000. And those numbers are, according to the experts, even conservative estimates, because there are many who die and they are not even detected. You know, so we really have to prioritize trade diplomacy. And that's why in the NDC manifesto, we have said that we will make that a priority. There are many of our missions without trade attaches. We have said that we will send them and occupy those positions. But most importantly, we will also retrain them, build capacity. And then earlier I talked about KPIs. They will also be given clear targets. So you are not just posted, you know, and we don't know what you are bringing back home, what we are getting from you. Many people have not averted their mind to the inward-looking policies that we are witnessing now on the global arena. If you take, for example, the recent Donald Trump executive orders, if you begin to quantify the impact on our continent, the last time I was engaging officials of the WHO, they say that it will affect Africa even in terms of our vaccine programs, in terms of even the Global Fund, which has been a major player so far as our health priorities are concerned. The analysis show that the WHO will lose about $450 to $500 million every year. If every month, I think I was told, if this executive order remains in force. So what that means is that we can no longer continue to be relying on handouts and aid from other countries. We must really take our destinies into our own hands and forge a path that is self-reliant, that will really lift our people out of poverty. And that is where this trade diplomacy comes in. And the literature is clear that over the decades, aid hasn't worked. What we really must promote is trade. Trade, not aid. So these trade attaches will now take a very serious look at it, build capacity, make sure that there are clear KPIs, and within the larger ambit of economic diplomacy, where in our manifesto we talk about formulating a blueprint for the first time in our country's history. We will do all of that with clear targets so that trade diplomacy will work for our people, will help to improve the living conditions of our people and create jobs for our people.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Minority Leader.
Honorable nominee, you took the leave of chair to make some preliminary observation, largely on my press conference, and referred to how you felt about it and how your wife felt about it. I think Chairman largely addressed the issue in another way which was acceptable to me, because we're all having our own challenges that we couldn't have communicated. But I think the effect of my political statement was to the effect that our side had no proper understanding of yesterday's arrangement. However, let me unconditionally apologize to your wife for how my press statement conference came about. I mean, how she felt about it. I mean, I'll feel bad if somebody said something about my own wife, and it's fair. All right, these are no ego matters. So I'm sorry to your dear wife, and how my press conference was carried out, you felt. I also say sorry to you. I would have utmost respect for you. I will be the last person to run you down. Okay? So I'm sorry. And I'm sorry to your wife one more time. Is that okay?
Yeah, very okay, and we are grateful. Thank you very much.
Very well. That's settled. You have expressed concern about the state of the public purse, the state of the economy, and the need for us as public officers to be mindful of costs. Can you, without prejudice, assure the nation that true to those values you hold dear, you will consistently fly economy, make it a policy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to fly economy and nothing more?
In my private capacity, when I'm traveling, I fly business. And so if it is a policy of President Mohammed's government that ministers should now travel economy because of the state of the economy, I am happy to do that. And if I can top up with my own resources, as I have been doing already in my private travels, I do travel business, not first class, business. I'm happy to do that. But as I said earlier, in this discussion, we must be more nuanced about it. I believe we can even achieve more savings with the size of delegations, with frequency of travels, with even the kind of airlines,
Please,
that we use.
Honorable nominee, you know, in the past, there's whole perception that leader keeps nominees for a long time. I would try to be very specific. So limit yourself as well, so that you don't create more room for follow-ups, which would make your guests uncomfortable and your party members may think I have some personal agenda. So please pay attention and let's have a good conversation. So just to rephrase it, would you want to take a personal decision to fly economy, even if government policy is for you to fly business?
I don't see what that achieves. It's totally unnecessary. I will save costs on travels using other mechanisms. I'll watch the size of delegation. I'll make sure that the kind of airlines will always go for what is competitive, and even per diems and all of those, the kind of hotels and all. There are many ways that we can save money, and those are the matters I will pursue, and we will save even more money for the country. I really don't see where this economy discussion is going to.
No. Please, your question, please. Any other question?
You have become aware that the President of the Republic, our President, recently traveled to Gambia and the Republic of Senegal by using his brother's private jets. You become aware of that, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that as public servants, we are measured by certain standards, which standards you have a strong view on. Do you think that although there is no direct cost on the states, it is inappropriate for the President of the Republic to be flying on official duties with his brother's private jet?
I have long advocated for the need for Ghana to have a presidential travel policy. And I've said that even in cabinet, it's a matter that I will pursue. And so the ideal situation, if we have a presidential travel policy, in some countries they've even, passed them, enacted them into law, where there are clear guidelines and the do's and don'ts. But now, it doesn't exist. And any day, the good people of Ghana will go for a free, brother trip as compared to 20,000 euros an hour chartered jet where the Ghanaian taxpayer suffers.
So you agree with me that though the state did not pay for the president's travel by use of his brother's private jet, it costs his brother money to fund the trip of his brother to Senegal and the Gambia? You agree with me?
Air travel comes with costs, aviation fuel, landing rights, all kinds of fees you have to pay. So yes, it definitely comes at some cost.
In view of that, it is inappropriate for a brother to bear the cost of the president's travel. You would agree with me that it's inappropriate, given the circumstances.
If you can clarify your question, I don't see why you would say it's inappropriate.
I will clarify it. Just
Honorable members, the question is whether it is inappropriate for a brother to sponsor a trip. Honorable members, as for a gift from a brother, you can hardly reject. So to ask the appropriateness or otherwise, I have a difficulty about the question myself.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee wanted me to provide clarity. I will provide the clarity to the question. So the foundation is, in your own words, it is not proper for a president to travel on a $20,000 an hour jet. We need a policy to guide presidential travels. But for the time being, there is no policy. According to you again, the president traveled to the Gambia. That is President John Dramani Mahama, our president, traveled to the Gambia and Senegal by using his brother's private jet, which travel came at a cost to his brother. You've given a breakdown: aviation fuel, the cost of landing, all those associated costs, including meals that are served on the aircraft, salary allowances of the pilots. the air hostess, all those who are hosted, not only the president, all those officials in the aircraft. His brother bore that costs on the president's behalf. Me, I have a patience to tolerate. You don't. You don't. You can't accommodate me, but I can. Don't you think that the actions of Mr. President in the circumstance as available to us was inappropriate?
I do not think so.
Respected colleague, you have told this committee that you used your car loan to buy a combined harvester for the farmers in your constituency. First, I want you to be specific to guide us. You had a car loan in 2013, 2017, and 2020. Please share with us which of them you used in buying the combine harvester. Is it the 2013 one, or 2017 one, or 2021? Because each parliament, an MP is giving a car loan. So I want to know from you which of them you used to buy a combine harvester for your farmers.
I was making specific reference to the 2021.
In fact, the question was specific reference to 2021.
So, may I know from you, the 2021, you see, normally the procedure is this. You will give the name of the automobile company that you intend to buy from. You provide the name to Parliament, and then Parliament will issue the check directly to the automobile company, because the check is not issued in your name. Now, let me ask you, the letter you wrote to Parliament in respect of you drawing this amount for your car loan, how did you draft the letter, and what was the content?
This procedure you talk about is a procedure not known to me. I'm aware that there are a good number of MPs, majority on your side actually, who have used their car loans for other matters. You are aware of the reports under former Speaker Okwe, those who use it to pay their children's school fees, children abroad and all of that. And I don't know how they then drafted their letters to automobile companies when they used those monies for school. So some have used theirs to pay their children's school fees. I use mine to buy a combined harvester for my farmers. I don't really see, and my farmers, my rice farmers are really grateful. So I really don't know about this procedure you're talking about.
Honorable member, and I'm happy that we're having this exercise, and I just want Chairman to pay attention to this. Honorable member, I am being very specific to you. If you say I am aware, at this point I am not on oath. If you say I'm aware some people used their monies for children's school fees, other things on my side, you see, then we'll be getting into a certain arena. People may not appreciate when I want to now delve into it, provide evidence of those people, then they also come and defend themselves. So I would plead with you.
I'll be happy to provide.
No
I have the
problem.
list.
Okay, that's fine.
I can provide.
That's all right. Then I'll be happy to know. I'll be happy for you to provide. But for the time being, let's deal with you. And then if it pleases you that because you are not the only guilty person and that there are other accomplices. That's fine, because you are saying that people use it to pay their children's school fees. You use yours to pay for buy a harvester. So blah blah blah. So I am dealing with your situation. I am dealing with your situation. I don't know of others. So I want to know how you procured the combine harvester in Parliament.
Honorable Minority Leader, I will again plead with you. I have a cause to even make an appearance for some members of Parliament before the office of the Special Prosecutor. So if we can veer from this and make progress, it will be in the interest of the entire Parliament of the Republic of Ghana.
Chairman, with respect, I would be very, very firm, and I would not allow any attempt for a scene to be created. I'm very guided. I'll respect you. I know what I am doing. I'll be very respectful. Please allow a process to go on. Honorable nominee answered. I'm not bringing this up. He said that in 2021, he used his car loan to purchase a combine harvester. I'm not vetting any other person apart from him, and I'm limiting myself to him, and I'll show him utmost respect as our chief diplomat. Honorable nominee, this combine harvester that you purchased for your people with your car loan, the fact is that the monies are lodged with Parliament. You will need a correspondence to access that money. Please share with us the process you undertook to access that money.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to provide that. You do know that in our offices, our RAs are responsible for all of these administrative enterprises. So, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, I'm on oath. I do not want to make statements because I don't have those documents here. But I'm able to retrieve them from the office and submit them later, if Mr. Chairman, you will permit.
Honorable nominee, let us all tread cautiously. Be brief in your answers.
Honorable,
yeah, but Mr. Chairman, I'm seeking your your ruling. Am I allowed to submit that later? Because I don't have those letters here.
No, I don't mind.
Yeah.
To make it available to us later.
Because I didn't draft those letters.
That's all right. So, Chairman, can you talk to your people? It would make the thing mad. Can they be quiet? You. Honorable nominee, whilst we give you time to furnish us with the letters that you wrote to the Clerk of Parliament, did you, in the letter, state, to the best of your memory, did you state to the clerk that your money, instead of using it to buy a car, which was why the state granted you that amount, instead of using it to buy, you were going to use it to buy a combine harvester?
I've been very open and transparent about my dealings, and I do not want to engage in guesswork. I have said that I will submit all the necessary documents on this particular transaction. So I would not engage in any guesswork. But I volunteer this information. I've talked about it time without number. Everybody in my constituency knows I have nothing to hide about this matter. So I'll submit the documents to you. But for now, I will not engage in any guesswork because I don't have the documents here.
2013, your car loan, did you access it?
I must have done that.
Can you share with us how you access that?
Again, I'll have to retrieve those documents for you.
Chairman, with your leave, I would stay questions on that to enable our respected colleague to bring documents in respect of how we access his 2013 car loan. Meanwhile, in 2013, you were a Deputy Minister of Education, correct?
Yes, I was.
In your work, you had access to an official saloon car and an official four-wheel drive as a Deputy Education Minister, correct?
Yeah, correct.
At the same time, you had a four-wheel drive purchased for you by Parliament, correct?
But that's a car loan, so I don't know how you are defining that. It is deducted from our salary, so I think that it has to be, the context has to be, the context has to be.
Yes, I would, Honorable Nominee, don't worry. I would be fair as much as possible. Car loan, that's why I use the word car loan. So the ordinary meaning of a loan is that you pay back. And we know that the car loans that we access, they deduct from our salary within the 4 years. So I will get to that point. Now, when you served 2013 to 2017 as Deputy Minister of Education, on record, you've told the Ghanaian public that you had access to an official four-wheel drive, had access to a saloon vehicle, and then on top of it, another four-wheel drive, which was a car loan from Parliament. Now, when you left office, the saloon car that you use, did you get the opportunity to purchase it?
I didn't put in an application to purchase it. That was available as an option, but I didn't avail myself for it. So I left it behind.
Same with the four-wheel drive you used at the ministry?
Yes, four-wheel drives are not covered under this policy.
Emphasis.
So for emphasis, all my official cars were left behind. I didn't apply to buy any of them.
So as at 2017, the only vehicle available to you was your four-wheel drive that Parliament bought for you, which there was deduction, correct?
Honorable Minority Leader, the nominee keep on saying it is a car loan, and you are using the word Parliament bought for you. Let's not create a different impression in public. So let's restrict ourselves to a car loan before the impression is created in public as if Parliament buys the car for us.
Let's come to 2017. Again, you won election and you came to Parliament. 2017, again, the state made available a car loan to you. Did you access that car loan for your second term in Parliament?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy a four-wheel drive with it or some other cars?
I stayed within the quantum available. So because I had the Land Cruiser for the previous term. This time I purchased 2 saloon vehicles, but I stayed within the parameters. I didn't exceed. Yeah, because you know that some people do pickups and all of that. Yeah, so.
Honorable member.
Yeah, for clarity.
Yes, with respect to you, please help me by limiting it to only yourself. Because when you say other people, that's where chairman doesn't want me to go there, so that we don't introduce whistleblowers and other people's rights. So it's you now for the time being. Is that okay?
No, it cannot be okay. It's important to put things in proper context. People must know that there are these options available to all of us. People are taking different decisions. Some are doing a pickup or two pickups, or a pickup and a Land Cruiser, or a salon car, and all of that. So it is important to put things in proper context so that the wrong impression is not created.
So for 2017, you used your car loan to buy 2 saloon vehicles. You've just told us that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which saloon vehicles are you referring to?
A salon vehicle is a salon vehicle. I can provide the details and my CAN number, but I don't want to do that publicly. So I can provide that.
So are you able to provide us with the letters you wrote to Parliament? Which letters you use in accessing those funds to the automobile company where you bought them? You'll be able to provide us?
My RA keeps very good records.
Honorable
and I'm sure all of that. If chairman,
let me straighten the record.
Yeah.
That we've all been beneficiaries of the car loan. Sometimes the automobile company will bring a list or will have a paper, and all those who want to procure the vehicle from that automobile company would indicate their names. So it is not necessarily you writing a letter to that effect. We've all used the procedure. And this is including leadership.
Yeah, so Chairman, if you, I'm willing to follow your direction, Chairman, but I'm happy to provide all of these documents. My RA is a good record keeper.
Honorable nominee, do you know Rukayatu Al-Hassan, a chartered accountant who works with the Controller and Accountant General's Department?
No, the name doesn't ring a bell.
Honorable member, do you know of Louisa Osei, who works at the Department of Public Invested Lands Management Division at the Lands Commission?
No, I don't think I know them.
You'll be surprised if these individuals say they have a close relationship with you.
I'll be very surprised.
Now let's come to Ora. And you indicated, I'm bringing you there because on your CV, sometimes people may not appreciate why we're asking certain questions. If you come to page 1 of your own CV, you stated profile, Member of Parliament for Norton, 4th term. Then you come to summary. Under it, you have chairman, Operation Recover All Loot. So it's on the basis of what you have put on your CV that I'm mounting my questions. So now, share with us. I know it was publicly announced that the respected Domlevo is a member of your committee. The respected Kofi Boachi is a member. And then Mr. Martin Kpebu, a respected lawyer. Sometimes people may have their own disagreement with him, but he's also playing his role in our democracy, and I respect him for what he's doing for his country. We can't always agree. Now, tell us, in very clear terms, what the mandate of this oral has been.
Our mandate is exactly what Article 41F of the 1992 Constitution speaks of. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll read Article 41F. Article 41F provides, please do. The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations. And accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, F, to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property, unquote. So our mandate is to really be patriotic citizens. And I'm so proud that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama found me worthy to chair this eminent committee, which has the eminent patriots you have listed. Our mandate is simply to serve as a vehicle of information gathering. We've put out hotlines, we've put out emails, we have a website, and we are receiving information which we are compiling in a comprehensive document. We also carry out field visitations, because we don't want to be an armchair committee that just, puts together a report that we cannot verify, which we cannot validate, which is not credible. So we carry out field visits. We've been to a number of places across the country to be sure that the information that people are giving us are indeed accurate, so that we can present a credible, comprehensive report to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. So that is what we have been doing, making sure that we prevent the looting, the misuse, the abuse of public property.
Now, you mentioned that earlier, that people have been coming to your secretariat with information. So where is the secretariat?
The secretariat, which is really a makeshift secretariat, and we have to express our gratitude using this platform to Her Excellency the Vice President, Professor Nana Jenopoku-Agyemang. We share her office with her. She generously, because she also believes, so passionately in oral, in protecting looting and protecting public assets. She very graciously allowed us to use her office for this work. So that's the secretariat we are using.
You mean her office at Jubilee House?
No, her private office.
Where is this office?
In Cantonment.
Cantonment, okay.
Yes.
Now, this her private office in Cantonment, is it an office that she, because Cantonment lands are state lands. So now, this is a private office in Cantonment. Is it an office that she owns or she has rented? Is it something that you know?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. The essence is that she is not the owner. The place was made available. The person who made the place available has been mentioned. How would he, the user, be able to know whether the place is owned or it was rented?
Mr. Chair.
Well, Chair, I can, Chair, if you don't mind, just make your work simple, because I have information.
I'm very mindful.
I have information.
I mind.
It's rented. She doesn't own it. It's rented. So, Chairman, if you don't mind, so that we don't even create any unfair impression in the minds of Ghanaians, because I work closely with her, and I know the struggle.
The person, Professor Nana Opoku-Agyemang, is the tenant.
Yes,
she is the tenant.
Absolutely.
Okay. because that place is a dollar-rated area. So, I mean, yes, cantonment properties, you pay dollars. We know that as a fact. So, I'm happy to hear that the Vice President is able to afford a dollar, rent in cantonment. It means that we can't. We being in public service doesn't mean that we should be poor. That's fine. Anyway,
well,
so,
Chairman, I'm also happy to observe that the Honorable Minority Leader is aware that cantonment lands are dollar rated. So when some of his colleagues are paying 42,000 cedis for a plot of land in cantonments, he must join my crusade against state capture. So I'm very happy. I'm happy you are introducing dollars into this discussion. Very, very happy about it.
My respected colleague, not to worry. Would go there gradually. We'll go there gradually. Now, the land in cantonment, you are telling us that some people have been paying 42,000, whatever you call it. Have you been able to find out from the Lands Commission whether they have a standard pricing regime for lands that they sell to the public? Have you found out?
Honorable Minority Leader, if you can expatiate your question. Standard regime how?
So, to enable one to determine whether a land is being sold at a very low price or a high price, one must pay attention to valuation. So the entity in question, whether it has set its own pricing ceiling, so you pay grounds rent, the actual lease, so, and if so, per acre or per plot, how is that determined? I just want to know from you whether as part of your work you've been able to find out from the Lands Commission whether state lands that they sell, they have their own standard pricing for it.
What I've discovered in the course of my work is that it varies depending on the area. So cantonment varies, range varies. I'm even looking into your own acquisition in Winneba. I have the document here. It also varies. So it varies all over. I have documents from Tamale as well, which vary. So I don't think there's a standard rate. It varies depending on the place.
Honorable nominee, because you have brought me in, I'm able to find out from you about my properties in Winneba that you know. I want you to share with the public.
This specific one is a lease between you and the government of Ghana on 22nd March 2023. The name Alexander Afenyo-Markin for 99 years. This is in Winneba. Yeah, so the official Lands Commission document, yeah.
Honourable Member, did you say 99 years?
Yes.
Because I know as a fact that government land, the lease will not go beyond 50 years.
By law.
By law.
If I can read verbatim, and this is signed by Justice A. Asanguna, Principal Lands Officer in Winneba. And the official search certificate indicates that the search applied for against the land edged red on the plan attached has been made with the following results. 1, the site is not a state land but vested by virtue of LI 206 dated 21st November 1961. 2, The site also is covered by a lease dated 22nd March 2023 between the government of Ghana on one part and Alexander Afenyo-Markin on the other part for a term of 99 years. So that is what the search certificate states.
Honorable nominee, just by way of public information, because you provided the airline, now I'll give you a background to Winneba and Gomwa. Winneba and Gomwa have had a long period of land disputes. It went all the way to the Gold Coast Supreme Court. So the entire Winneba land, Kwame Nkrumah, just to bring peace between the people of Winneba and the people of Gomwa, came up with this executive instrument. There are two instruments. So in Winneba, every land is vested. All the villages and the Gomwa enclave as well. So I'm happy that you read. The states. Yes. Oh, come on. But the person read, Roxanne, we are doing a serious exercise. I mean, if you guys want us to go the path of partisan politics, we would go there. No. I have been very gentle and respectful. Chairman,
members,
Chairman, you need
order.
to talk to your people.
Let's have some order.
Because
Please,
when we react, then they will take offense.
I beg you. Let's
If
have
they
some
do,
order.
We have a lot of things to do. I've been calm, quiet, gentle, respectful. They've been doing, I've been keeping quiet. Please, I have patience, but not to a point that a man cannot tolerate. So, honorable nominee, I am happy that sitting there, you've gone digging me. And I'm happy that you brought it here. That Winneba, I want to provide information. Winneba and Gomwa enclave. The chiefs, their lands were all annexed. And they are vested lands. So I'm happy that you read it. And even when the Asafo companies, the Asafo own that area called Ponkwechi, that's Dentifo Asafo. And the Twafo also own the Komfo-Ade Kojobedu areas. And some chiefs own their lands. But because of the Kwame Nkrumah EI, even if you buy from the chief, and the chief gives you an indenture, you can't register at Lands Commission because of that EI. So everybody in Winneba would have to go and register through a lease with the state. So I'm happy you brought it up, and then I've just explained to you. Now let us go back to your oral work. You have indicated that you are seeking to recover state lands that have been wrongly appropriated. You call it loot. Now, are you looking at all state lands that were appropriated by individuals since 1992, or you are going way down to the 80s, 70s, or you are limiting yourself to recent years? Can you share some light on your mandate? Because you are seeking to recover, which is very patriotic.
Honourable Member, I believe this will be in the mandate of
Yes, so you should share with us.
ORA. The nominee before us is being vetted for a position of a foreign minister. So,
Chairman.
how relevant is the mandate of ORA to
Chairman.
the position that the nominee is being vetted for?
Chairman, don't start. I hold you.
We are ready. They can call your
Chairman,
people.
Chairman, you have the nominee himself spoke about ORA. The nominee himself stated in his CV, and I'm asking him questions about it. Then you say it is not relevant. Chairman, I'm pleading with you. I'm according you every respect. Let's have a smooth inquisition. Let's have a smooth inquisition. Honorable nominee, your work aimed at recovering state assets, lands that have been looted, etc. Which period are you looking at?
That is okay. His Excellency the President has made clear that looting is looting, and it doesn't matter when it occurred. Once information emerges that it was an unconscionable transaction, we should document it. Remember that I have said that our work is with phase 1, information gathering. When we have presented our report to the President, phase 2 will kick in. That's where the Attorney General will take control, and we'll be looking at the recoveries, the actual retrievals, and if there has to be even prosecutions. Because remember that Oral's work is not only about properties. We also have the financial aspect, the causing financial loss to the state. So it's a more broader concept than often it is made to look.
Now, let's leave Oral for a moment and come back to your CV. Page 1 of your CV. You provided your address, PO Box AD 45 at Ablakwa, Accra. Is the address owned by you? Is it your own postal address, or is a family postal address that you are using?
It's a family postal address.
And how long have you been using this family postal address?
About 10 years.
Now, you've also indicated you have 2 email addresses, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Then you have indicated home address, number 1, Wilshire Boulevard, Airport Hills. This property at Airport Hills, how long have you been living at Airport Hills?
About 8 years.
Is it your own property?
No, I am renting. I'm a tenant.
Airport Hills is dollar rented zone. Are you aware?
Honorable Member, can we have a clarification of dollar rented? Because in Ghana, we use CD. So I don't understand a dollar rented property. Does it mean you pay the rent in dollars?
Not necessarily.
I mean...
Okay. Okay, Honorable Member. So your rent, do you pay it monthly or you pay it annually?
Well, it depends. And Chair, I don't know if you want me to share the tenancy agreement with you, even though I would have to
don't proceed.
Seek the permission of my dear wife, because we do it together.
Don't proceed. It is not in the interest of the company to be demanding for your tenancy agreement, let alone determining how much you pay as rent.
Okay. Well, I mean,
that is personal.
I like to be transparent, so
but that is personal.
But I respect your ruling, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, you see, we are in this public enterprise together. This is a nominee who, desirous of protecting the public purse, holding people accountable, is able to inquire into how people earn their salaries, especially public officers, how people acquire properties and all. I think that it is only fair. For instance, in this inquisition, at least he came as prepared as possible with my own land that I have owned for over 25 years, which is good.
Yeah, and that's not only what I have, by the way.
No problem. No. Provide, honorable member. I am happy. I'm happy for you to share with the public all that you have on me. Read them aloud. No, please read them aloud. Honorable members, I want you, because you brought it up, I want you to share with the public all the properties that I have, that you have uncovered, including my bank account. Share with the public. I'm happy for you to share. No, I want you to share because I want it to disclose. I am right here. No, I am right here. I am right here. I want you to disclose to the public all the properties that I own that you have.
Honorable Minority Leader, remember, I am the chair of the committee. If you ask a question that relates to that, fine. I can even overrule the question. So please, you are not allowed to mention the others unless the need arose. Proceed.
Honorable member, as part of your inquisition on me, did you discover some other properties that I own apart from what you have already mentioned? Which search result you shared? Are there others that you were able to uncover?
Is there inquisition in the first place, or you just gather information?
Don't worry, I will put it right if I should use gathered information.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will disclose what I have at the right time. We are all following our strategy. You have a strategy, I have my strategy. So let's stick to our strategies.
So good. So, honorable nominee, as part of the information you've gathered thus far, the ones that you have gathered about me, can you disclose them to the public apart from what you have discovered?
I cannot at this point.
Honorable nominee, this property at the Airport Hills that you say you rent, and you've been renting it for 8 years, do you pay in cedis or you pay in dollars? Your rent, your tenant rent, do you pay in cedis or you pay in dollars?
In cedis. We always pay the cedi equivalent.
Do you deduct withholding tax from your rent at source? Because every rent, there's a withholding tax element, and then you give the receipts to the landlord. Do you deduct at source and pay to GRA, or you just pay your rent and it doesn't matter how the landlord goes about it?
Honorable members, this is a legal question. It's in two ways. The landlord can choose to pay the rent, and the landlord can agree with the tenant for the tenant to also pay it. And it depends the duration.
So he's opening it up for clarity. So choose the part you would want to answer.
I'm not allowing you to answer that question.
Chairman, please say so for the records. I didn't get that you have
question overruled.
That's okay, no problem. Honorable member, on your CV, you have indicated on page 2 Page 2. Are you there with me? We have former managing director, Savvy Solutions. Now share with us when you registered this company.
Yeah, this was in April 2018.
Are you the sole shareholder of this company, please?
Yes, I am, but it's defunct.
Honorable member, the fact that you are a managing director of a company does not suggest that you are even a shareholder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let alone being the sole shareholder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the question is overruled.
Are you a shareholder of the company?
The company is defunct, so I'm no longer working or operating this company.
Were you a shareholder of the company?
Sole shareholder.
From which year to which year did you operate this company?
It was just about a year. It was short-lived.
What was the nature of the business of the company?
So it was communications and PR firm, and because I was appointed Deputy Minister for Information, I saw that there will be potential conflict, and so I decided to wind down to avoid a conflict of interest situation.
Honorable member, you served as a Deputy Minister of Information between 2009 to 2013. A moment ago, you said the company was registered in 2018. Please, can you bring clarity? Because you said 2018.
No, I meant 2008. Thanks for the 2008. So let the record be corrected. April 2008.
Please kindly take the leave of chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, with your leave. 2008, not 2018. Yeah, 2008.
Now, you do not own any other company, correct?
I'm a director in one company which is yet to take off. It's a farming arrangement that we are working on. I and a number of people, but it's just been registered, but we haven't fully taken off. We haven't fully started operations. And that's, if Mr. Chairman, you want me to provide the name, that's Volta Clenam Farms. We're going to go into massive cassava production. We want to produce starch from cassava. But it's still in the gestation period. We haven't taken off yet. So we've just registered a company, and we're still holding talks with potential interest parties.
So if you say you've just registered the company, you mean you've registered it as a Registrar General's Department, correct?
Absolutely.
And you are the sole shareholder, correct?
No, I'm not. There are others. I don't think I have their permission to go public with the identity.
Okay, so you agree with me that to go public with information related to people, you necessarily will need their privacy, correct?
It depends on the context and the circumstances. Yeah, it depends.
Can you?
Because these are private individuals. They are not public officials.
That's the point. I just needed clarity. So you have drawn the distinction that if these individuals are in the public service, their consent and permission is not needed because it will be in the public interest. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
But if they are private individuals, putting out their names will require their consent and authorization, correct?
if they are not politically exposed. Sometimes you can have politically exposed private individuals. So that's why I say it depends on the circumstances. I mean, in these matters, you have to look at all. You have to look at all the parameters.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that. So let me rely on your words. So you're saying that if these people are politically exposed, there is no such requirement for their consent before you put out their names. If I got you right.
I have stated that it depends on the circumstances. So case by case, you make a determination.
But you are aware that per the Companies Act and then the anti-money laundering law that we passed, we amended to Act 824 something. Yes, Act 824. These individuals that you jointly own shares with in this company are politically exposed by virtue of the association with you. You'd agree with me?
Honorable member, the question is overruled. This is purely a legal question, but the statement is not correct.
Now, you say you are going into cassava production in commercial quantities. You have acquired the land already?
It will be a cooperative, so we will not acquire the land. We've discussed an interesting concept where the community owns, say, the community will contribute land. The youth will be involved. It's part of next initiatives I want to introduce as a member of parliament in Northtown. So it's all geared towards job creation and promoting agriculture amongst the youth. So that's the kind of concept we are looking at, more of a communal approach where families who own land will bring it, young people volunteer, and then the proceeds will be shared amongst those who sign up for the cooperative program. So it's quite an interesting concept. That's what we are looking at. So we haven't bought any land at this point.
So, Honorable Foreign Minister Designate, in your constituency, do you own any property there? Like the way I own a property in my constituency, do you also own a property in your constituency?
Yes, I do.
With us, how long you've owned this property?
It's a property I use about 10 years to build. Simple 4-bedroom, 1 kitchen, no boys' quarters, no swimming pool, no tennis court. That's a simple structure. I've seen a lot of propaganda out there that I own a $3 million mansion in my constituency, largely fueled by propagandists in your party. But I don't own $3 million in Aveime. I mean, absolutely preposterous and ridiculous. Those who attended my dad's funeral saw the property. Very simple property, built over a 10-year period. So if you want descriptions, that's what I can give you.
The land, how did you acquire the land? So, for example, in my case, I buy it from the chiefs and the Asafo, but I still would have to go and pay again at the Lands Commission because their title, their document they give, you can't register because of vested land. Do you have a similar situation in your area?
No, mine family land. So, and because I'm member of parliament, they were very, very generous. It was largely a donation, just a little token to show appreciation. You know how people are very happy to reward people who are serving them diligently in their communities. So it was within that spirit.
So, like you're saying that it's a family land, but it was given to you.
Order.
You are saying that the land upon which you built was a gift to you from a family because of your hard work as a member of parliament?
That's not what I said. I said it belongs to a family. It's not a government land. This is owned by a family. And I'm saying that they didn't really let me pay a commercial value. I mean, I have to be grateful to them, and that's all I'm doing. So a little token, a little appreciation, really, but nothing significant.
So you have a lease to the land? You have a lease?
It's 18 minutes past 5 p.m. This is 97.3. For those who are listening on radio, this is Channel 1 Television. For those who are watching us, we're broadcasting from number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. You were watching there the vetting of the minister nominee for the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, Northern MP, being questioned now by the ranking member of the committee, Minority Leader Alexander Afenyo-Markin. But we have to quickly break into that broadcast to bring you some breaking news coming again not far from where they are sitting, the Chamber of Parliament, where the Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, the Right Honorable, has been making some announcements on the floor. And the breaking news story is that he has suspended some members of Parliament who were involved in that chaos we saw last night at the committee hearing. So the members of Parliament suspended by the Speaker of Parliament include one, the Majority Chief Whip, and then the Minority Chief Whip. So that would be Frank Anodompre, who is a Minority Chief Whip, MP for Nsawam Adwejiri, and Roxy Nelson Eche-Dafamakpo, who is the Majority Chief Whip. These two have been suspended. In addition, Honorable Hassan Tampoli, former NPA boss, Member of Parliament for Gusau, has also been suspended. And Deputy Chief Whip, new MP for Wejagbawe, the Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, has also been suspended. The suspension is to last for 2 weeks. So I repeat that again. For emphasis, I beg your pardon. 4 MPs have been suspended by the Speaker of Parliament for their roles in the chaos we saw in the House of Parliament's committee sitting last night. The 4 MPs are 1, the NDC MP, the Honorable Nelson Roxen Eche-Dafamakpo. He's the NDC MP there. We saw him in the video last night and wearing a smock. Then there are 3 other MPs who are NPP. Frank Anodompre, NPP MP4, and Nsawam Adwejiri, who is the Minority Chief Whip. And then the Honorable MP for Gusau, the Honorable Hassan Tampoli, and Jerry Ahmed Shaibu, the Wejagbawe MP, who is a Minority Deputy Whip. These 4 have been suspended. In addition to that, the Speaker has also asked the Clerk of Parliament to formally lodge a criminal complaint with the Ghana Police Service for a probe into the matter. Now, what they engaged in, the Speaker believes, is against the laws of the land. So the Republic would formally investigate that, and if there is evidence to show that they broke the law, they will be made to face the full rigors of the law. That's what the Speaker has directed the clerk to do. Now, the Committee on Selections, which is a committee chaired by the Speaker of Parliament, has been directed to reconstitute the Appointments Committee, because, mind you, these 4 MPs who have been suspended are all members of the Appointments Committee of Parliament. So the Committee on Selections will now reconstitute that particular committee, which means we should expect 4 new faces on that particular committee. The Clerk of Parliament has also been directed to conduct full assessment of damages caused to properties in the Appointments Committee room, and members found culpable to be surcharged to pay for them. Let me repeat that. The Clerk of Parliament has been directed to conduct full assessment of the damage that was caused to property in the Appointments Committee or in the committee rooms 1 and 2 where the Appointments Committee sits, and for the persons responsible to be surcharged. Now, there's also a 7-member committee that has been set up, 7-member committee of Parliament set up and chaired by Ho West Member of Parliament Emmanuel Bejra, and it has been directed to investigate the issue and present a report in 10 days for onward action. So those are the key highlights, the major points that the Speaker of Parliament has just announced. Let me just repeat for emphasis, if you're just joining us. The Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker Bagbin, has suspended immediately 4 members of Parliament for 2 weeks. The MPs are Nelson Echedafa-Makpo, Frank Arnold Dompre, Alhassan Tampuli, and Jerry Ahmed Shaib, after yesterday's chaotic scenes as witnessed, which actually is what you can see in the background now as I speak to you on TV. Now, by the decision, the committee will be faced with vacancies. What that means is that there will be 4 vacancies, and for that matter, the Committee on Selections would have to reconstitute the Appointments Committee. 4 persons have to be added. Now, the Speaker has also formed a 7-member committee, to investigate the chaos and make recommendations. A 7-member committee to be chaired by the Honourable Imano Kwesi Bejra. The rules, we are told, of the Appointments Committee will also be reviewed, and the Speaker has also directed the Clerk of Parliament to file a criminal complaint to the police service for investigations and possible prosecution. So those are the quick issues that have come up from the House of Parliament while the vetting is happening on the side. So I'm going to take you back to the vetting room where the vetting of the Honourable Okudzeto Ablakwa is happening by the Member of Parliament for Efutu Alexander Afenyo-Markin. Meanwhile, this is news on the other side, which is all happening in the House of Parliament. Let me take you back to the committee sitting of the Appointments Committee now.
Disclose his assets. That is why the disclosure of the access, in the wisdom of the framers of the law, is confidential.
Honorable nominee, let us deal with this combine harvester that you used your car loan to acquire for your constituents. So the use of the combine harvester, do the farmers pay for the use of it?
So the Aveyeme rice farmers have a cooperative, and they make it's heavily subsidized. So they make a little contribution which they use to service the combine harvester and to buy fuel and all of that. So it's their internal arrangement for servicing and buying fuel.
So, honorable nominee, are they in the process paying back the facility?
No, they are not to pay back.
Are you getting the information on WhatsApp? Well, somebody send me WhatsApp messages to us.
So, my respected colleague, let's go to April 8th. You publicly demanded on Twitter that former President Akufo-Addo should submit an annual presidential staffers report and I'm quoting you. We demand the annual report now. Unquote. However, official records show that this report had already been submitted by the presidency to Parliament on the March 25, 2024, and formally acknowledged by the Speaker's office on March 28, 2024, nearly 2 weeks before your demand. As someone who is being nominated as our chief diplomat, this office requires meticulous attention to facts and careful verification before making public statements. Can you explain, one, what steps you took to verify your information before making your demand public? That's the first one.
The Clerk of Parliament, Mr. Jethro, will confirm to you that I called him to find out if the presidential staffers list had been submitted, and he responded that it had not been submitted. And you need to recall that consistently over the 8-year period is one of the items my caucus asked me to specialize in, and consistently I've had to. It's been really a difficult struggle to get the presidency to comply with that act, and you know that most often it is submitted after the March deadline. In April 2018, I thought that consistent with that track record, they had also missed the mark, and indeed, I did verify from the clerk at table, Mr. Jethro, before I put out that tweet.
But you subsequently became aware that indeed the presidency had submitted the such information ahead of your publication, correct?
So I saw a tweet, an X post by counsel to the president responding to my post that they had submitted it earlier. So I took steps to follow up from the Speaker's office. And I can't place on record that I have been pursuing that document since. Strangely, I haven't seen it, despite my pursuit. And it's not been laid in the House, which is really strange. I don't know what happened to that document in transit. But we don't have copies. No MP has been given a copy, which I find really strange.
The fact is that the Speaker's office confirmed receipt of the said document way ahead of your publication.
I wouldn't know that. President, Speaker communicating, writing letters to each other directly, they don't copy MPs. So I wouldn't know. I did my check, diligent check at the table office. Mr. Jethro told me it had not been submitted. And I then reminded the president that he has to comply. And if you check consistently, I've been reminding the president, and the president has not been complying with the law on this matter.
Well, for me, I believe that the recipient of said communication is the Speaker's office. And to be fair to the president and all presidents, not only Akufo-Addo, our current president, once the communication is delivered to the Speaker's office, I believe that it would only be fair that even if our initial diligence search could not reveal the delivery of such, once we become aware, it is only fair that we acknowledge same and take note. I think, in all fairness to President Akufo-Addo, he did not break the law. But if you don't want to acknowledge that fact, I wouldn't press you on that. I will just move to my next question. But the fact is that at the time you put out your information, the document has already been ferried to the Speaker's office 2 weeks earlier, and you can always verify. Let me move to the next question. In March 2021, you resigned from the appointment committee, citing personal and principled reasons. You chose to act independently rather than to align with the collective decision process of your caucus. Now, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, that is when approved, you will be required to represent and defend Ghana's collective cabinet positions, even when they might differ from your personal views. Now, how do you reconcile your past actions with this fundamental requirement of cabinet collective responsibility, and what assures this committee that you would uphold this principle if confirmed as minister?
Well, thank you very much. I am a conviction politician. I have certain principles and certain standards. And the principle of collective cabinet responsibility, inherent in that principle, is that if there's a cabinet position you don't agree with, you resign. If you stay on, then you must defend that cabinet position. So if it's a matter I feel strongly about, I'm not one who finds it difficult to walk away, to preserve my convictions and my philosophies.
Thank you. Thank you. I refer you to a publication by graphic.com.gh on 12 September 2017, where former Attorney General, Mr. Martin Amidu, documented several instances where you allegedly engaged in confrontational exchanges with senior political figures, including your interactions with him on Isophoton case. Now, let's hear from you. Did you engage the former AG with a view to facilitating the payment due Isophoton at the time?
Well, thank you very much. At the time, I was Deputy Minister for Information. And I received a petition, came to the ministry, and I'm glad that former ministers of information are here. I see the Honorable Mahama Ayariga. It is key to the mandate of the Ministry of Information to receive feedback and ferry that information to the relevant quarters. So in this case, there was a petition from the director of Isophoton, and all I did was to forward that. And if you, Mr. Chair, you give me the permission to read from the current Ministry of Information's website. I have a printout here, a statement introducing the ministry, signed by the former Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatima Abubakar. And she states here, and Ghanaians who are watching can log onto the website of the Ministry of Information, which is appears to be now defunct, by the way. The Honorable Fatima Abubakar writes, quote, "Our goal as a ministry is to empower the citizens of Ghana through information dissemination to ensure transparency and accountability in public policy cycles. The mandate of the Ministry of Information is to facilitate the gathering of feedback for the executive branch of government," unquote. This is President Akufo-Addo's Minister for Information. And that's all I was doing in the Isophoton matter.
Okay, so if so, why then would he describe you, I mean, from what you are saying, a public office holder, you received a petition, you have forwarded it to his office. First of all, let me understand you. Did you forward the petition requesting for payment through your ministry? by a letter. Did you write to his office?
No, I was not requesting for payment. I was only serving as a conveyor belt. This has been brought to the Ministry of Information. We collect feedback for various government agencies. So please receive this. That was all. I didn't pass any judgment. I'm not the Attorney General. I mean, how dare you dictate to the Attorney General on what to do?
Honourable members, let's make progress.
So, if you only ferried the letter to him, why would he therefore describe you as uncouth and somebody who has been insulting elders? Because he stated so. I mean, if there was no verbal engagement, but just a letter you wrote, how would he give you such a description?
Well, first of all, I would like to see that publication because
it on the 12th September 2017. It's still online, so you can peruse it. That's why I wanted clarity. That what was the mode of interaction, and you have said it was through a formal letter you sent to his office regarding the petition you received from Isofota, meaning you didn't phone him to talk to him. So if you didn't do so, how he gave you this description is why I want to know your view on it.
I mean, fortunately, I've been
Honourable member.
I've been in the public space.
Honourable member, hold it. The question is a bit nebulous. How somebody have a view about you, you may not have control over it. So the question is either rephrased or overruled.
Chairman, you reserve the sole right on admissibility. I will respect that always. Honorable nominee, I'm sure you become aware that the new president of the United States, through some executive orders, has been very tough on immigration and all. Obviously, without being hypothetical, there may be Ghanaians in the United States who don't have documents. How prepared are you for possible mass deportations, considering the situation we find ourselves? Share with us some strategies you intend to put in place to warmly see our compatriots safely back to Ghana.
This is a matter that is of concern to a lot of Ghanaians. And since my nomination, I have diligently inquired from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs what the status is. There have been publications that about 6,200 Ghanaians will be affected. But from the brief that has been shared with me from the officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they allay fears that the numbers are not that high, and that currently the official communication the ministry has received from Washington is 156, not 6,200, 156 Ghanaians who face imminent deportation. And indeed, they indicate that about 40 of them have been asked to be, they've asked our mission in Washington to process those people expeditedly to be deported. It's clear that President Trump is really serious about this, his executive order. If you follow what happened to the Colombians, when the Colombian president refused to accept Colombians who were being deported, we saw that immediately President Trump announced trade sanctions, and Colombia has had to retreat. So I think that the strategy that we should deploy as a country is to ensure that our missions abroad extend consular services to all of these persons. They are our compatriots. We must be concerned about their welfare. And if we have to give them legal assistance, that's why earlier I talked about the consular fund. We need to quickly populate that fund. And I'm happy that the distinguished Minister of Finance is here as we work on the 2025 budget. It is a line item I would really be appealing to his ministry to approve, so that we would have a consular fund for the first time, so that that fund will be available, legal support, consular assistance. At least let's do our best so that if they have a case to remain in those countries, they stay. And then if they have to be received by us, it is also done in a humane way that respects their rights. So we are not going to leave them there to struggle on their own. We will let them feel and know that the government of Ghana, the people of Ghana, care about their plight, and that we are doing our best to extend to them consular assistance.
Chairman, with your leave, I want to apply for a post-trade break, 5-minute post-trade break.
Leave humbly granted.
Caravan 2025 is officially sold out. Thank you for your patronage. Now get ready for an unforgettable adventure with the Heritage Caravan 2025. We will experience a cultural revelation as we travel through 14 unique regions, each offering a deep dive into the nation's history, traditions, and natural beauty.
And he's coming this way, which means I have to start going away.
You have done half of the way.
You have half more to go. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I'll never do this again. From Sunday the 2nd of March to Sunday the 9th of March 2025. Pack your bags and let's set off on the road trip of a lifetime with an unmatched opportunity to explore landmarks, taste authentic Ghanaian cuisine, experience the art, to network and to connect with the people who make Ghana truly special. This is more than a tour. It's a chance to experience the soul of Ghana, to witness its growth and to create lasting memories.
It's 12 minutes to 6 p.m. This is Channel 1 Television, 97.3 CTFM. Our continuous coverage of the Appointments Committee sitting. It has been hours of questioning for the minister nominated to be our Foreign Affairs Minister, the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa. Now, the ranking member, MP for Efutu, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, started his questioning at 11 minutes past 4. No. 11 minutes past 4. That was when he started questioning, and it's still continuing as we speak. There was an earlier break where they went for a 5 minutes break. They resumed, and now they've gone again, we are told, for some 5 minutes break, and that they'll be back. Let me just ask my in-house, in-studio panelists what they make of the question back and forth. Bernard, Alexander Afenyo-Markin stands accused of asking questions for long hours. He says if it has to be done, it has to be done, and that's what he's doing. I don't know, so far, what do you think?
We are timing if they will break the Samuel George record, because he did 5 hours in a few minutes. This vetting started around 12 something.
Okay. Alex started questioning...
No, the vetting itself. Yes, okay. Not Alex.
So,
the vetting itself has been...
So it means it's gone...
Because this vetting started around 12.
I don't have the exact time, but it means that it's gone beyond 5 hours now.
I think it was 12:40. And it's now 5:40.
Okay.
So they would easily overtake Samuel George.
Yeah, that's how it's
because there was a lot of questions before Afenyo came.
Yes.
In the Samuel George case, there weren't that many before Afenyo came. So this is going to be much longer.
When it came to Ablakwa, even some of the NDC MPs, or a lot of NDC, I think I should say more NDC people asked questions than they did in the past. For instance, the deputy leader, Rickett, for instance, he almost gave a lecture and talked about a number of things at the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Sami, impressions about the back and forth, the questions and answers so far?
He looks like he's on top of issues. He's done it so well. And you expect that as Ablakwa appeared before the committee, a lot of questions will come up because of the thing he's done in the past. His exposés and the aura and the rest. So obviously, I am not surprised the line of questions and the kind of questions that were asked at the committee setting. You also realize that, as you mentioned, even NDC MPs were even asking questions than in the past, where they only came there to sing praises of.
Sami, so because we are going back to the committee, let's talk about the thing that happened near the committee room, which is in the chamber. The speaker suspending 4 MPs, and for those who are just joining us, 4 members of parliament have been suspended by the speaker for 2 weeks.
And I can confirm that they are not in the hearing. So Jerry Ahmed Shaibu is no longer there.
Yes.
Roxanne, I didn't see there after you made the announcement.
Yes.
I haven't seen Anodon Pre either. So I suspect this has been communicated to them, which is also part of the reason why Ayariga has come back. So they have to reconstitute the committee immediately. So you're seeing some new faces there.
Now, while this... Okay, in fact, the announcement was made when Alex was asking questions. So we don't know if he was told prior to this or he noticed it in the course of... So we are yet to get reactions from the side. But let's go back. I think the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa is back in the seat. The questioning continues.
A Ghana card.
Yes, I do.
At what point did you acquire a Ghana card? Can you tell us the dates you first acquired a Ghana card?
I'll need to refer. I don't have it here. I'm on oath, so I have to be accurate.
Do you remember publicly condemning the policy of the Ghana card?
Which aspect of the policy? Can you please?
Introduction of the Ghana card.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. That's fine. The Ghana card that you have acquired, do you find it useful, and will you recommend to all Ghanaians who have not acquired Ghana card to acquire one?
I said earlier in response to a question on passport reforms that I'm even seeking to collaborate with the Ministry of Communication so that those who have Ghana card who already have their biometrics in the system should not have to go back to the passport office to take their biometrics, that we need to have our systems synchronized. They have to integrate, talk to each other, and instead of these silos that we are promoting. So clearly, I believe in having a national ID system, and this has been in the works for many, many years. I recall that Professor Mills, President Mahama, and even before them, all governments have played their role in making sure that we have a national ID for our country. So I don't see how anybody will oppose a national ID system.
Honorable nominee, my next question to you, I'll come there. My next question to you has to do with my next question to you has to do with your tax. Now, Yes, honorable member. Now, pay attention to the details thereon. Your 2023 and 2024 tax clearance certificate. Now, on your CV, you indicate that you haven't had any gainful employment in the private sector since you left school, from the CV you provided. The CV you provided, you've done any private work, you've not been in any employment outside of your political appointment. Do you maintain that?
It's not factual. I'm wondering if you have the right CV. Do you have my 10-page CV? Because
Let's do step by step, please.
So that is not factual. You're
Okay, please don't worry. Kindly, since you have perhaps the correct one before you, let's go. Take us to the gainful employment component of your CV.
If you come with me to page 7 of my CV, you see that as a student at the University of Ghana, I was the campus manager of Carrera Computers Resource Center at the University of Ghana. It was above Ekwafu Hall, the Ekwafu Hall JCR, and my mates know that I did employ some of them as a campus manager. This was a campus job. And yes, I was. Yes, I was.
This job you were doing on campus was a part-time job, correct?
Yes, I mean, I've always loved to work. Yes, I believe in the dignity of work. And let me also add that during vacations, I took on vacation jobs. My mates will tell you that I was part of the work abroad squad on summer holidays, typically in the United States during summer holidays. So I've always believed in the dignity of work.
Okay, work abroad squad. So share with us the periods that you went to America. Did you take that J1 visa that allowed you to work as a student during that short period? Was that the visa you were on?
I want to believe so because I was allowed to work and I had no issues. We
would want to give you the benefit of sharing that visa with us. We know you don't have it here.
Yes, I mean, I'm happy to share that.
Since you consider you were
very happy
work
to share
abroad,
that. Yes.
You'll be sharing that with us.
Absolutely.
Okay, can you share with us the various works you did abroad, the work abroad, what specifically you did?
Yeah, quite a number of jobs. One in a hotel called Doyle. I also worked in the dollar shop, and then I also worked in CS. Depends on the year and what openings are available.
Now, in Koko, you say you taught at Nkoko for your national service. National service cannot be described as gainful employment. It's not employment, it's national service.
I never said national service. So Nkoko was the 2-year break between secondary school and university. I thought that I made good use of the time. So I joined an uncle who was running a computer firm in Coleman International School, I'm very proud of that job I took as I must have been, 19 or 18.
Which year did you take up?
This must be between 1999. I left Presec in 99. So between 1999 and 2001.
So you mean this was before university?
Absolutely. I've always worked. That's why when I hear people say I've never worked before, I laugh
Sir
at them.
Ablakwa, please pay attention.
No, it's
Forget about
important.
what somebody has said.
No, it's
that
important.
That is not why we... Please.
I believe that's what's informing some of these questions.
Mr. Chairman...
Because that's why I have in my CV, you said that I've never worked.
The nominee must learn to reciprocate respect.
Honorable nominee.
You should learn to reciprocate
but honorable
respect.
minority leader.
Respect.
If the nominee in his answer indicated clearly that the gap between SS and university, so clearly that will be before going to university. So the question whether it is before going to university for me is unwarranted.
And absolute respect to you. Can you withdraw the word unwarranted? Please. Chairman.
Then let me substitute it to say that it's not needed. Because the answer has been provided that I did that work between my SS and the university. So it cannot be that he completes university before doing that particular work. It is stated in the answer.
Honorable nominee, you referred to page 7 of your CV. Is that where the Nkoko school is stated?
When I referred to page 7, I was talking about Carrera Computers at the University of Ghana. That's what I said.
But this one that you said you worked between 1999 and 2000, you said the 2 years prior to going to university, you did some work, gainful employment. Do you have it on your CV?
No, I didn't think that I should add that.
So I wasn't wrong when I said it was on your CV, and you said...
No. You said I've never worked in the private sector. Carrera Computers is not owned by the government.
Yes, in your...
With all due respect.
In your answer, you brought in this Nkoko school.
Yeah, and work abroad,
which
is all not here.
Yes. So you would agree with me that I am dealing with what is before me, and I can't speculate.
Except that you are not dealing with what is before you properly. You didn't see Carrera Computers and concluded that I had no private sector work experience, which was unfair to me.
Honorable nominee, you said that the work you did, which you did not document in your CV, was gainful employment. My question was anchored on gainful employment. You are saying that you did some work 2 years before going to university, gainful employment. Let us stay there for a while. This gainful employment, were you being paid salary month on month?
For the record, there have been many gainful employments that are listed here, and so it's important to set the record straight. Yes, I was being paid monthly.
Were you contributing taxes?
My employer was.
Was there SNIT contribution?
I believe so.
Given the opportunity, would you be able to furnish us with those details of taxes that were deducted at source and your SNIT contribution for that period?
Very happy to do that.
Would you take the leave of chairman to amend your CV to include the employment details you just spoke about?
That is if the nominee he decides that he wants to do that. If there is a need, but if there is no need, as a result of which he didn't put it on the CV, so be it. Let me also place on record that for the purposes of taxes, we have the tax clearance of the nominee before us.
Honorable nominee, Savvy, the company that you said you registered and you were the sole shareholder, you said you did some work. You had some contracts, and when those contracts terminated, you decided to fold it up. It became defunct, you said. Now, for the period that the company worked, you executed some jobs. Did you pay taxes to the state?
Yes, I did.
Did you have employees apart from you?
Yes, 3.
Did you pay their SNIT contributions?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay their taxes?
Absolutely.
Given the opportunity, can you furnish this committee with all those details?
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Now, between 2013 and now, have you done any work apart from your politics? Have you done any work, and I'll break it down, as in consultancy work that has earned you an income, or engage in some other business that you've earned some income apart from the politics?
Full-time politician.
So you have no other source of income apart from your earnings as a member of parliament?
Well, apart from little savings, investments, and the support of my dearest lawyer wife, as I call her.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honorable Mahama Ayarga, the leader, majority leader, for a follow-up question.
Mr. Nominee, is there a job such as a politician?
Well, it's public service, and we receive little compensation for it. So it's more of public service.
So you've been a public servant, serving in specific publicly established offices?
Yes, please.
Can you name some of those offices?
The Deputy Minister for Information, office I occupied. Deputy Minister for Education, office I occupied. Member of Parliament for 4 terms. So these are some of the public offices I have occupied over the period.
Established under the Constitution?
Rightly so, majority leader.
So there's no such thing as a politician, public working as a politician?
We work as public servants. I mean, we use it loosely that we are all politicians, but I follow your guidance, majority leader.
Yeah. You know, anyway, fair enough. So, Honorable Nominee,
in 3 minutes, you would have done 2 hours.
On your CV, where did you stay? Where did you write you were born? So you'll be surprised for anybody to suggest that you were born in Aveyeme Battle.
No,
If they
that's
said so.
Yeah, I'll be surprised. That's my hometown, but I was born in Accra in Kolebu.
Now, Chairman, let me, with your leave, nominee, please, respectfully, this has nothing to do with you. I just want to bring a matter to the attention of the chair of the committee and to all of us. Mr. Chair, the rules of the House provides in order 2171. And I read, the appointment committee comprises the first deputy speaker as chairperson, minority leader as ranking member, the deputy majority leader as vice chairperson, and the following other members. A, deputy minority leader. B, majority chief whip. C, minority chief whip.
No, it's not. Oh, no.
But it's the same thing.
You've been given one. No.
It's the same thing.
Wait.
Order.
Mr. Chair, we are standing orders, there are two prints. So the one you are holding with this color, that's fine. Fortunately, I also have the same thing here. The appointment committee comprises the first deputy speaker as chairperson, the minority leader as ranking member. It's the same, don't mind them. It's the same, don't mind them.
Please proceed.
If you are not firm, they will confuse you. I've been in this game for long. You can't confuse me on rules. The deputy majority leader as vice chairperson, the deputy minority leader as deputy ranking member, and the following other members. Majority chief whip. B, minority chief whip. And 5 other members selected based on the numerical strength of the parties in parliament. Two, the chairperson and the ranking member and 2 other members of the relevant subject standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the president for appointment. Those follows, and I will read them as Chief Justice and Justice of the Supreme Court, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, the Administrator of the Judicial Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor, and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. Mr. Chair, I have been informed that a moment ago, Mr. Speaker has made certain orders to the fact that this committee has to be reconstituted. I would want to bring such orders of Mr. Speaker to your attention in view of certain developments on the House floor. I do not know whether such development has come to your attention too. But since Mr. Speaker has made consequential orders and it has just been brought to my attention, I believe that we may have to be guided by the orders of Mr. Speaker. And he went further to say that we should proceed according to my first deputy whip. He is further directed that we appear before him in his office. So I'm just bringing this to your attention, and he, with emphasis, according to the first deputy whip, that leadership should come to him so that this appointment committee is reconstituted. I believe that when we appear before him, he would give the directives as to how this can be done in accordance with our rules. So I'm just bringing this to your attention, for your guidance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. I will give the floor to Honorable Mahama Ayariga, the Majority Leader. Then I will make categorical pronouncement.
Chairman, the Minority Leader started reading Order 217. The Minority Leader started reading Order 217. But he didn't conclude on why he was reading Order 217. I don't know if he was reading Order 217 with a view to raising the question of quorum, or he just enjoys reading Order 217. So can you tell us why you read Order 217?
Okay, Chairman, Leader, thank you very much. The reason I referred to Order 217 was that the information from the first deputy whip was to the effect that Mr. Speaker has made certain orders at the plenary, and he consequentially added that this committee, as presently constituted, must be reconstituted. 1. And 2, that this committee leadership of this committee should meet him in his office. I did not go into details as to the orders, but I only had to refer to the 217 because we know from what the first deputy whip just told me that there are certain developments at the plenary. So, and I felt that I should bring that to the attention of Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I was at plenary when the Speaker made a formal communication to the House. In the Speaker's communication, he did not suspend the sitting of the Appointments Committee. He did not suspend the sitting of the Appointments Committee. What the Speaker said is that the Chief Whip of the minority and the Chief Whip of the majority, who are members of the Appointments Committee pursuant to Order 217, 1A and B, have been suspended from the House for 10 days. You know the quorum. Sorry, 2 weeks, not 10 days, 2 weeks. You know the provisions relating to quorum. And when you read the composition of the Appointments Committee, I thought that you probably were entertaining a view that if the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip are suspended, then we will not have quorum to do business. But if you look at the numbers involved, clearly, even if you take out the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip, just 2 people, you will still have 9 members, and so you will have quorum. Even if the minority walks out, you need just 4 to form a quorum. And I'm assuring you that you will get the 4 to constitute the quorum, to transact business. If you break the microphone, you will also be suspended for 2 weeks. So that's the first thing. That's the first thing. Then the second thing that the speaker said is that the committee on selection, he didn't say the leadership of this appointments committee. He said the committee on selection should meet him immediately after adjournment for us to reconsider the constitution of the appointments committee, including the rules of the appointments committee. When he was leaving the chamber, headed to his office, I followed him and said it will be difficult to meet now. So he rescheduled the meeting to Monday, 11 a.m. So the speaker is not expecting you in his office because he's not even in the building. He has gone to send his wife to the airport. She's traveling, and he actually told us his wife is traveling, and the speaker loves his wife. So he went to send his wife to the airport. So there's no problem. The speaker is not requesting for your presence at any meeting now. And the speaker has not suspended the proceedings of this committee. He's spoken about the reconstitution of the committee, and he's spoken about the consideration of the rules of the committee. So this committee is properly constituted, and this committee should continue working.
Chairman. Chairman, thank you. I was in the chamber with the respected majority leader and the leader of the House. The speaker, to quote him, he said that the committee of selection need to meet immediately to reconstitute the appointment committee. So what he's saying, Chairman, with your permission, I have the speaker voice. I can play it here to say exactly what he said. This is what the speaker said.
Selection today.
Please.
Today.
I disallow you playing that.
To reconstitute the appointment committee.
Please. Is disallowed. Appointment committee doesn't constitute committees of parliament.
No, he said the selection committee to reconstitute the appointment committee today. That's what I've just played. That's what he said. And I've brought that to your attention. So if we move forward, it means that we are obeying the orders of the speaker. I just want to draw that to your attention.
Honourable members, let me place on record that the deputy whip is not a conduit through which speaker will communicate to the appointment committee. Article 102 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana is very clear regarding quorum. And this is a parliamentary business. Let me read. A quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament. If you relate that to this particular committee, a quorum will be 4 out of 11. 2, Article 104 is clear on decision making, and you need 50%. So therefore, if 2 people, 50% of the members of the committee, if 2 members are suspended out of a membership of 11, we have 9 members of the committee. We form quorum, we can do business, and can as well take decision. So, honorable members, we are not going to countenance any attempt to delay the proceedings of this House. With due difference to the Deputy Whip, I think it is in the interest of Ghanaians that we proceed to conduct the proceedings of the committee without any interruption in any manner whatsoever. This is my ruling. I will proceed to give the floor to the minority leader to ask his questions.
Chairman, I understand your ruling. I just want to draw your attention to one thing, then you can proceed. Chairman, I want to draw your attention to Order 217, and then to emphasize on 2171 A and B. They said the appointment committee comprises, and I'm emphasizing on A and B, that says the majority chief whip, the minority chief whip, and C says 5 other members. Chairman, the A and B does not refer to a member, but a portfolio. Majority chief whip, minority chief whip. In this sense, if the minority and the majority chief whip are suspended and their name is mentioned under this order, so who is in this committee as minority chief whip and majority chief whip?
Indirectly, in your own wisdom, you are telling us that parliamentary proceedings will not go on because the majority chief whip and the minority chief whip are suspended for 2 weeks because they are also members of parliament and they hold those respective positions. I beg to differ, and I'll submit on record that would rather amount to having a blurred view of the law. Can we make progress? Honourable members, I won't recognize any non-member of the committee.
Then we leave.
Honorable Minority Leader, if you are done, then we can proceed.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable nominee, do you know about the company Volta Clenham Farms and Industries Limited?
Yes, I talked about it earlier.
You said the shareholders include some other private persons, correct?
Yeah, I said that there are other persons in this arrangement, and 2 other persons are in this arrangement.
So I just want to be specific so that we can get specific answers. If you say there are 2 other persons in this arrangement, now, is it the directorship you are referring to or the shareholding?
The directorship.
Okay, so now let's come to the shareholding. Are you the sole shareholder of this entity?
Yes, I am.
But if it's the same company, you had earlier, unless you want to amend your answer, in your earlier response to this very company, you had indicated that there are other shareholders. That is where Chairman said that because they are not here and they are private persons, you are exempt from mentioning their names. So I want you to bring clarity to that.
Well, I'll be happy to see the verbatim report, but for the record, I am a sole shareholder and there are other directors.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, you know, my inclination is to exercise utmost respect. We are in leadership. If I disrespect you, then I'm disrespecting myself. But I need to make the point very firmly. From what has come to my attention from the Deputy Whip, I think that it was very clear in the language of Mr. Speaker on the need for us to immediately get to the committee of selection to proceed to reconstitute the appointment committee. I will repeat it to your attention that let us err on the side of caution so that we do the right thing. At least if you had even suspended sitting the hearing for even a minute to enable you to listen to the speaker's voice, private, I'm sure you will be able to at least appreciate the situation in a different light, or possibly call Mr. Speaker himself. We can suspend for just a minute to enable you call the speaker, but in the Honorable Majority Leader, just a second. Honorable Alassane Umar, please, the call is on all of us to show deference. If I talk, you talk, it doesn't help. So I would want to respectfully say that with what I know now, I would want to recuse myself in order not to be in breach of Mr. Speaker's orders. I can't force speak, Chairman. Chairman has his discretion, and I need to respect that. So I leave it at that to you, and then I'm sure we can take up other matters. Thank you so much, sir.
Honorable members, the information is clear from the Majority Leader that owing to the circumstances, the Speaker has rescheduled a meeting to Monday at 11. We are proceeding with the vetting. Any member who wants to recuse himself is free to do so. After all, we are living in a free and a democratic dispensation. So, please, let's proceed.
Chairman, with respect, I am extending to you all courtesies. My language in the application was done in utmost good faith and with respect to you. If you use phrases like democratic state and freedom of whatever, I don't think that it helps the situation. I refer to Speaker. Chairman, I will continuously express my views and show you respect. I'm pleading with you to be measured in the language you use. I will not do anything to hurt you in terms of language use. The language you just use is in bad taste, and I believe it's unacceptable. If it pleases you, you may withdraw. If you say you are the chairman and what you say is final, it's fine. But at least I've made my point to you.
Honorable members, unless the minority leader has been able to point exactly to free or how free and democratic dispensation will be unparliamentary, I will be glad to withdraw it. But this is a phrase that we always use even on the floor of Parliament and by our own standing order. It's not in bad taste. It is not unparliamentary. It is not insulting. So clearly, I do not know why we are even going on this tangent. So, honorable members, I beg, let's make progress. But from the indication of the minority leader, he has finished asking the questions. Then I will proceed to acknowledge our guests and consequentially discharge the witness.
No, we left before you discharge.
Honourable members, we have Mrs. Nuhila Sedu Nuela. Then those who are typing the spouse of the nominee. Then we have Togbiga Patamia Jokli, President of Bato Traditional Council. But honorable members, it may interest you to know that because I know Bato, what is written here is Bata.
I promoted myself.
Honorable members, we have Mamaga Asieku, Paramount Queen Mother of Bato Traditional Council.
3 questions.
We have Dr. Nana Edusei Echwiniwa Ampim, the first, President of Tepa Traditional Council. We have Chief Damana Nafia Mustafa, alias Nyaba and friends from Salaga. We have Mama Agbovi, Paramount Queen Mother of Dofo, traditional area. We also have Togwi Ababio, acting president of Volo traditional area. We have Togwi Misrobi III, Mankralo of Fojoku traditional area. We have Mama Aku Seme, Queen Mother of Mepe traditional area. We have Ambassador Ekuya Dansoa, former member of parliament and former ambassador to Germany. We have Honorable Daniel Yao Domolovu and the rest of oral team members. We have Ambassador Cleland Ramses, Chief Director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the rest of the Foreign Affairs staff. You are welcome. Honorable nominee, Honorable Dr. Obera Samoa, former Attorney General and Minister of State. You are highly welcome. Honorable nominee, thank you so much for attending upon the committee. You hear from the committee, you are hereby discharged. The next nominee should take his seat.
that the committee took to deal with a few issues. Then maybe back and forth on the announcement by the speaker, maybe that could be 10 minutes. But still, it's over 5.
A very long vetting.
Yeah, it's been a very, very long vetting.
Yeah.
And so what has happened is that Okudzeto Ablakwa has gone through the vetting. At the end, after Afenyo-Markin has asked questions, and it started at 4:11 p.m., so 5:11, 6:11, more than 2 hours and a half of questioning, he decided he was not going to be party to the continuing or the exercise because of an announcement that was made on the floor of Parliament. That announcement has to do with the suspension of 4 members of Parliament who belong to this particular committee. In his view, because these 4 are not available, especially the whips who are mentioned specifically in the standing orders of the House, the committee cannot continue to function. But Majority Leader Mahama Ayariga appears before the House, the committee, and says that no, that cannot be true. What the Speaker purportedly said, according to Habib, is not true, and that the selection committee will sit on Monday to make a determination. The Speaker is on his way to the airport to see of his wife who is traveling. So, what I have foreseen now, and the committee is not...
Has rescheduled that meeting to next week.
They've asked for the next nominee to sit before them. What that means is that there's likely going to be vetting without MPP MPs.
It appears so, because once the minority leader leaves, you can see the seats are already empty. And we don't know whether this will continue into tomorrow, because from what the majority is saying, the Speaker is asking the meeting to be on Monday.
Yeah.
But the minority believe the meeting is to be immediate.
Yeah.
Because the Tolon MP said that the meeting was to be immediate. And we know there's vetting tomorrow as well. So it looks like if this continues, there will be another 6 or so vettings without the minority, but we are not sure yet.
Yeah.
But for now, they are not there.
So, Alex Afenyo, I don't know, Sami, I don't know what you make of the. So it's an argument on law. This person thinks that let's not continue.
Yeah.
This person thinks no, let's continue. The issue of
It's about the interpretation of what the Speaker said. Who is interpreting whatever well? Because from what I
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me Allah.
So help me Allah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. Kindly take a seat. And in 2 minutes, tell us about yourself.
Tolon MP. I think we have to go back to the chamber. Bernard, who is next?
Well, he just introduced himself. I'm sure.
let's go to
it's one of the regional
minister nominees. So I think we'll go back to the committee room and hear the proceedings.
So it looks like the minority will not be part of.
I was born on the 24th of July, 1969, in a community, in a town called Nalergu, now the capital of Northeast Region. Mr. Chairman, I started my education in Nalergu. My basic level went through and had my secondary education in Tamale Secondary, where I did my O-level and A-level. And from there, I proceeded to the University of Cape Coast, where I studied economics and sociology. I graduated with an honors degree in social science, econ sociology as my major. And at the same time, I concurrently had a diploma in education. From there, I proceeded to do my national service, and I was employed. After the national service, I got a job with Unilever Ghana Limited, and I worked with that company for almost 7 years. And I proceeded to set up my own business. After a while, I also proceeded to the U.S. Western New England University in Springfield to do my MBA and a leadership certificate course. So, Mr. Chairman, from there I came back to continue my private enterprise until 2020, when I got an opportunity to serve my people as the MP for Nalergo Gambaga constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba. Very well. Very well. I'll give the floor to Honorable Shaibu Mama.
Mr. Chairman, I'm exceedingly grateful for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A very well-deserved nomination by the President. And trust that I have no questions about your ability to deliver. Just a few questions on two of them, actually. It's a new ministry that has been created. I mean, you would hear people say, there's a Minister for Environment, and tell us. I'm sure you have some briefing with the President or a representative. What is it about climate that you are going to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, this ministry or this position as a Minister of State is not a ministry, Minister of State. I see it's a very important intervention that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has initiated. Mr. Chairman, it takes a visionary leader to do what His Excellency has done. And when we begin the conversation into details, everybody will understand what I mean by this. Mr. Chairman, my role is not a duplication. I'm only supposed to collaborate with existing ministries. Those ministries that are into climate change and climate change in the climate change ecosystem. I'm supposed to coordinate them, because if you look at what is happening now, Mr. Chairman, we have pockets of initiatives seated in the various ministries. And the President thinks that he should nominate me to be the coordinating point where all these initiatives and programs are brought under one envelope. And that is going to aid us to prosecute the agenda and the objective of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So I'm going to be a focal point at the presidency to rally all the resources, human capital, to support all these ministries, so that at the end of the day, we can all move and work towards the vision of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shabu. Please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My last question will have to do with some initiatives that you may want to propose to critically address the issue of climate change. Please tell us, share with us. And on that note, let me congratulate you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me say that climate change is in very ordinary terms, because people look at it and it looks like, what is this climate change all about? We have to bring it down to the ordinary understanding. And for me, I look at it as a shift in temperature and weather patterns. Okay? Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at our current circumstance, we are bedeviled with unpredictable rainfalls, floods, disaster, diseases. And these diseases and floods and heat and all those, things that I'm talking about are occasioned by climate change. Invariably, we want to say that the world is very, very sick. Mr. Chairman, the world is sick. There's too much heat. Everybody is feeling uncomfortable. Those days we used to say that we have a Accra sea breeze.
Where's the sea breeze now, Mr. Chairman? Kumasi, we used to say Kumasi is the garden city. Where is it now? So primarily, the whole world is challenged. So what do we do to address these challenges? Mr. Speaker, you, Mr. Chairman, now you realize that these challenges are to a large extent influenced by the threats of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now proceed to give the floor to Honorable Sowa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate my brother for your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I want to find out what specific programs will you prioritize to combat climate change in Ghana when given the opportunity?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I will do if I am given the nod is to support the existing ministries to come out with initiatives that will target the perennial floodings that we have. Mr. Chairman, we need to have climate-resistant initiatives so that we can target the vulnerable institutions that we have. The vulnerable sectors of the economy is the agriculture sector. We're talking about the energy sector. We're talking about forestry. We need to come out with climate-resistant initiatives, and that is the way to go to address climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman. Honorable nominee, I wish you the very best in your appointment, and I believe and know that having worked with you in the 8th Parliament, you are going to deliver to the best of your ability. I wish you God's blessings.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman.
Thank you very much. The indication is that the rest of the members do not really have questions for you. I will therefore proceed to recognize your revered guests. On my list is Alhaji Hassan Ligbi, former Managing Director of Metro Mass Transit. Honorable Alhaji Mohammed Muniru Limuna, former Agric Minister. Mrs. Vida Elham Isifu, spouse of the nominee. Damata Isaka, Narelugu Gambaga Constituency Women Organizer, NDC. Dauda Yakubu, Chief of Zablugu. Baba Seidu, Senior, brother of the nominee. Chief Suleimana Adam, leader of the Yangbon Ura's delegation. Chief Akara, leader of Nairi's delegation. Chief Wundana Chimisi, member of the Nairi's delegation. Langbisi Kabona, warrior of the Nairi. Thank you very much for coming. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee, you are hereby discharged.
Thank you.
Well, we always said that Linda Okulu's vetting was the shortest ever. Well, this isn't the shortest, but it was short.
This is even shorter.
It looks like...
Well, at least he was asked some questions.
Okay. He was asked one or two questions. And so this is what is going to happen. And for those who are just joining us, the NPP MPs on the appointments committee have staged a walkout. They say they have a difficulty with the formation.
They actually said they have recused themselves, which is not technically a walkout.
Well,
because a walkout may be on the basis of sort of a procedural disagreement. But he's saying that in respect of the speaker and his understanding of what the speaker directed, They will not take part.
So they will not be party to whatever is happening.
Yes.
They believe is unlawful.
So it's technically not a walkout.
But you can recuse yourself by sitting and not asking or
no.
taking part.
By your presence, you are part of the crime. So he believes that a wrong thing is happening, and therefore they've recused themselves.
This will be Frank Gardner. Sorry, that's
Charity Gardner, who
me.
is the nominee for.
Frank Gardner is
for
BBC
I think it's the
Defense.
Ahafo region.
Yes. Let's take the oath, and it's likely that they are going to have a lot of nominees appearing before the committee tonight because it's a one-sided one, and when they don't have questions for you, which we've heard from the nominee that just went past, this one too may not have a lot of questions, and then we keep proceeding. Let's wait and see what happens next.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. You didn't hear me. Then what's the problem? It's the mic.
Honorable nominee, kindly proceed to tell the committee about yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the honor done me for nominating me. Mr. Chairman, my name is Mrs. Charity Gardner from Ahafo region, Kenyasi to be precise. Mrs. Charity Gardner is a young lady, a politician, a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and a businesswoman. I hold master's degree in strategic human resource management from Kwamena University of Science and Technology. I'm a private person and I manage my own business. I am the director for Freematch Limited Company. Previously, I have worked as a constituency executive member in a Sutifi North constituency. I have also worked as Deputy Regional Secretary for Ahafo region, and currently I am the Regional Women's Organizer for Ahafo region. Mr. Chairman, I am married to Mr. Frederick Gardner, and we have 2 kids. I worship with ICGC Kanyasi Peace Temple. We have 2 kids. Mrs. Gardner is teachable, and I'm ready to listen from all angles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I proceed to give the floor to Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Chairman. Mrs. Gardner, a nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
I'm so happy, at least, to have seen a colleague woman being nominated. Is someone calling me? Being nominated. And I believe that your competence cannot be underestimated. That is why you have been nominated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who has made it a point that at least 30% women would be in his governance. With this, there are so many young girls around, not only within where you live or stay, our schools especially, most of them are going to look up to you because they would wish to be like you. What will you do to ensure that you encourage the girl child in school and those women in the market who sell morning to evening and sometimes will not make it even any money for the following day? What are the few things that you will do? Please don't go too much. I just want something small to give me that message. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all we are talking about is empowering women. And women empowerment is something personally I'm so passionate about. That is why I've set up a Charity Gardner Foundation to support the children, women, and the youth in my region. So when I'm giving the nod by the grace of God from this honorable committee, I'll use the foundation and also leverage on our Women's Development Bank to empower the women in my region. Mr. Chairman, There are a lot of women out there, market women, entrepreneurs who are looking up to us. It will interest you to know that there are women who have ventured in so many businesses and they are making losses because they didn't take their time to assess the business before they ventured into it. So when I'm given the opportunity, I will use this high office to educate them on how they can keep records, how they can manage their businesses so that they don't make losses. I also leverage on the Women's Development Bank so that they can have financial support to empower their businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's finish. Please, any further question?
Yes, Mrs. Gardner, the free distribution of sanitary pads to the girl child was an initiative that the NDC government took up, and it helped most of our girls, especially those who cannot afford. Will you consider, especially now that you are running a philanthropic business, will you consider continuing or reinitiating that program to help the girl child? Thank you. And that is my last question. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned earlier, this is something I'm already into it. I've supplied a lot of sanitary pads to the people in my community. So when I'm giving the nod, I will continue so that the people in my community will also continue to benefit from the work I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Honorable George Kwaku Ricketts Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
I'm sure you will do well. And the President selected you in his wisdom to do a job to help his government. And I'm sure you will do well. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are extremely grateful for you attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions. You would hear from the committee, but before discharging you, let me proceed to acknowledge your revered guests seated behind you, giving you moral support. We have Nana Jan Ketechie, a Peseman Kahini of Ntotrusu. We have Nana Ya Educhumwa II, Omahima of Kinyasi #1. We have Nana Minta Yebua, Omahima of Chirensua. We have Honorable Yao Ochre, Regional Chairman NDC Ahafo. We have Honorable Asanaba Imoru, Regional Secretary NDC Ahafo. We have Honorable Alaji Collins Dauda, our Senior Member of Parliament. We have Honorable Eriko Opoku, Minister responsible for Agric. Honorable Charles Kwesi Asiedu, Member of Parliament. Honorable Haruna Mohammed, Member of Parliament. Honorable Ebenezer Ado, Member of Parliament. Nana Ama Sewa, Mother of the nominee. And we have Mr. Anthony Kofi Gardner, Father of the nominee. You are most welcome. Honorable Minister Designate, you are hereby discharged.
Thank you.
Well, this is don't call me vetting. It's going as quickly as it can. And so I think, what, a few minutes, we've already seen 2 nominees come before the appointment committee.
30 minutes.
The nominee for sustainability, I thought should have spent a bit more time, because it's a very critical ministry that came up in energy, it came up in environment, it came up in lands, it came up in foreign affairs. So I was thinking that even though the minority had left, they should have given him a few more questions to give us a sense of what he was going to do. This one I'm not surprised, because regional ministers, typically when they appear and the committee is not constituting the minority, it wouldn't be that heated, because Ahafo region may not have as many issues as, say, an Ashanti. But I'm surprised that the former MP for Naleru Gambaga, who came in, spent less than 10 minutes, because his ministry or his portfolio is a very critical portfolio in where the world is. So I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised about this one.
So you see, I think that we would have gotten substance from the committee if the minority had remained.
Yes.
Historically, we know that the questions come from the opposition side.
Yes.
If NDC is in power, we don't expect NDC MPs to ask questions. If MPP is in power, we don't expect MPP MPs to ask questions.
Unless the nominees' ministry like roads or finance, where everybody wants to
have an interest,
ask a question to register, and also because they believe that there are things that that minister has to do for their constituency.
That's true. And that's why the minority should have stayed. You see, I understand why Alex Afenyo-Markin led his team out. They don't want to be part of a quote and unquote a wrongdoing. However, as committee members, you are guided by the chairman. The chairman is a speaker. The chairman says he has ruled that you should stay and do your work. If there's going to be any
repercussion,
it will be on the head of the chairman. So I think they should have stayed and done it.
Or they could have gone into conclave to discuss it and possibly place a call to the speaker to be sure.
Yeah.
Because, as you were saying, there were 2 opposing thoughts. And looking at what happened yesterday and what everybody had said, I felt that, but to be fair, the kinds of ministers coming to be vetted are not as high profile.
But you see, Bernard, I don't think they needed to even call the speaker, who is the leader of the House.
He's the majority leader.
And he has come to the committee and said that when the speaker adjourned, I walked him out to his office.
Yeah, but
and
that's
he
not
told
formal
me,
communication.
I know, but he has come to communicate to the committee. And if he's the leader of the House, and that's why he has that privilege, and he comes to say that ABCD is a direction. The speaker is a leader of parliament. However, he takes no instruction but guidance or advice from the leader. So I thought that they should have stayed so that we can see some thoroughness, because tonight we are not going to see any thoroughness. Now we have another nominee standing already, being sworn in. So that's he's with Savannah region,
Savannah
John Mahama's home region. Let's take the oath and then see what questions they have for him.
This committee. Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me Allah.
So help me Allah.
Let me mention the name first, then I can connect it.
Order! Marshal, please clear the floor, the corridor for us. Honourable members, let's make progress. I call on Honourable Hajia Ladi Ayamba to start.
You didn't give any introduction.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Mr. Nominee.
Thank you, Chairman.
Please, let's go back. Tell us about yourself. Then, Hajia, you take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Salisu Biawarbe Isifu is my name. I am a lawyer by profession, a graduate of the Kwamena Afenyo-Markin University of Science and Technology. For my first degree, I did land economy. I came back to the same university and studied law for the LLB. I came to University of Ghana, Legon, to do my master's in law. Indeed, I'm currently a lecturer of the University for Development Studies, Nyankpala, a law lecturer at the law faculty of the university. Previously, I was a district chief executive for the Central Gonja District Assembly.
2009 to 2013. Subsequent to that, I contested as a regional secretary of NDC, and before that, I was also a deputy regional secretary of NDC in the then larger northern region. After the separation, the division of the regions, I went to my home region, Savannah, and up to date, I'm still the regional secretary. I'm also a professional teacher, subsequent to which I went for my further studies. This is said to be our way. I am married with children, and my home city is Kosovo in the central Gonja district, born in Yapi.
Thank you very much, Hadia. You don't have the floor now.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Salisu.
Thank you, Chairman.
From your profile and the information you've just given us, it means you've been around for quite a long time in the party. You have worked, taken up various positions, and I will say it means you have learned to at least do the work for the people. From your background as a lawyer, and then
our revered guest, do you really want your nominee to be vetted? Do you want the nominee vetted? If really you want the nominee vetted, take your seat in silence.
As you can see, there are no seats, so let's stand there quietly. Don't delay your nominee. You are begging.
Honorable Haji Ladi, please proceed with your question.
Mr. Nominee, from your expertise, I am also someone from the northern sector, particularly the Upper East. And I know that the Savannah region has got a lot of areas that we produce so much foodstuff. But the women, many a times, find it very difficult to acquire land in order to also do some farming. They go about looking for land. Sometimes they have to pay tokens to enable them farm. Sometimes they get these lands from their husbands or siblings or parents, but it doesn't stay long. They take it back. What will you do to give education to our parents or our husbands or our brothers and sisters to support women so that they would have land in order to also cultivate whatever crops they want?
Thank you, Chairman. In fact, in Savannah region, to be precise, we don't have issues of women finding difficulty in acquiring land. Land in Savannah region is an abundance, and I can say that, Honorable, if you even want land for purposes of farming, be free to come to Savannah region. It is not for nothing that the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, ought to bring people, our colleagues from Upper East, to Savannah because of the vast nature of the arable lands there. And as we speak, there are several communities who have got their roots from Upper East, but they are now indigenous in Savannah region, courtesy the policy of His Excellency Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. I'm happy to have heard that you don't have any land problems and that even if I want, and I will surely come. Now,
you're more than welcome.
My pleasure. My second question has to do with cutting of food from farms or wherever you might have them cultivated and kept to the market, because sometimes the food stuff that we produce are food stuff that we sell even in less than 6 months after cultivation, but we find it difficult to cut it to the marketplaces. Yam, for instance, that will not be so long if it is not properly stored. What will you do to support farmers to enable them cut their food stuff or produce, farm produce, to the marketplaces so that they don't have a lot of post-harvest losses?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has clearly stated that he has got a policy to support farmers. And as a regional minister, I will work in collaboration with my colleagues of other sectors to be able to see what we can practically put on the ground. For cutting of foodstuffs from the farm gate to the market is contingent on a lot of factors, one of which will be accessibility of the farm to the centers. Another is the means of carrying it. And as we speak today, indeed, courtesy these tricycles, motor kings, and the rest, if indeed there is resource for which some people or farmers can procure them, it will make the carton quite easy with accessible routes. But we must equally agree that the yields and the quality of the seeds that we are using is becoming a challenge. And the improved seeds that will give us higher yields are also very expensive for our farmers. Thankfully, we have got Women Development Bank and other policies that NEC has promised to put in place. And when we leverage that, I can tell you, every farmer will be happy, and farming will become much, much economical to the people of Ghana.
As an educationist, and myself also being a teacher by profession, I observed one problem: the education of the girl child. When they start from class 1 up to class 3, many times the enrollment, you find that the girl child, the girls in a classroom are more than the boys. But as they get into class 3, 4, and then above, they begin leaving school. And it looks like we are not able to control this factor. As an educationist yourself, and getting into this position, and having worked all this while, and a lawyer, will you make it incumbent on yourself to ensure that you give that education and support to the girl child and to the parents to support the girl child continue with education? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, by the grace of God, we will work together to give that massive support, because it's a policy of the NDC government and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Net enrollment ratio is always a challenge as you move higher, but they are also dependent on several other customary and other allied factors, one of which is the ability of the peasant farmer to be able to afford the education, and therefore the farmer would prefer to invest in the boy child, thinking that the boy child will not leave him, but the girl child may. But the practical experience is that even our women, when they get better education, they take care more of their parents than even we, the men. And this is the practical reality. So the education will go deeper, and our people will appreciate it the most. And there are demonstrable examples that we can use. Haja Zuera is here as my MP, a woman MP who has risen to the top for Savannah. And she's a shining example for our women in Savannah, and we can use her as one.
Thank you very much. I appreciate, and I am really happy to have heard those responses. And don't forget, when I come and I'm talking about my land, don't tell me that I didn't say it. That's why I said it in public. I would come for farming. Very big one.
We would absolutely give. Thankfully, you are not a Kasana or a Susala.
No.
Because they are playmates. For
No.
them, we would definitely settle it in the government.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Alassane Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Alhaji Swalisu, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
It's not yet Alhaji, just like me. Don't worry, we'll soon go there. I'm happy for you. I know you've worked for the party. We were in the big northern region together, and we supported your success, which you took to Savannah. I have a simple question relating to your former job, which is the district chief executive. As a district chief executive, you probably came across conflict between the district chief and the regional minister vis-a-vis your MPs. How are you going to transfer that kind of knowledge to be able to bring solution and friendship between yourself and your MPs as well as your DCs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Conflicts are a natural part of human behavior. And in many instances, when you identify the source or the cause of the conflict, it is easy to resolve them. And my attention is to identify what is creating this conflict. Some of the conflicts which exist are nothing but communication gap between the member of parliament for that area with whom the people voted and are always and all the time contacting. Then an appointed DC who might not have participated actively in even the decision-making process in getting the government and the MP elected, but yet administering the district. This, when you get that synergy, you can always see how best you can resolve them. But I can tell you that it is not always a problem of the MP or a problem of the DC. Sometimes even their supporters can create some kind of conflict without their knowledge, knowing very well that some of them will benefit from the conflict between the DC and the MP. So analysis of the conflict is a pure way to get the best solution for it. At the end of the day, we must work together as one party, one government, and ensure that the people get the best of the all development. This is the principal objective, and I will ensure that we will do that. More so, with my background in alternative dispute resolution, I would obviously be at the helm of affairs by the grace of God.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm satisfied, and thank you. I wish you well.
It's now the turn of Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, I'm exceedingly grateful. Honorable nominee, Esipo, congratulations.
Thank you,
good.
Mr. Chairman.
New region, diverse cultures, slow pace of development. Just tell us how you combine these three in accelerating the development of the region. Thank you.
In fact, it is true. We have in excess of indigenous ethnic groups in the area called Savannah, over 21 of them who are indigenous, and they are principally have no other place but Savannah. And I can tell you that they've lived together peacefully for all these years. Now that we've got a region, there are people who are now trying to infuse in other people some ownership that hitherto they were not exercising. You hear some people trying to create a paramountcy to which they don't usually customarily have a paramountcy, but by the nature of things, they are bringing those issues up. Others are also claiming land rights to which they were not having. All this must be documented and see to it being done appropriately, and the necessary advice and institutions will be made to do that. But if it is that of Savannah, I can tell you the people of Savannah are disappointed. We called for a region to be created, not a name change. We wanted development. Unfortunately, we have seen nothing of that. It's just changing the bottle, but the same wine. And that is the reality. We will make sure that we'll get the best. For example, in educational development, we are last in the country. In power, we are last in the country. In human resource development and governance, we are last in the country. A lot of the indicators are not giving us a good picture. And this is the 2024 report that indeed this level report is indicating to us. And this is a challenge for all of us to be able to see how best we can improve the lives of the people of Savannah. And together, we shall succeed.
Thank you so much. My advice, work closely with your MPs, and then you will be successful. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.
Most grateful, Chairman.
I will now call on Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, Honorable Salifu, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
I just have a couple of questions here for you. First one, and then I'll do a follow-up on it. I'll give the whole question to you. Do you have boundary disputes between the districts in the Savannah region?
Chairman, yes, there are.
Okay, so would you tell me tell me those ones, and then tell me how you resolve them?
Mr. Chairman,
No.
It is true that as a country, after the 1988 district creations, there has not been a conscious effort to name the various electoral areas and communities which form a district. What we do have is to mention an electoral area. And the interesting aspect of it is that there is that challenge of people trying to assume that customary jurisdiction is coterminous with administrative boundaries. And this is creating a problem. In the creation of Savannah region, indeed the LI came, but there's no boundary demarcation of the Savannah region. So there's a tendency of people to live at some other jurisdiction and think that they are not part of the Savannah region, or they are part of Savannah region. And a typical example is that of Daboya. We have a community in Daboya where there's a principal speaking Mampuruli population who are on Gonja land and have been in the territory of the North Gonja district. Some are claiming that they will not even want to be part of North Gonja district, but they claim their part that they settle is not part of the West Gonja, but that of Northeast, which obviously is a cause of the fact that there's no clear-cut demarcation. We have Boundaries Commission, and we have got Cadastral Mapping and Survey Department of the Lands Commission. If we engage them, we can appropriately delineate the various district boundaries. If need be, we can go back to the Lab 1 or Lab 2 the Lands Commission used to operate to get customer areas, delineate properly their customary boundaries. And with that, we can get a long-lasting solution to the issue of boundary disputes.
Thank you. My second question, I realize that revenue generation, by your district assemblies are quite low. So, as a regional minister, what would you do to actually support the assemblies to improve on their revenue generation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. It is true that if you don't have a proper identification of the revenue basis of your district, you record low revenue generation. If you also employ people who are seeing the revenue generation for a district assembly as not something that they ought to account properly as public funds, that in itself can get people collecting it. And we have instances whereby, indeed, people who claim to be party people or some other people have got their own camps collecting money somewhere, and they are not accounting to the assembly. We have also got some leakages which exist in trying to account properly for the revenue so generated. So my solution is to make sure that we leverage IT and make sure that the collection of the revenue is proper and duly accounted for. The second is to see other revenue generating measures. Remember that assemblies are not only to go and levy levies or taxes. they can also invest in productive businesses through which they can yield the dividends for the assembly. This is part of the issues that I'll put out to my assembly people and for them to adapt.
Mike. Mr. Nominee, welcome to the club of regional ministers past and present. I wish you all the best. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable nominee, are you called to the bar?
Mr. Chairman, I'm called to the bar.
Which year?
2022.
Ghana bar is what I'm talking about. He understands.
Senior understands. People are saying Pito bar. This is Ghana bar.
Very well, very well. We have a senior Ayariga here, so I won't mention my age at the bar. Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions asked. You've answered the questions very eloquently, and it is my belief that you work very creditably and reliably for the responsibilities ahead of you. May I proceed to recognize your invited guests. First on my list is Seydou Kelly, Damango Urana, Damango Ura, Mankpaura Jakpa, the first. Mr. Adams, Yangbon Ura's linguist. Alhaji Seydou Imoro, regional chairman. Lawyer Salma Adams, spouse of the deceased. Spouse of the nominee.
Chairman, I'm so alive.
Are you interested? He wants to
Statement withdrawn.
I'm alive.
Statement withdrawn. Spouse of the nominee. Spouse of the nominee. Honourable members, we have Soku Yahuza, regional organizer. Ali Babakari Kasim, regional treasurer. Kansa Urache, Queen Mother. Oliver Hawa Yaya, lawyer Mohammed Amin, Gonjaland Youth President. R.A. Jalil, regional communication officer. Honorable members, forgive me, I just went through a letter of administration to be moved by my junior lawyers. So sorry. You are welcome. Thank you very much. You are discharged. You will hear from the committee.
Most grateful, Chairman.
I recognize former member of parliament, my very good friend, Honorable Nelson.
Well, so there you have it. This one would be perhaps longer than the last two. The person who has been nominated to be the Savannah Regional Minister, the home region of the President John Dramani Mahama, Biaurebe lawyer, called to the bar 3 years ago, appearing before the committee, answering questions. And indeed, he took a number of questions from the one-sided committee of appointments, which has been vetting now. The issue is that the NPP side has decided to recuse itself. So all MPP members on the committee led by Alexander Afenyo-Markin, their leader, decided to recuse themselves. They believe that the committee should not be sitting because of the decision that was earlier announced by the Speaker of Parliament, which announcement saw to the suspension of 4 members of Parliament for the next 2 weeks. And so what we were expecting or suspecting is that a lot of the nominees who have been penciled for vetting would go through with cheeky ease, if you like, because it is their party that is vetting them, and typically we do not see a lot of hard questions, for want of a better word, from members of the same party. And I have seen Felix Kwachio-Fosu, who's been named the government spokesperson, Minister of State. I've seen him sitting there at the committee. I don't know if he's going to be made to swear an oath, Bernard. It looks like...
Yeah, it looks like, you know, in the initial list I saw, he also have been vetted tomorrow, on Saturday, as the first nominee. But it appears because of the speed with which this is happening, they could bring his forward. Because the original list, there were about 2 regional ministers to have been done, Charity Gardner and Savannah, and then Felix Kwachi was to follow Saturday morning.
Yes.
But it looks like with the absence of the minority, it's gone faster. So,
but it is not him in the seat now. Yes. Someone else is the one who has been. So I'll need to just refresh the list and see who the next person is, because they appear to be wanting to clear everything. So what, the schedule for today
was to have had at least 4 or 5 more regional ministers.
Yes. Now that does not include some Okudzeto Ablakwa and Akando, who were interviewed, who were vetted earlier. That was a leftover.
So Charity Gardner was the last from yesterday, who was vetted, and then the nominee for sustainability.
So the official list for Friday, 1, the minister nominee for Savannah, he was supposed to be the first. Salisu Biaurebe, who has just finished, Esquire. The next person should be Wilbert Petty Bentum, Minister Designate for Western North.
Yes.
So it appears that's Bentum being sworn in.
Yes.
The next person would then be Felix Kwachio-Fosu for today. He's going to Minister of State Government Communication. Then Joseph Nelson, Minister Designate Western Region. Then we have Kwamena Akando, Minister Designate for Health. He has already gone through. So what I suspect would happen is that now that Bentum is the one being sworn in, we have Felix Kwachio-Fosu next, and possibly Joseph Nelson, and they may call it a day. But let's go to the committee, and I'm going to leave you, Bernard, now to continue with the coverage. We're going to do this until CNR, and we'll be bringing you.
So you'll come in live at 8 with the news.
In the next.
I'll be holding the fort until you come.
Yes, please. In the next 20 minutes or so. So I'm recusing myself from the show. I'll be back.
All right.
GSTS. I completed there, and later went to the University of Science and Technology School of Mines at Takwa, where I trained as a mine surveyor. There I worked with the Ghana Cocoa Board initially. In fact, before coming to the university, after 6th form, I worked. But I came to the university, went back and taught in the Dwabosu Senior Secondary School, and in the process, I stood elections and won as an assemblyman. And while I was working as an assemblyman, I had a privilege to serve on a number of subcommittees, including a work subcommittee where I was the chairman, and automatically by the statute, I became the the chairman of the technical evaluation team. I also served on environmental subcommittee and also member of the statutory planning committee. Mr. Chairman, I later went to do my MSc when the school now changed to University of Mines and Technology. After that, I had the privilege to work with the Ghana Minerals Commission as a staff in the small-scale mining department. After working for some time, I left and joined an international organization called Solidaridad. From there, I had opportunity to work, in fact, on global platforms because we attended seminars and workshops on artisanal small-scale mining. Mr. Chairman, on the side of the party, I've done quite a lot of job. In the 2020, I was the chairman of the Manifesto Committee in the Western North region, a job I think I performed with excellence. I was also a member of the campaign team and was in charge of security. I was the secretary to the security for the elections. So in a brief, that's what I have to say about myself. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'll give the floor to Honorable Mama Erga.
Let me congratulate you on your nomination to the post, if you are approved by this House, of Regional Minister. Western North, Western Region, the Forest Belt generally, our major challenge now is how to deal with illegal mining activities, especially in forest areas, forest reserves. Can you tell us your appreciation of the problem? What is causing this urge to mine in forest areas or forest reserves? Why are we unable to deal with this problem? Or do you think that we can deal with this problem? And what are your proposals, since you are going to be a regional minister and that whole territory will be under you? And President John Dramani Mahama has made a clear commitment to deal with the problem of illegal mining, especially illegal mining in forest reserves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think as a country, we're not doing so well on managing small-scale mining activities. And I want to say here that our failure is not because we have not been able to stop artisanal small-scale mining, but our failure is the fact that we have not been able to manage it well. Mr. Chairman, artisanal small-scale mining contributes to the economy very well. And from where I sit, if I want to talk about the type of mining that has benefited Ghanaians, I would say is a small-scale mining. Small-scale mining contributes about 30% of the all gold that is produced in Ghana. Unfortunately, as a country, coming to your question, we've not been able to solve the small-scale mining problem because I think we don't understand them. And it is important we understand them, sit down with them, and they themselves can come out with the solution. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be misquoted as countenancing the illegality in the mining sector. We have all come to agree that...
Mr. Nominee, you are from the Western North region. You've lived there most of your life, I believe. You have related to or with people in the small-scale mining industry. You say we don't understand. Do you understand? Do you understand them? And if you understand them, can you help us understand them?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Small-scale mining or artisanal small-scale mining is a livelihood issue. And in tackling them, we need to be a bit tactical. That's all what I'm saying. Once you understand somebody, you can sit down with him and they'll be part of the solution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you understand the regime that covers small-scale mining? Is there a legal pathway to doing small-scale mining legally? Is there a legal pathway? Is it possible for small-scale mining to be done legally? Is it possible to register, to get a license, a permit, and then to mine under the supervision of the EPA? Is small-scale mining allowed legally in this country?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's allowed.
So, why do you think the young people are not doing legally allowed small-scale mining?
I think that, Mr. Chairman, there should be incentive to the formalization and legalizations of the operations.
What kind of incentives do you think we should have?
For instance, in the previous regime, I'm not being sounding political here, but if you place a blanket ban on small-scale mining without recognizing those who have registered and are indeed doing well, what will be the motivation for others to follow? So we should make formalization or legalization less expensive. That will attract people to actually legalize or formalize their operations. There is a law to that. You know, the Small Scale Mining Act 2006, Act 703, spells out, you know, the modalities for the acquisition of mining licenses. And through the Minerals Commission, the same, you know, statute require them to provide extension services to, you know, the small-scale miners. Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, let me say one thing. That as a former employee of the Minerals Commission, in our extension service provided, we had nothing to do with the illegal miners. But they are the major people causing the problems.
So is it your view that the supervising authorities, let's say Minerals Commission extension officers and EPA officers, should deal with all mining activities on the ground, irrespective of whether they are registered or not, so that at least at the barest minimum, we can ensure that they are mining according to the standards of mining, whether they are registered or not? Is that something that you think is a wise decision?
Mr. Chairman, that is what I will recommend, because they are causing the most of devastation. Let me draw your mind to something. In the training,
so we should separate questions of legality and title to the land where you are mining from the question of whether or not you are mining properly using the proper processes. We should separate those, and Mineral Commission supervisors, EPA officers on the ground should be blind to the question of whether or not you properly have title to the place and focus on anybody who is mining and ensure that they mine according to accepted standard. Do you think that that is a smart thing to do?
That I'm looking at a stepwise approach to get rid of the illegal miners. So we deal with them and then find the best way to get them out. You see? That's what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman.
So what I understand you to be saying is that one of the faults in our system is that Minerals Commission is blind to people actually on the ground mining simply because they don't have proper licenses to mine. EPA officials on the ground in a district will see people engage in small-scale mining, and they will not guide them to mine properly based on appropriate environmental standards simply because those people don't have licenses to mine their sites. So if we had a regime where any of them, Minerals Commission or even EPA, could step in and supervise them to mine properly, at least we will be ensuring that they mine according to environmentally appropriate standards. Is that a position that you share?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, exactly what I'm saying.
Now, what do you think is the major challenge of these young people to access land? Because I was a Minister for Environment, and I toured the country, and I found out that many of these people that we say are engaged in illegal mining actually want to have permits to mine at the sites where they mine. Is that something you discovered yourself also?
Yes, I think there are limitations to where they can actually acquire licenses to mine.
I'm not saying that, I'm not asking, do they have a desire to have permits to mine the areas that they
yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Also discover that if they had easy access to permits, that they will mine in an environmentally appropriate manner. Did you discover that?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
You also discover that they are happy to invest in their site if they had proper permits to mine at those.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But what is causing them not to have access to permits to those sites? Is it because there are no officers for the Minerals Commission in those locations? Or is it that people at the Minerals Commission have already mapped out all those sites and plotted the names of companies And when these young people go there and they want permits, they are told that the site is occupied. And then they also then decide to resort to illegal, so-called illegal mining. Is that something that you found out?
Yes, actually, the Minerals Commission, Mr. Chairman, have blocked out areas for small-scale mining. And most of these miners go outside the blocked out areas. And that is what brings about the illegality in the first place.
Do the Minerals Commission people carry out prospecting to ascertain the existence of adequate deposits in the area that they have blocked out? Because if you go and block out a forest that is full of rocks that don't have minerals and say I should go there, and then I see another location where people are mining and obtaining a lot of gold, you think I'll go to where you have blocked out that has nothing, and then I will not go to where people have been mining and getting gold?
Mr. Chairman, the Minerals Commission does take up that responsibility because I think of the risk that you're talking about.
So Minerals Commission just blocks out places and say you can go here irrespective of whether there's gold there or not?
They require you to submit a site of your area of interest. So how that place becomes your area of interest is left to you, the miner. And I think the miners have ways of doing their quick, checks to see whether it is mineable or not.
So the Minerals Commission blocks out areas and says small-scale miners, you can go here, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But they haven't done any studies to determine whether there's gold where they are directing them to go?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
And then the miners then discover that there's gold somewhere. And when they go there, they tell them that those areas have been blocked for large-scale miners.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that happens.
What would be your own natural tendency? Will you go to the place that doesn't have gold, or you go to where there's evidence that there's gold?
Of course, I'll go to where there's evidence, Mr. Chairman.
So do you think this observation gives you a clue how to resolve the issue of so-called illegal mining and galamsey?
Mr. Chairman, to begin with, I think to curb this small-scale or illegal small-scale mining menace, we need to get the miners organized and then work with their leadership. I think to an extent that will solve the problem. And then we can lead them to assess areas that are of, potential in terms of mineralization.
The point I want to make is, do you think that any effort to solve the problem of small-scale miners and encourage them to go to a site must necessarily involve the state investing in some basic reconnaissance prospecting to establish the existence of deposits there before you direct them to that location?
Yes, I think, Mr. Chairman, that will be of help. Because if we get state-of-the-art equipment to determine where mineralization is, and you put the small-scale miners there, it will go a long way to help us solve.
We're still live here on Channel 1 Television, bringing you you call them hearings or the vetting of President Mahama's nominees for various ministerial positions. You have witnessed a number of vettings. We've seen now the vetting of the nominee for the Western North region in the person of Wilbert Petty Bentum. And we will be breaking shortly after this to bring you our 8 p.m. news bulletin hosted by Umaru Sanda Amadou. We understand there's one final vetting to be done, but for those of you just tuned in, the minority side of the vetting has left after some disagreement about what the speaker's ruling on the floor meant. So after this vetting session, we'll take you straight into our news bulletin, which will bring you other highlights of what has been a very eventful day, culminating in the vetting of the foreign minister nominee, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, who was vetted for over 6 hours. Stay with us on Channel 1 Television.
The various localities that I find them are...
The Heritage Heritage Caravan 2025 is officially sold out. Thank you for your patronage. Now get ready for an unforgettable adventure with the Heritage Caravan 2025. We will experience a cultural revelation as we travel through 14 unique regions, each offering a deep dive into the nation's history, traditions, and natural beauty.
And he's coming this way, which means I have to start going away.
You have done half of the way. You have half more to go. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
You serve as the link between the central government and then the region that you lead. You also have administrative